Good morning. I'd like to call the Moore County Board of Education work session and special called meeting for Monday, October 7th to order. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion to approve by Mr. Dennison, a second by Dr. Betty Wells Brown. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0.
And please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please pause for a moment of silence. Thank you. Before we get started, we do have a long agenda today, Dr. Grimacy. We've set up the room a little bit differently for a later part of the agenda, so just bear with us as we do some moves throughout the morning. So right now, I'll pass it off to you.
Thank you. Madam Chairman, per your guidance, we've structured the agenda in a way that sets up the board's deliberations on the proposed multi-year student assignment plan that I recommended to the board a month ago. And just sort of look at it from the treetop level for just a moment, you'll see that we begin with a report on the public feedback on the plan that resulted from the portal being open, the public hearing. Dr. Locklear is here to report on that in sort of a traditional presentation format. Then the item B, technical adjustments to the multi-year student assignment plan as recommended by staff, is the result of final work done by the staff with our consultants from Numerics to look at selected assignment areas that the staff itself has looked at since last month and comes back with some adjustments. And how the board wants to proceed with consideration of those will be a matter of the board's discussion under item C. Item C, the staff will step back and allow board members to work with the chair in looking at selected areas of the plan, drilling down on those, having some detailed conversation about whether or not to amend the plan. And so we'll have a package of areas that, from different conversations I've had with the chair and conversations the chair has had with board members that have sort of bubbled up from the public input, but also from the board's own diligence and staff technical assignments. And then finally, we'll transition into board action. And what the staff would desire from the board at the end of this process today is that you provide us with guidance. If your disposition on the recommended technical adjustments from staff would be one area, we'd like to get your feedback on that today in the form of a desired amendment that you would want us then to bring a map back to you next week that reflects any of those technical adjustments that you may approve. Then also among your own amendments, the conversation that you have about possible adjustments to the plan, you would give us direction on that today, and then we would bring back to you next Monday what that map looks like and what those data tables look like based on your conversation today. We would present that to you during your work session prior to next week's meeting, the afternoon work session that you've established in the afternoon next week. We'd present those then. You could have your final discussion at that point and fashion that final plan that you want to take under consideration next Monday night. I hope that we've set that up right. We've got 7 individuals now that are going to look at a very complicated recommendation, and the staff is at your service. So unless anybody has any questions or any further direction, I'm going to authorize Dr. Locklear to proceed with item 2A.
Thank you very much. I think we're good.
All right. Tim?
Thank you, Dr. Grimacy, Madam Chair. As you said, I'm a little far away for this part, but I never had a problem being loud. So hopefully you can hear me as we work through this. As Dr. Grimacy noted, Just a brief presentation to sum up the report of public feedback based on the superintendent's recommended plan that he shared on September 3rd. We have come a long way in this process. We've been involved with looking at our entire district multi-year student assignment plan since February, and have walked through that throughout the summer to this point. Noting the presentation that the superintendent did on September 3rd, and then from that point also a public hearing on September 12th. There were several ways that offered the opportunity for public to continue to give feedback. This has been a tenet of the process throughout since February. The opportunity for this to be very transparent, the opportunity for us to gather community feedback in a variety of ways. After the superintendent shared his recommended proposal, an online portal was opened and closed on September 20th. The September 9th regular business meeting also offered the opportunity for the public to give feedback. The September 12th public hearing offered that opportunity. And then, of course, emails that you received and staff received were all part of that input feedback that was gathered. So what did that look like? 82 comments were gathered on the online portal. 27 emails were gathered that were sent to the board and to the staff. We had one speaker who spoke to you at your regular meeting on September 9th, and 23 speakers who shared comments and feedback at your public hearing on September 12th. What were some of the major themes of concern that arose from that? Transportation and attendance line questions were scattered throughout this feedback. This also will come out as part of the normal process. Dr. Grimsey noted a transportation efficiency review that takes place. As part of this process, we'll see a lot of that connecting to those questions and able to answer some of those questions through that normal review process. We saw comments and concerns of the split of the number 6 neighborhood. We saw questions that arose and comments on Longleaf Drive and Village Acres neighborhoods moved to West Pine Elementary. Had some questions and comments around the placement of the new development that's known as Blake Village at Pinehurst Elementary School. We had some comments on the Southern Pines students being sent to Cranes Creek Middle. We had some questions, some comments around allowable transfers and which connect to some of the theater pattern comments and questions that were received. And then we had comments and concerns around the move of the Eagle Springs community to Northern Moore, or Area 2. So these were some of the major areas, major themes of concern that arose from the feedback that was received. So that sums up this overall summary and review of the feedback that's been received, and certainly open to any questions that you may have at this time.
Mr. Locklear, or Dr. Locklear, I don't have any questions about it, having had the opportunity to read through all this massive amount of information. I just wanted to say thank you to Cindy Parker,
Absolutely.
who has spent what must have been hours collating and documenting and getting it all out to us so that we could be sure that everyone on the board had ample access to every piece of information that came in.
Yes, ma'am. We're very fortunate to have it, no doubt.
Any other questions or comments? I agree, Ms. Carter, that it was a lot of information and very well laid out for us to look at. Thank you. Nothing else?
With your permission, Madam Chair?
Yes, we have more to do.
For this next item, excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chair. For this next item, we'll invite Mike Miller and Laura Evans to join John Barath to review a selection of technical adjustments based on some of the information that Dr. Locklear has shared, but also on the ongoing work of final refinement of what we can and can't do from a transportation standpoint. We felt as though we'd gotten that pretty much, we did get that above the 90% level with the recommended plan a month ago, but that work has continued, and there were some further refinements as you'll see. What I'd like to ask the board to do, if you all would, is allow the group to introduce, I believe it's about seven technical adjustments, recommended technical adjustments, review those, and then as we transition to the next phase where you think in terms of whether or not you have interest in amending the plan based on this and perhaps other conversation you have. That's the reason why we have the table located where we do. So if you let them present the technical adjustments, then if there's a need for the board to gather around, look at maps, we can continue the conversation about the technical adjustments as we transition then into any other amendments you're considering. Is that
That sounds
still
good.
with your comfort? Again, this is a different approach that we take because this is a different challenge that is before us here, and we want to make sure it's as transparent as possible. So with that, John Barath, I'll turn it over to you and the panel to review these technical adjustments.
Thank you, Dr. Grimsey. Good morning, everybody. And that's what this is. This was, again, a further refinement of the transportation solutions as we went through each boundary attendance area line and confirmed again the sequence and flow of efficient travel for bus transportation. We're going to start here with the first item, and what you have in your packet is on the executive summary sheet is you have a schedule of each of the technical adjustments are being presented to you. And I'll be presenting each slide. And just as we've done before in the past, the slide on the left would represent, in this case, the superintendent's recommended plan. The slide on the right will indicate the technical correction. At the bottom of the slide, what you'll see is a student impact statement. And the student impact statement here in this case, for example, reads 0 middle school, because this adjustment in particular is just a middle school attendance boundary area. And it would identify the school that in the superintendent's plan was assigned to and the technical adjustment for proposed what it would be assigned to. Everyone make sense on that?
It's
Very
not
good.
against the current, it's based on the superintendent's proposed plan. So these are amendments to the superintendent's proposed plan.
That is correct. And at the bottom, again, below that statement, you see this impact is based on the school year 18-19 geocode data. Again, that's all the information that Numerics has been working with throughout this entire process was the previous year. So this represents 18-19 data, okay? So in this case, Williams Road, it's a middle school adjustment, and this is a technical correction from, you've heard the reference of braking planning units, and that's in this case what it is. And the intention for efficiency of bus circulation and where turnaround location would be, which is shift the middle school attendance line that's indicated in the superintendent's plan on the left towards the east to line up all the way into Midland Road. And this again has a 0 impact in 18-19 data to middle school students.
Any questions? Okay, thank you, John.
Very good. The next one regards Cox Road. This is located down in the Southern Pines area. Cox Road intersects Murray Hill Road. And again, this is a similar situation where we have a planning unit that we had to break to encompass all of Cox Road instead of breaking Cox Road. And so on the left, you can see how the middle school assignment comes across the top of Cox Road, and where the proposed technical adjustment has it capturing all of Cox Road down to Murray Hill. And again, this is just an efficiency for transportation. The impact to this from last year's geocode data is 1 middle school student, and that'd be from the superintendent's recommended Southern Middle School to Cranes Creek Middle School. Any questions on this one? Okay. The next one is out on the west end of the county. This is out on Holly Grove Church Road. On the left, again, is the superintendent's recommendation. You can see how the west end, excuse me, the west end attendance area breaks Holly Grove Church Road, and for transportation efficiencies, the intent was always to capture all of Holly Grove Church Road. And so you can see on the right how the proposed technical correction captures all of the road. Also, if you look on the superintendent's recommended plan, on the left, you can see a small street on the south side of 211 Hayes Road, which is towards the west of where Holly Grove Church Road intersects with 211. And so for efficiency on a bus that would need to pick up a child there to go to a safe turnaround location up 211, on the right you can see how the recommended technical adjustment extends that attendance area up to 11 to that safe turnaround point. And that falls short of 705 going north to Robbins. And so this has an impact to elementary, middle, and high school, because this is that boundary line that has been established to break. And on the impact, again on 1819 data, it's 15 elementary, 3 middle, and 3 high. And these students would be going from what was recommended to be Robbins, Alice, and Northmore to now to West End, West Pine, and Pinecrest.
Are these students currently going to Robbins or to West End?
Currently, they are attending West End.
Okay, thank you.
I would caution board members to always think in terms of the superintendent's recommended plan, because you'll go crazy. We disciplined ourselves to make sure that we always were talking about the superintendent's recommended plan, but it's still a good question, Dr. Brown. Just want to make sure none of the other board members get confused. Any other questions on Holly Grove Church Road?
Mr. Brown, this is just for point of clarification here. So when the line is redrawn and we see how jagged it is going up across the county, does that follow property lines or geographic features or just what to keep it from being a straight line?
Defer to Mr. Miller on that one,
This
John.
would be Mr. Miller's response.
All right, Mr. Miller.
Yes, it follows real estate parcel lines.
And is that roadway, I mean, the Holly Grove Church Road, is that sort of the cutoff between?
It means, when we follow the parcel lines, what it means is that parcels that are addressed to Holly Grove Church Road are
Okay.
included in here. So the lines, as you're looking at them, the new lines, are expanded beyond the road itself, just to make sure we get all the real estate parcels that are addressed to that road.
Okay.
And any residents that might be in those parcels.
For the most part, they would front Holly Grove Church Road.
Correct.
Yeah. And these would be sort of the back parts of their, the unusually shaped line that you see there is sort of the backs of the properties that front Holly Grove Church Road.
Holly Grove School Road.
Excuse me, yeah, I'm sorry, School Road, right. Okay, with your permission, proceed. Mr. Brath.
To the north, west part of the county, along NC 2427, on the left in the superintendent's recommended plan, you can see a slight anomaly where the attendance area proposed attendance area for Westmore crosses a little bit over 2427 and then jumps back. Again, this is just anomaly of planing unit break. And so on the right, you can see the proposed technical adjustment, which cleans that up to follow right along 2427. This impact is 1 elementary is with last year's geocode data and 0 middle. That is in the superintendent's plan assigned to Westmore Elementary, would be going to Robbins and Alice.
Any questions? That's a classic technical adjustment. That was one that we actually kind of missed.
Yes.
Mr. Brath, next one.
Another classic. This is a unique situation where on the left with the superintendent's recommended plan, you can see how little planning segment of the, I'm not sure what color that is on the bottom. I'm a little colorblind. Someone help me. Pink, thank
Mauve.
you. I hear too many colors. I'm more the first one. She said pink. Is that you can see how it crosses north over the road and then quickly dips back down again. This is again where it was tied to a creek bed area, a small river creek bed, and crossed and came back. That was not at all the intention. The intention was to come up and cut off short of the road. And so you see in the technical adjustment how that's been done, and this has no impact to any students because there are no developments for homes in that area.
And board members, in Ohio, it's a crick. Many of us call it creek.
All
I was going to ask.
Continue, Mr. Barath, if you may.
Over on the east side of the county, when we took a look at our efficiency routing here, and this is kind of tied to two issues across here. It's Coles Mill and Old River Road both. I'm going to present them both kind of together. One thing we did find is that, as you can see on the left with the superintendent's recommended plan, you can see how the attendance area between High Falls and between Carthage break down at the middle of a road. And that means that a bus for High Falls traveling from the north has to travel south down that road. And when they hit the boundary point, there's no turnaround location, so they must continue south until they can find a safe turnaround location. And the same occurs with the bus traveling north for the Carthage area on that road would then have to proceed and continue until they could find a safe turning location. Now, we do have buses throughout the district that do cross a little over into other attendance areas, but we minimize those so that it maintains an efficient operation, because in some cases you have to find a safe turning point, and that may mean you go just a little bit into the adjacent attendance area. But in these cases, these roads were all being broken in the middle, which was not efficient, and so when we took another look at it from efficiency modeling, we identified that the efficient locations would be at the intersections up at Coles Mill and Brady, where they, and over on the east side where it intersects with Glen and Carthage Road. So you can see on the right the proposed technical adjustment and how that would simplify that efficiency. The impact here is 5 elementary students, 7 middle, and 6 high school students, and they would be changing from the superintendent's recommended High Falls and Northmore to Carthage, New Century, and Union Pines. Now, if you would, I'm going to jump to the next one at the same time, because it's all kind of the same area.
Open up for questions on both of them at
Yes.
that point. Yeah.
And this is what's the Old River Road area. And on what we found, if you look on the superintendent's recommended map on the left, it sort of made sense on where the break points were. They were close on those for the High Falls attendance area for circulation. However, one thing we came to learn is on the upper right corner of the superintendent's map, it's not labeled, there's a thin line that starts to head up towards the northeast. That is Underwood Road. And that road, a long time ago, we went down that road to pick some students up before, but there's a 1-lane bridge up on the north side before you get to Harrington. And that we determined was an unsafe situation for that road to travel. And so we do not go up that road anymore. And so by removing that ability to use that road as a circulation pattern out there, it impacted our ability to come and pick up the students that are down along Old River and Wadsworth Road area down there. So in the proposed technical correction, we had to make a solution that was efficient for bus routing and loop to pick up students and take them to the school within a timely manner. And so we ended up taking a look at that area, and without Underwood Road connection, we had to cut off the transportation over off of the left side of the technical correction proposed map. You can see where you have Glen and Carthage Road coming down from the north and then heading out west or east out Old River Road. So this impact has 9 elementary, 6 middle, and 10 high school students, again, that would have been in the superintendent's recommendation assigned to High Falls, Northmore, and would now be assigned in the proposed technical adjustment to Carthage, New Century, and Union Pines. So that those lines all kind of work their way across one to the other, so I wanted to present them both and let you look at those before you asked any questions.
Do we have any students on Underwood Road right now?
No, we don't.
Okay. My next question was, how do they get to school, if not on the school bus? But if there are no students, then it's not an issue at this point. I've driven these roads. I will say it's very difficult to get around, and I was looking at, I hadn't driven on that one, but I was looking to see how folks could get to which schools And it's challenging in that part of the county, I will say,
No matter where you go.
no matter where you go. Yeah, so,
Especially for bus routes and trying to get turned around, as John mentioned.
And Underwood is a state-maintained dirt road.
I didn't know they did that. Okay. Okay.
With your permission, Madam Chair, one more?
Please.
Mr. Barath.
This is again returning to down at the southeastern part of the county. This is an area between McDeeds Creek and Southern Pines Elementary School in the superintendent's recommended plan. This is Young's Road is coming left to right on the superintendent's plan where, bless you, where it says a legend for what the colors identify. So that's Young's Road to give you an orientation. You see a lot of named roads connecting that heading south into Connecticut Road, and then a large expanse, and then you have Fort Bragg Road. So those are your east-west roads there. When we went through the efficiency routing here, those cross roads that connect Young's Road to Connecticut are sand roads, and we cannot traverse across those with our buses. And so for the McDeeds Creek circulation for bus efficiency, they would be coming down Young's Road, heading towards the west, go into the Southern Pines community area, come down, whether it's May Street or other streets, and then come back up and out and connect onto Connecticut, run up Connecticut out to the east, heading towards Fort Bragg Base, and then turn. As soon as you leave Moore County, there's a turn point where it connects to Fort Bragg Road. Come back on Fort Bragg Road, come back into Southern Pines, go down Indiana, back again to May Street, traversing across to get back eventually into the McDeeds Creek attendance area. Again, this is an example, as I explained earlier, that yes, while we recognize sometimes buses have to go into the adjacent attendance area, this is extreme. And so it's inefficient to route that way. And so in looking at this, it was determined that it was more efficient to move Connecticut and Fort Bragg into the Southern Pines attendance area. And to do that, what we did was those cross-connecting named streets between Young's and between Connecticut, we split in the middle. And then those, we then assigned the north part to McDeeds Creek and the southern part of those to Southern Pines, and that makes the transportation much more efficient to cross there. And the impact in that area for elementary is 7 elementary students that were in the superintendent's recommendation assigned to McDeeds Creek, and the technical correction going to Southern Pines Elementary School. Any questions on that one?
I'm afraid on this one, I don't understand why not just go all the way up to Young's Road
Good question.
For the Southern Pines
to
attendance
take them
area,
all into
go up
Southern
there.
Pines,
To come up to Young's Road and capture that for Southern Pines, then I'm sending the bus out Young's Road, and what you can't see off to this map, but you'll see on the table down here for the attendance areas, when you come here, you'll see that to extend all the way out there, I would have to at some point turn around again and come back and back up, coming down the same road again. So that's not as efficient as the McDeeds Creek route, which would come down Young's Road and continue picking up kids as it turns towards the northwest.
As with most of these technical adjustments, they're related, specific to what makes sense in terms of bus routing.
Correct.
And seeing all this land here, it tells me that there really is, there's a lot of land here, not a lot of families in this particular adjustment.
7 elementary school children.
A lot of
going-
horses.
Going back to.
A lot of horses.
yeah,
A lot of
going-
horses.
going- 7 children going back to Southern Pines from the superintendent's recommendation that they go to McDeeds Creek.
John, excuse me, I had a question. I thought we were going to wait till after for all the questions, but my question is simple. For the Williams Road and Cox Road changes, are there any split feeder patterns involved? In other words, patterns where they're going to a different middle school or high school or elementary school?
I'm gonna bring the map back out so everyone can see what you're talking about there, Mr. Dennison.
Yeah. You know what I mean by that?
Yes, and then what you can see here is that the Williams Road in the superintendent's recommended plan is currently recommended to be in the Southern Pines attendance area, and then would be going to Cranes Creek.
No, Southern Pines, wait a minute. It's a Southern Middle versus Cranes Creek, or Southern Pines versus McDeed's Creek. So you meant to say Southern Middle.
Right.
I'm sorry then. Thank you. It is in the Cranes Creek, and it'd be assigned to go to the Southern Middle.
Okay.
There are no high school lines in this vicinity.
Okay. Cranes Creek then, that's not split as far as I'm concerned. And how about the Cox Road?
Same situation there.
Okay, no, other than McDeed's Creek. Okay, good, thanks.
That one student currently is scheduled to go to Southern Middle School. That one student would go to Cranes Creek.
That's correct.
There's not much on that road, plus it's a dirt road. So.
Now, board members, it stands to reason that you've been seeing with each one of these adjustments that there's certain numbers of children that were recommended to go to certain schools in the superintendent's plan that will now go to different schools. And so provided in the presentation are the data tables that enable you to see what that impact is. And so for that, I'll come back to the panel to review the key elements of these data tables that show us what the impact of these technical adjustments would be, and allow the board to evaluate if they are suitable.
Thank you. And then, as Dr. Grimsey said, you have here, just like has been presented in each time we've come before the board, the same methodology for the data table. So we broke it out into the elementary, middle, and high school. So starting with the elementary, you can see at the top, in this case, is the superintendent's recommended plan. And below that is the proposed technical adjustments and showing any impacts between those. So, for example, when you're reading through the top in the superintendent's recommended plan, you will see that the High Falls attendance area in the superintendent's recommended plan for utilization of 2022 to 23 is 85%, and in 24-25 is 87%. When you come down to the technical corrections being proposed, you will see that High Falls in 2022-2023 is 79%, and in 2024-2025 is 81%. So that is a change of 6 percentage points there. And as we go through you go through the chart, you will see these comparisons running down there from one to the other.
John, could we stay at High Falls for just a minute?
Yes.
So I could just add my 2 cents on that. We made the choice to not include the current table simply because there's just so much data. At some point, you got to make a decision not to do it. But when I reviewed this PowerPoint presentation, I pulled out my past table. I looked back to the current. And although at High Falls, we decreased the percentage by 5 or 6 points in each one of those years, we are still better off than current. So the desired outcome was that High Falls, Westmore, Robbins would be able to educate more children. That's still the case. It's just not as many. Okay, so we do have improvement. It's just not as
much of an improvement.
Not as much of an improvement. And I applied that test to all of these when I went through. And we can, during the course of our subsequent conversation to come, we could drill down and get that information for you if you want to know. But I think it's notable that although High Falls drops by 5 or 6 points here, it is still better than what the projection was under current. Thanks, John.
And then right above that, you can see, for example, the impact of Carthage. So in the superintendent's plan, Carthage in 22-23 was at 91%. And then in the technical adjustments, Carthage goes up to 95%. There are also adjustments that happens at Robbins. Robbins in the superintendent's recommended plan for 22-23 is at 72%. And in the proposed technical adjustments is at 69%, a change of 3 percentage points. Now, not everything has large impacts. Some are just 1%, such as Southern Pines Elementary, you'll see has a 1% change between the superintendent's plan and the technical adjustments. And then West End Elementary School, in the superintendent's recommended plan for school year 22-23 was at 97%, and the technical proposed adjustments at 22-23 is at 100%. So you can see that while some of these technical adjustments have small impact, in some areas they have a greater impact, and you see those numbers again also due to the size of the school as well. It's a lot of data to take in front of you right now.
And that same trend that I noted with High Falls carries through with these schools, where we're looking to see higher percentage utilization at High Falls and Robbins. We still achieve that, just not quite as much as we had hoped.
It does put a strain on West End Elementary, though.
As we've noted, there's just no way around at this point any students we put into West End. You know, your best case scenario prior to any other amendments to be considered, we got West End down as far as we could with the superintendent's recommended plan at, and even then it was still at 97, 101, and 106 over that period of time. The only other way to go farther than that was to start splitting the Seven Lakes communities. To go any lower than that, you actually have to go into those communities and start splitting them to get any lower than that. So with West End, if you start putting children back in, those numbers just start to increase. So even with the technical adjustments, with the technical adjustments, we're now at 100%, which is where West End is now, and there's no projections that tell us West End's going to go down. So there can be some arguments about how dramatically up it's going to go, but there's nobody who can argue that it's going to go down. And so now the best case scenario for West End before any other amendments are considered is 100, 104, and 110.
Yeah, it just goes to show that West End is one of the critical points in this plan.
And I'll just say, I've got the current here in front of me. West End under current by 2022, if projections hold from the last couple of years, could be as high as 117, 224, 124, and 228, 131.
And that's if we do nothing.
That's if we do nothing.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that would be good to keep in mind as we continue the conversation. I know we have more conversation to come about that as we go forward.
That's right.
Still an improvement, but over what exists today.
Correct.
The point is that with Carthage, we were able to bring some children back into Carthage without overloading it. We were able to bring some children into West End without making it too bad. You know, it's not as good. And at the same time with Robbins and High Falls, we were able to keep from compromising our intent to better utilize those facilities.
Mm-hmm.
And unless board members have seen any, John or Laura or Mike, anybody else, I don't think we created any problems. I think we sort of mitigated our success a little bit with a couple of schools, but at no place did we compromise the desired outcome.
And I do think some questions that we had gotten from the public in email and in person, I think some of these cover. Not that they were intended to cover, but they do address some of the issues, and transportation seems to have been the rationale for that.
In the case of those comments, it's fair to say that those folks were thinking the same way we were. We just had to get to that place where we could show how it tied specifically to transportation efficiencies.
And that's correct.
But if a parent goes online at this point and puts their address in on, say, Holly Grove School Road, it's not going to show the recommendation. It's still going to show the superintendent's recommendation as it was
That's correct.
presented in September.
It's because we have not voted on anything
On
just
any
yet.
of it.
Yeah.
So,
But I will say, even if you do vote on it today, we're going to be lucky to have your maps and tables ready for next week. We don't think we're going to be able to go in there and make sure that.
parents shouldn't panic if this
Yeah,
is approved.
Of correct me if I'm wrong.
No, it's going to take some time, again, to make these adjustments.
Yeah,
in the program.
to that feature.
Yes.
Yeah, the feature that parents use to identify where they are is not going to include any more changes until after the board acts on the complete plan. And then we'll update it at that point.
Good point.
Yes?
Yes, absolutely, because we'll have to also create a separate one also for the interim period.
All right, anything else from the panel? Mike,
middle school,
Laura, John?
again.
Yeah, okay.
We have the middle school data, it's presented the same as before. The schools that have any impact change to the numbers in them are going to be Alice, High Falls, and New Century. And you can see those in there, whereas Alice goes from a superintendent's plan to the technical corrections, a 2% change down. High Falls goes from the superintendent's recommended plan to the technical corrections, about 12% down, and that's from 105% in the recommended plan to 93% in the technical adjustments. And New Century goes up 2 percentage points. The others held where they were.
And as a K-8 school, how do you determine the enrollment for K-5 versus 6-8?
I use an average proportion between those grades, between K-5 and 6-8. When we presented the superintendent's recommendation, you'll recall that those were combined for that presentation. When you split them apart, the capacities are small, so you may see larger proportional changes, but when you put the K-8s all together, it balances out.
And then the last chart we have is the high school chart. There it is. And really the only impact to this one was the Northmore, where you can see utilization in 22-23 was 82%, and the technical adjustments at 79%.
And this is another area where if you go back to the current, we've made an improvement, it looks like, over the current. It's just not as much of an improvement as
That's
the
correct.
superintendent's plan had hoped. Okay.
I didn't want to take up any more time. I would have repeated myself with all three of them, but applied the same rule with each one. Anything else from the panel?
That's it at this time.
Mr. Miller,
Any
Ms.
more
Evans,
questions?
anything to add? Board members, any other questions about the proposed technical adjustments?
I don't have a question, but I would like to commend the staff for delving into this in the detail that they did to find these technical corrections that need to be made so that we get a plan out there that's right if we elect to go forward with it. Good job.
Mr. Miller, from your previous experience in other districts, these types of corrections, are they always made before the board acts?
No, sir. In districts, often in districts of this size, the board will approve a plan before the end of the year, let's say. And then it's transportation's responsibility to find these things and make adjustments after the fact. I can't say that that's true with all districts, but most of the ones that I have dealt with of comparable size, that's how they do things.
So are you suggesting that we're a little ahead of the game on that?
A little ahead of the game.
Thank you. Madam Chair, at some point in the process that you will guide, the staff will look forward to some sort of dispensation on the part of the board with regard to these proposed adjustments. And so we'll leave the next phase of item 2C into your hands, and the staff remains at the board's service as you all discuss these and any other amendments the board wishes to consider.
My proposal would be that we look at the amendments again in board action under 3A, and we'll come back to the technical amendments in terms of looking at them as a package for approval at that time. I do think this is probably the right time to go to the next segment, which is
Yes, ma'am.
2C. And what I've asked is that we could move down to these tables here so that we're closer to staff and that we can all sit together at the table. I think so that we can see the screens, it might be best if board members are sitting on the side where you're sitting now, Laura, so you'll have to move, Laura and Mike. And it also has to do with the cameras and everything. We have it all set up, I think. We want to make sure that the public who's watching can also see what they can see. And why don't we take maybe 3 minutes to get
Oh,
settled?
yes, ma'am. Yeah, I would
We'll just
encourage
take
that.
a
And- But
break.
before everybody does that, I am predicting there'll be a time where some people will want to stand up and congregate. The only thing we'd ask you to do is be mindful, we have a camera in that corner over there and a camera in this corner. So if you could just be sensitive to the audience at home and just maybe, every now and then, we gently might ask you to scoot to the left or the right to make sure that the cameras can look into the middle. We also have microphones on each end and in the middle, and that shouldn't be a problem as long as you're talking into the table. If you talk away from the table, we may not be able to pick it up. But that, Ms. Murphy, unless there's anything else, I think that's the only coaching we need to offer for that.
And then clarity that there are maps on the table. Are those maps that have the recommended technical adjustments
No, ma'am.
on them? Or
No,
are
we-
those the current
Yeah,
superintendent's
the only,
plan?
what you'll be able to do is take, we've got paper versions of the PowerPoint that we can have down that you can hold up. If you want to see the technical adjustment on the larger map, we'll take the paper version of the technical adjustment, hold it up close to it so that you can kind of
Just so we know it's there. Just so we know that's there.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, well, I propose we take a few minutes to get settled. We'll take a short recess. Grab your papers, your binders. See you down there.
You have to use the gavel, Madam Chair.
All right, I call the meeting back to order. Are we all comfortable? I appreciate you making a change, and I appreciate staff setting this up so that we can have more of an intimate conversation and have an opportunity to dialogue together, and I think it's just better to do that when we're close together. And let us know if it works online and everything. I want to make sure folks can follow along as well. Before we start this section, I do want to thank all of you, particularly the board members, staff too, but board members, for all the important work you've done with redistricting for the past 8 months. And Mr. Weaver, I will say that you have dived in the past month, and I appreciate your attention to the matter and how much effort you've spent getting up to speed. So thank you for that. I appreciate all the time that you've spent studying the plans for all of you, talking with parents and community members, listening at various forums, driving to all corners of the county, reviewing feedback, and being attentive to the needs of all of our schools and all of our students in the district. This is important and challenging work, and you have each shown courage and thoughtfulness through difficult conversations. This morning, I am asking for your continued energy as we discuss the superintendent's plan and any possible amendments that we would like to offer. As you recall, Dr. Grimsey presented the superintendent's proposed multi-year student assignment plan during our work session on September 3rd. We held a public hearing on September 12th, and we've also been collecting feedback from the public through an online portal from September 4th to September 20th. Board members and staff have also collected and received a lot of emails, and I appreciate Dr. Locklear in sharing the statistics of all the feedback that we have gotten between September 3rd and now. During the past month, I know that each of you have been considering the proposed plan and reviewing the public input in detail. The purpose of this agenda segment, as Dr. Grimsey laid out earlier, is to review possible changes to the superintendent's plan. By the end of this discussion, I hope that we will have generated a list of potential amendments or reviewed potential amendments. We would then vote on any of these potential amendments during board action in our next agenda item, which would be agenda item 3A. So the purpose of this time is to really spend some time discussing what we would like to consider. Those amendments, if passed, would then be the basis of the plan that is presented to us on October 14th. I've spent some time reviewing all the feedback. I've looked at the themes that Dr. Locklear has looked at. I've talked with each of you individually. I've talked with Dr. Grimsey. And I have a list of suggested topics that I would like us to consider just to help frame our discussion today, because we need to organize our way through this discussion and how we spend the next time together. So Ms. Caldwell has the pen. She sat in the place of honor since I don't have very nice handwriting, and I think she has teacher handwriting. I'm going to ask you to just write down our topics, what I am proposing for our topics today, and this will serve as our agenda. I just want to put them down on the paper. And do we need to move that so that can be seen?
Yeah, do we need to move the flip chart, guys?
You can see it off to the left side of the image, so.
On that camera there?
If we turn it this way a little bit, might be able to. Is that better?
Yep.
Come forward, Right there? Right there.
As long as we can see it too.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
That's part of it, all right.
Can you guys see it?
The way I've thought about this is to take it from the minute street level all the way up to a more general conversation. So if you see the order, that's why the order was put in this way. Obviously we can change it, but my thoughts are to start with some of the comments that we've received about Longleaf Drive West. So just put number 1 next to that. So let's number these.
Do I need to go bigger? Much bigger. All right, let's do this.
We'll do the best we can.
Yeah.
We'll just keep reiterating where we
Is
are.
that better? No?
That's all right. Okay. Well,
Yeah. Okay.
number 2 would be Pinehurst number 6. volunteering to do this. Otherwise, it was going to be Dr. Locke.
Be rid of that.
Mine might go up. I don't go straight lines.
Number 3, Blake Village. Number 4, Eagle Springs. Number 5, assignment changes. And what I meant by this, you can just write assignment changes. What I meant by this is that we received a lot of emails specifically about the public having questions or concerns about moving from one school to another. So from West Pine to Pinehurst, or Pinehurst to Southern Pines, or Southern Middle to Cranes Creek, those types of things. So to me, that's a grouping of those kinds of feedback that we got. Number 6 would be split feeder. And then number 7, transfers. And that was my last one.
Because I ran out of it.
Yeah, that was. Does this list work for you all?
It does.
There's a lot here, but
Yes.
Yeah,
I think we cover almost everything with that.
yeah.
Is there anything that we're missing? Or does this cover everything?
Actually, I think some of the ones that I had on my list have already been addressed
Oh,
with the technical changes.
well, that's good to know.
So I have already crossed those off on my list.
Well, great.
Yeah.
Well, we're almost there. So I just want to remind us that the goal would be for us to discuss each of these together as a group, because this will be our first opportunity to do this, for the 7 of us to do this. And this is also a time to ask for clarifications from either staff or from our consultants, so we appreciate you being here again today. At the end of each of these topics, so once we finish, for instance, with number 1, what I will ask you all is, should we consider this for an amendment? I don't want to vote on the amendment at this point, but should we bring an amendment to the 3rd, to item 3A when we get to that point? And it's just a consensus about whether or not we should propose it as an amendment or not. Does that make sense? So we're not voting, we don't have to stake our position at that point, it's just, has the discussion led us to a point where we should potentially consider an amendment? And we'll do that as we go through each one of these. We'll break whenever we need to. You know when to give me the sign.
Question.
Yes.
Because we saw so many comments about Olmsted Village, is that part of Pinehurst 6, or is that part of?
You're talking about Oakmont. Those are
Oakmont, I mean,
Oakmont
Oakmont
circles. We would talk about that, I think, under assignment changes.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, and that is in the lake area, Lake Pinehurst area.
Okay.
I was
couldn't
going to bring
remember
that up.
before.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up. So I'm sorry, we can talk about that in number 5 under assignment changes.
Okay.
So we have a lot of resources here. I've said, including staff. Some of you brought your binders, it looks like, and we can share if we need to. And this is the superintendent's plan. Mr. Barath will be able to zoom in on specific areas of the map, so he gets to stay standing the whole time. And that's my thought for this area, this segment of the agenda. Sounds good?
Yes.
All right, ready to dive in? All right, Mr. Barath, why don't you pull up Longleaf Drive West? It's in Village Acres, which is north of 211 near Olmsted Village. So if you look at it where the green meets the violet, whichever color that is.
Yep, it's very purple.
That road that comes in off of Rattlesnake on the left is Longleaf Drive, and the way it's cut currently, the question has been asked about including Longleaf Drive West in the Pinehurst Elementary district, which would be green, rather than having it go to West Pine Elementary? That was the question.
I drove that neighborhood over the weekend to, to see how the breakdown was. And I looked at those two little cross streets as well, which turn out to just be backyards for people. No houses that actually face those two little cross streets. It is very definitely a part of the gun club area, gun club community, and would make good sense to just pull the whole road in. I feel like that's another one of those technical areas that could have possibly come as a recommendation just from busing, but it makes sense to just continue right on down Longleaf. And
how many families are on that? What would be the impact?
Along Longleaf Road proper, there are 10 elementary children, based on last year's geocode that began.
I would say that the very extension there, the squiggly line is, I would consider that part of Longleaf Drive. I don't think it has the same name. You see what I'm talking? Yeah, right there. It's a cul-de-sac. It goes into a cul-de-sac, but you can only get in and out of it from being on Longleaf.
If I was going to entertain assignment change, I would want to include that.
Yeah. We do have to.
So basically, you're talking with where the pointer is, all the way down to, as he's going all the way down and to right there, you're saying to take that into Pinehurst?
I know that's something I've heard
Yes.
Okay.
as a
so
recommendation.
from part of the green.
Okay,
Yeah, it would
Okay.
move into the green. There's no middle school
Okay.
impacts. It's just an elementary school impact.
okay,
It's just to keep all of
okay,
Village Acres going to one school.
okay.
And
You
the
use
road
the
right
term-
next to that is
That's Murdoch School.
Yeah.
Right.
And is Murdochsville is on over, right?
That's the big, the long one there.
Yeah,
And they're not
Yeah.
connected, even though it looks like
right,
that, they're not.
right.
Well,
Yeah.
those side roads do
They do
come
cut
in.
through.
They do cut through, but there's been, in the past 2 or 3 years, a number of infill development on that side.
Right.
That is going up Murdochsville, and then on the left-hand side, there's actually a new townhome community coming in
Mhm.
as well.
There are 28 houses between Centennial and
Mhm.
211
Yeah.
on Murdochsville Road.
And so at this time, the impact would be 10 elementary children.
Yes, 10 that are currently under the superintendent's plan assigned to West Pine Elementary.
Okay.
This would be potentially going back to Pinehurst.
Pinehurst, that is correct.
If we included this, then, since we're having to move a lot of kids out of West Pine Elementary, this would, in effect, be doing the same thing. And Pinehurst, 10 years down the road, looks better off than Weston Elementary, so it's sad if we're going to get kids out of it.
I think we should place this as potential amendment to the assignment plan.
What do you all think? Should we consider this one?
I would say, yeah.
Could you put a circle around it or something?
How
I
about
have
a
a question.
star?
Whatever you want to do.
Gretchen
A
Pond,
different color.
and I may have been told this before, but I want to be sure I understand. The 166 houses that are going into Gretchen Pines, which would be in West Pines Elementary, was that included in the recommendations, the membership charts?
No,
It was not, so,
We learned of that about a month ago.
okay, so there's going to be some additional
Yes, sir.
going into West Pines Elementary
Mhm.
from Gretchen Pond.
Yes, sir.
And do you know what those numbers were? Or how they-
Yes, using a comparable subdivision from this area, we calculate about 37 K-5 students to be added to West Pine. That's upon build-out, too.
can be 5 to 10 years from now.
Yeah, I would suspect the shorter of the two, yeah, for this one, yes, yeah.
And the discussion around that is that if we move students out of West Pine Elementary, that
You're still,
we
you're
still have
moving
growth there. We still
growth
have growth.
opportunities there. Actually, we have a lot more growth opportunities along 211.
Right.
There's a lot of vacant land there, and there's a lot of proposals over the years now, which may materialize. But, I don't think we will be hurting ourselves
Really
by
moving there.
leaving a little bit of that.
And so, Mr. Breath, on a bus route then would be able to come down, all the way down Longleaf, pick up all along the way, turn around in the cul-de-sac and come back out.
That's correct.
We need to be sure that we understand that this does not include the lots along Murdochsville, or does it?
I see it just being Longleaf Drive and that little extension, not Murdochsville. That's how, I would really limit it to that, just because there's so much growth right now on Murdochsville.
Continuing to grow.
Continuing, yeah. And it's a good break, and actually, if you go further up past Centennial and, there are other developments up there that are going to West Pine already using Murdochsville Road. Right, so if you keep going up, yeah, all of that is already in, the current, and I know we shouldn't do that, but that's already in the current West Pine Elementary District. Hawthorne up there and some of those. So this would just make it a straight line that way.
That would have no impact on transportation, bus routing or anything.
No, it will not.
All right, so Ms. Carter asked or suggested that this be one we consider at our next agenda item for potential amendment.
Yeah.
You got a different color. Okay. All right. All right, that one seemed easy. I don't think they're all going to be like that. Number 6. Let's go to Pinehurst number 6. In the superintendent's plan, part of Pinehurst number 6, which is in the violet there on the right, would go to West Pine Elementary using Juniper Creek as the transportation, making a direct shot over, and half of it would stay in Pinehurst Elementary School. We've received numerous emails and comment about this. What is the board's interest in this area?
Now, what was the impact, again, with this one as far as the students?
58 K-5 students.
Okay.
I definitely understand why we pulled out, due to balance and efficiency. I've driven through there, and it's a little unique, this community, in that it only has two entrances and exits.
Mm-hmm.
And I think if there's a strong case from a community aspect under the guiding principles, this would probably be the strongest case because of that. It does affect the membership in the schools that are affected quite a bit. So we got to keep that in mind.
I mean, I think I agree too. I think there is only one in and one out pretty much in that neighborhood. I totally accepted and understood why we did do that and agreed with it. But after, looking at and hearing all the public comments and knowing that they are a neighborhood, I agree. I think we should keep them together. And I think, of course, we have that Jello aspect, right? So it's going to affect something else. But I think with this list, there may be something that we can adjust with it too.
I too drove through some of the area over the last couple of weeks. And as we did with Whispering Pines and McDeeds Creek and looking at community-based information, even though it's going to affect membership in schools, I think if we can keep the community together, I feel better about it because it's a little difficult But like Stacy said, with the Jello effect, I'm not sure who's gonna shift where and how we're gonna shift it. It's a troublesome one for me, personally, because I see this as keeping it as a community if possible, but what are we gonna do about the overcrowding in some of the other schools? So,
I don't see it as troublesome at all. It belongs with the number 6 community.
Now, the students will be going to West Pine Elementary?
No, they would go into the Pinehurst Elementary group
Yeah.
along with the
No,
rest
no,
of
I
number
mean
6.
presently in the plan.
In the recommended plan.
Yeah.
and they would continue then.
The superintendent's plan to go to West Pine in order to
Right.
balance the numbers. Otherwise, Pinehurst is substantially over capacity.
Or, you
Well, if you look at, there was a separate chart that we put together that we presented at a subsequent meeting, and that'll show you those numbers were there. Does anybody have a copy of that slide, if you would?
September 12th public hearing.
Yeah,
That-
at the September 12th public hearing, we presented that. So it gives you an idea. You have to choose between overutilization, having Pinehurst, the brand-new Pinehurst Elementary School being overutilized substantially, or moving. We didn't make that decision lightly. It was a very hard decision because we felt as though the overutilization really went well beyond what the parameters under the guiding principles were. The only thing that I would encourage the board to consider is that you don't just blindly make this change, but you look for some way to mitigate the change, using that Jello effect. Find some other place that you can mitigate those numbers. If you put number 6 back into Pinehurst, don't assume you don't have to do anything else. Assume that you need to go look for another solution.
Well, under the present superintendent's recommendation, how many students are we moving from West Pine Elementary to Pinehurst Elementary?
58.
No,
This area.
total, that would be in the appendix of your presentation, where it, Mike, you still have that chart in there?
Again, just pointing the fact that we're gonna have to move so many kids out of there.
Well, one thing we might want to do is
Yeah, we don't.
consider this at the
That's what I
same,
said, yeah.
the same time that we talk about Blake Village.
That's what I was
You
gonna
know, and
suggest.
it might be helpful to
Yeah.
combine those conversations because,
That's what I had in mind.
because if you look at Blake Village, and maybe that's, if you don't mind, maybe we can ask the question, you know, the Jello is there, you know, how do we move, recognizing that community might be an important factor here in number 6, how do we make that offset? So what is the Lake Village estimated build out and what did you use for those numbers?
I do have some more information that might be helpful to board members. So if we calculate 58 elementary kids in the number 6 area, that would affect the utilization in 2022-23 by about 7 points, adding 7 points to Pinehurst, because they're moving back to Pinehurst. It would take about 9 points away from West Pine.
And how many kids, estimated Blake?
No, this is not Blake, this is still on number 6,
Okay.
because they're all kind of tied together. So if you look at just the number 6
This
portion,
was 22,
yes, ma'am, so we're using 22, 23 as our baseline target.
And
Let
what if we
me-
look at Blake Village and consider moving that out of Pinehurst Elementary?
Yes,
And putting that potentially at Aberdeen?
that's correct. So the figures that we have been using for Blake Village, and Blake Village was included in the forecast for the superintendent's recommendation. We're calculating about 90 elementary kids, but that's upon build-out. That's 2028 or even beyond. More or less a linear addition of kids throughout the process, probably weighted harder on the back end from what we can learn about this community. And the impact between Aberdeen, and Pinehurst Elementary Schools, since in 2028 they're going to have the same capacity of 800, the impact is the same percentage points, about 11. So this has the potential, if it builds out with 90 elementary kids at the end, to have about 11-point impact on either school.
So it could serve as a way to balance.
A counterbalance to number 6.
If we want
Yes,
to bring
ma'am.
number 6
Yes, ma'am.
back into Pinehurst and move Lake Village
To Aberdeen.
To Aberdeen.
That's correct.
Elementary.
The impact would not be seen immediately, but it would take place over time.
And it's speculative too.
That is
right?
correct.
Let's talk about Lake Village. The village committee that makes the decision on these developments did not recommend that Lake Village be approved.
So I read that article 3 times this weekend, and that I asked myself the same question. You're talking about this weekend article? It's 2 different developments. So Lake Village is in Aberdeen. Yeah.
Okay, they're talking about the.
Aberdeen is already approved.
Yeah.
And that's Blake Boulevard would be next to where the
Okay.
post office
Okay.
is?
No.
So that's different. That's a
Okay.
different, that was not approved. That's correct.
Well, what's the
not
one on Blake Road?
Not recommended.
Like
Blake-
one of the,
Blake Village is across the street from the Food Lion. Over there on 5.
Bowling alley.
The bowling alley.
yeah, that's what I mean, yeah.
Right, right.
They have
That
that-
was approved.
That one has
That
been
was
approved.
Okay, that's an
Yeah.
average.
The one this weekend was a new development off of Lake Boulevard that is not approved,
Oh,
near the post office. So it's just
He's
different.
showing us.
well, I just saw on one of our maps, we saw where the Blake Village was, I looked at. And that was by the post office.
So it's, are you circling it there? Or the-
That's the one
So,
that's not approved.
so the figures you're using are not from this one, from the other.
They're from the one, and can you put the hand on the Blake Village square right there? That one.
The other one, which is interesting, is actually already, if you go down Blake Boulevard, the one that's not approved this weekend, that one right there, that's in the Southern Pines district. So it wouldn't impact this anyway.
This
This
conversation
conversation
wouldn't
anyway.
apply.
I was confused by that too, so I had to read it 3 times.
Now, if you move Blake Village into Aberdeen, you'll have an impact on Aberdeen. And
Right.
under the superintendent's recommended plan, you can see that Aberdeen starts out in 2022 at 77% and then goes to 84% in 2024. In 2028, it goes to 103%. So if you move Blake Village into Aberdeen, it will add to overutilization, projected overutilization at Aberdeen. Now, Mr. Miller can put that into context further, okay? Just in terms of the hard numbers, that confronts you with a challenge. You're willing to overutilize Aberdeen, but maybe not some other schools. But is it really that way? Mike, when we look at Blake Village and the Martin property, what's different about those impacts as opposed to Longleaf and number 6? What opportunity does the board have here?
Let me take one of them at a time, each at a time. Blake Village, as it's described currently, is going to be a mixed-use development. In terms of student membership forecasting, those are a little bit fuzzy. I know that they're going to front-end it with apartments and then put the other more family-oriented units afterwards. Having worked in many districts where mixed use has a little more traction, I can tell you that it still is a little bit of an unknown. Some of them pick up a moderate number of students. Some of them just pick up young professionals that don't have families yet and then move somewhere else. So the impact of this is not only over the long term, meaning that these students wouldn't be fully utilized until the end of this forecast, but it's still kind of fuzzy. It's a hypothetical.
Same with Gretchen Pines.
Martin property.
I mean, but previously, when you answered the question from Mr., I'm
Oh,
linking
I'm
this
sorry.
back to a previous conversation. The numbers that we shared with Mr. Weaver are also more speculative than what we project for 2022.
Yes.
So for
Yes.
these subdivisions yet to come, we do the best we can, but, there's only so much science you can bring to that. You've got to, rely on your best projections. So if you just take that same logic and apply it to this, now, similar potential speculation.
Was Gretchen Pines a multi-use development, or was it residential?
More residential.
Yeah, I
So-
think it was,
Probably a little
yeah,
more.
yeah.
But either way,
Understand.
a subdivision that isn't built, is just been, maybe zoning has been approved, but the parcels haven't been set aside, you don't have a plan. Each of these has their own story in terms of potential.
That's right.
Getting back to Blake Village, I didn't mean to distract you, Mike, but each one has its own story. But when you look at planning, the guiding principle of planning, if there's been a consistent theme throughout this, we know that what we have in the next year to 3 or 4 weighs more heavily than beyond that. And that's where the board's opportunity is in this conversation. You have very reliable numbers along Longleaf and Pinehurst number 6. With Blakeville, the pressure that the staff felt in recommending a division of number 6 was built on our concern about Blake Village. And so by pushing Blake Village into Pinehurst, you then created pressure on our recommendation to do something to move children out of Pinehurst someplace else. If you presume that you're willing to risk that 4 to 6 year projection in order to accommodate the community interest on Pinehurst number 6, you definitely have an opportunity there. You authorize the staff to go ahead and take a moderate risk on moving Blake Village into Aberdeen, that maybe Aberdeen's numbers won't go to 113. That's a reasonable risk to take. Coming from, I think, Mike, if you
That's correct.
yes, test me on that. So when you look at these 3 together, I think that's where you see your opportunity. I would respectfully disagree with Ms. Carter. It's not that easy. You can't just say, well, it's easy for me, just put number 6 needs to stay together. It is. But that's where I would respectfully disagree. I would respectfully disagree that we can agree, but I wouldn't agree that it's easy. I think, however, if you look at Blake Village and you understand that the staff's intention was perhaps putting too much weight on that 4 to 6 year projection, you move them into Aberdeen, it's reasonable to think that maybe that won't turn out to be 113% at Aberdeen. Because we have to defend Aberdeen too. And so we can't just leave Aberdeen with 113%. However, if we look at that 113 and we say, we've got the large Martin property, and we have the potentially large village, Blake Village property, there aren't hard numbers here. It's reasonable for us to say if we have to compromise something, we'll compromise the long-term projection, not the immediate projection. And what you have in number 6 and what you have along Longleaf are immediate projections. And it is reasonable for the board to see that trade-off. I wouldn't recommend any one of those in isolation, but together, I would be comfortable making that recommendation.
I think I kind of looked at it too as what's best for the kids right now. And since we don't have kids right now in Blake Village, I felt that that would be a great transition to put Blake Village into Aberdeen. But I agree, they should go together.
Does it sound like we might want to look at 1, 2, and 3 as together as possible?
I think it's,
I think that's
1,
part of
2,
the
and
jello
3.
effect.
Yeah.
I should put a circle around them or something. Any other questions about that?
No, I'd just like to make a comment too. Can we sit here and say what we're doing, if we approve the superintendent's recommendation, that we would not have to do anything else over the next 10 years? And I'm not sure we can assume that because we don't know exactly what's going to happen. If we do, in this case, if we do decide to send them, other than what Bob recommended, we may have to, 4 or 5 years from now, make another decision on redistricting. I know we don't want to do that, but to accommodate the community thing, we just may have to have in our minds that may be something we have to do later, but it shouldn't have to be a mass thing like we're attempting to do now.
I think it would be a shame if boards of the future didn't on a regular basis look at the districts and evaluate school overcrowding or underutilization on a very regular basis. I don't know that we can, set a timetable for them and say, future boards must do it every 5 years, but they certainly should not let it go untended.
As long as it did.
I think the community should understand too, if we do decide to make some of these, recommend some of these amendments, the community needs to understand very well that this may not last forever. Because of this, we may have to make other changes several more years down the road.
I think that the same holds true if we were to adopt the superintendent's recommendation as it is. The way the growth is going in the southern part of the county, we could have a couple of new developments that nobody's heard about pop up tomorrow.
Oh, I agree, yeah, I agree with you there, John. My point is to get rid of some of this dissatisfaction we're having from the requests that we have.
I think we might also encourage more communication with our local realtors who sell houses based on school districts, without always knowing
Correct.
which district a home is located in. And so, perhaps we need to improve that line of communication. Stacy, you might be able to help us with that.
Yeah, and I don't necessarily think they push to be in a certain area. I think it's more the community hears about a certain area and that's where they want to look. But yes, I think educating them on our maps and our lines, I think that would be very beneficial. Because even if the GIS, a lot of them don't know how to use it and know where the elementary schools are. And it's so easy. It's so easy. But again, it's 700 realtors out there, so or more.
I think we can all agree that this was a monumental task to look at all of the entire county, but I think it was an important task to be done, and hopefully the next time we do this, 5 years, 10 years down the road, it wouldn't be as challenging. But we have to keep up with the growth and what the changes that are happening.
Yeah.
Just for the record, Madam Chair, if I might, the board is going to continue to work with the county commissioners on capital improvement.
Oh, yes.
And I think as we enter the final phase of this process, we know that there's a new middle school coming to the southern part of Moore County. And where that middle school is located is going to have a significant impact that's going to reverberate from West Pine Middle through Southern Middle to Cranes Creek and New Century. And so nobody should see themselves into thinking that this type of rather substantial move process is beyond the horizon. I mean, everybody knows we need another middle school. We need to finish Cranes Creek, get its classroom capacity up to its core capacity, and build another middle school. And that needs to be done probably sooner rather than later, and there's other needs. So in that context, whichever board and superintendent take on that task of long-term planning for capital needs and new construction, everyone will be more mindful of this process and understand that we may have to be here again before too much longer.
Yeah, the middle schools in Area 3 are the most critical problem with West Pine.
Well, and our high
Liquid
schools.
protection without changes.
Not forget them.
With high schools, it's not just about numbers, it's about modernization.
Right.
Union Pines and Pinecrest are quickly becoming where the Aberdeens and Southern Pine schools were. They're going to be there. They're all over 50 years old. But then there's Carthage, and there's Cameron, and there's West End, and those needs will continue to be there. But I do think the point is a good one. I hope all of us walk away from this process having learned the lesson that we just can't let this process go. I think on some regular interval, it has to be studied.
When was the last time we just done on a whole basis?
I wasn't on the board.
When the
Yeah.
high schools opened?
Yeah.
That's way too
I think
long.
Larry Upchurch would probably be the best one to be able to tell, because he goes back far enough, and I haven't had a chance to see him lately, but that'd be a question I'd like to pose to him sometime.
Well, each time we've opened a new school, they've looked at those lines for that school, but
That's
not
correct.
on the
That's
whole,
tweaked.
not on, there's, we'll have to ask Mr.
That's a good point.
That's a good question. All right, are we ready to move on?
One other comment on that. I know we just lumped those together, and I know we did that because of the Jello effect, and that doing one thing means we need to do the other. But I'd almost like to see us come back to them when we take action individually, just so that each one will be noted individually and everybody would understand exactly what we are voting to do.
If we do that, what I would say is maybe start with number 3.
I don't, you know,
Whichever one, but let's talk about that as we get to it.
Number 3 enables the first two.
Yeah.
You
Yep.
can't do the first 2 without doing
Mhm.
number 3
Mhm.
first.
Good point.
All right, Eagle Springs community. So the questions that we have heard here center around the fact that in the superintendent's plan, what was a lot of what is in now is, just to orient you, there's 211 going this way, sort of going from west to southeast, I suppose, and then 705 coming up and going north up to Robbins. In
Keep in mind that the technical changes have changed that map
Yes, sir.
somewhat, yeah, you're right, yeah,
Yes,
where
sir.
Holly Grove Road is. In the, if we're thinking about currently, Eagle Springs, I mean, how does the community define itself? I don't know if there's an upper limit to it, but there is a, can you show us where the current line is for, well, on the left-hand side and around 211 and above 211 to the north and then south, currently goes to West End Elementary in the current and in the Area 3 designation in the current assignment plan. What you're seeing now is the superintendent's plan. So a lot of the questions that we have heard or comments that we have heard is some combination of changing that from Area 2 to back to Area 3.
Madam Chair, if I might,
Yes.
just a technical issue. John, are you capable of doing any animation on this map, of drawing a red line
The
or anything?
program on this computer does not have that feature.
Oh, I'm sorry, okay.
Sorry.
We do have a large map in the back of the room, Madam Chair, that somebody could just sort of swipe their hand along or something and,
I'll be careful not to touch it. I think that
Current
yeah,
line
don't
is
touch it.
right through
Just-
there.
just kind of,
It's right in there.
I think your current attendance area.
A third of the way up.
Yeah, that's about right.
So on the north side of
Probably
the
not
city.
right in here.
Yeah, I can't recall if this is exactly in there, but it's somewhere in this area.
705, the line, the technical adjustment I presented brings the West End Elementary, West Pine Middle, and Pine Crest line like this.
So what would be the impact of looking at the Eagle Springs community? And I guess there's a lot of different ways to look at it, either just south of 211 or the entire community. Maybe you can help us look through those numbers, talk through those numbers.
As best I can estimate, the entire community, meaning both sides of 211, not going up to the current lines, but certainly including both sides of Eagle Springs on 211, would, has about 47 K-5 children, 25, and this is a discussion that would potentially impact all 3 levels, middle, okay. 25 middle school students and 29 high school students. That is not including the technical adjustment that has already been discussed.
And the issue here is looking at where West End Elementary is in terms of its capacity, projected capacity. Which if we leave them, doing nothing, keeping them where they are now, West End Elementary, would be over capacity by 115, 119, and 126 over the next 3 years if we go to the current West End.
over the next 8 years.
Over the next 8 years.
Over the next 9 years, excuse me.
Give me those numbers again.
2022 would be 115%, 2024 would be 119%. 2028 would be 126% if you do nothing.
This is
That's
for
more than
West
211.
End Elementary.
Yes, ma'am.
It's going, that's just not touching it, just leaving it the way
Right.
it is.
Let's just leave it the
Today.
way it is.
Yeah, with the numbers you gave me, so it's a little bit,
That would moderate it.
That would moderate it a
Mr.
little
Miller's numbers would moderate that, and
Right.
Mike, have you done any metrics on
Yeah.
what 47 students would do to West End?
Yes. Let me first address the technical adjustment, which also impacts West End. The superintendent's recommendation has West End at 97% in 2022. The technical adjustment is expected to add 2 to 3 points to that, which means in 2022, West End will be hovering around 100% utilization. That's the technical adjustment. Using the numbers I gave out just a little while ago, 47 elementary kids, you can expect that to add about 9 points to West End in 2022,
Over and above.
over and above the technical adjustment. So we're hovering close to 109, 110% in 2022.
would that 9 go across all 3 years, or how is that? Or do you only have it for?
Probably your
Yeah,
safest assumption.
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, I think the communities are fairly stable unless some development goes in on those corridors. I think we're safe with that, 9 points.
If we did nothing, it would grow by 4 points from 22 to 24, and then it would grow another 7 points beyond that, Mike.
Correct.
So there is some modest acceleration.
And what would that,
John, can you show me on this map where Gretchen Pines is? Please.
it's on West End, it's in West
I
Pine.
know, but I wasn't sure where it was. Okay. I didn't know how it affected that side. Thank you. Okay.
In West Pine. Yeah, it's just off of 73.
But I wasn't sure which way it went.
Yeah, it would go into West, I looked at that, I was happy to see that it was already in West
Right,
Pine Elementary.
right.
With your permission, Madam Chair?
Yeah, I had one more, yeah.
Mr. Miller would also want to make sure we disclose to the board for its discussion what the impact on Robbins
That's
would be.
my next
Yes.
question.
If
was
those
to
children
him.
came out.
Yeah, what would that do to Robbins Elementary?
That would drop it by 7 to 8 points
From the technical adjustment.
from the technical adjustment, which is already dropping Robbins by 2 to 3 points.
Actually, you had 2 technical adjustments there.
So currently Robbins
Yeah,
with
no,
the
you're right.
technical
Yeah, I think that's-
adjustments
yeah.
are 69, 72, and 77. So you're saying that the 69% would drop to about 61 or 62?
For Eagle Springs move?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
If they move back out, it would be 60.
Yes, ma'am.
Interestingly, for Robbins, the technical adjustment and the proposed, let's say, 211 Eagle Springs move would drop Robbins back to where it is without doing anything. Pretty close to.
That's pretty close, yes.
Yeah, the numbers for Robbins, if we do nothing, are 61 in 2022, 64 in 2024, and 68 in 2028, even leaving some of the West End students back in at Robbins. The numbers for Robbins are essentially the same as where we began, unless you reach into Westmore and High Falls and pull those Robbins children back into Robbins. So if you leave the children in the superintendent's plan that you moved into Westmore and High Falls, if you leave them there and pull out more West End children from Robbins, the bad news is Robbins stays right where it was to begin with. The good news is it doesn't get any worse. It's no worse than where we started.
It's a lot worse.
It could be. Yeah,
Yeah,
it could be.
right.
Yeah, it could be.
West End. And
Yeah.
But those are just the considerations the board has to weigh.
I'd like to make a comment. Just looking at our elementary schools for areas 1 and 3, in 10 years, all of our schools will be maxed out with the exception of Farm Life Cameron and McDeeds Creek, which will have less than 50 spaces left. All of them. So it's,
But they'll do so in a more balanced way. It'll be, they'll all be crowded, but they'll all be crowded together in the Pine Crest and Union Pines feeder areas, yeah.
In reading all the comments that I received, and comments from the portal concerning Eagle Springs, I certainly understand the concern that's been raised by the parents and those who provided comments. Most of it centers around travel. However, it's basically a fact that we've got limited space at West Pines Elementary, and that's not going to improve at all. After our groundbreaking ceremony, I drove in at 7:05 just to see what kind of road that was. It's been a while since I've been down there. It was a state maintained highway, 2-lane, but it seems to be in very good shape to me. And we had this underutilized capacity at Robbins. I don't see how we can ignore it when we have all this pressure on the capacity at West End, West Pines Elementary, West Pines Middle. I would like to make one comment. Robbins Elementary has received a lot of good press lately. And through the GLAD program, guided language acquisition design. And the pilot had a comment. I want to just read something. It says, research has also demonstrated that foreign language study in the early elementary years improves cognitive ability and academic achievement. You know, any students that are reassigned to the Robbins area, I think will be afforded an educational opportunity that they may not be able to receive in the other schools in the family. So that's just, you know, that doesn't do anything to alleviate travel and those concerns, but it is a plus for those students that go to Robbins. I just wanted to point that out.
it'd be interesting to know how many, if any, Eagle Springs elementary school students were involved in Spanish program.
That was eliminated.
No, but I mean, how many students were there that were involved that are still, that was just a couple of years ago.
The parents that I talked to weren't necessarily about the school. They loved Robbins Elementary. They were more about the community. They, you know, Eagle Springs to them is their community, is where they work, where their kids play soccer, where they get their hair cut. They don't go anywhere near Robbins to do any of that. So I had a lot of parents say that, you know, their time consumed would be going back and forth all day long if they had to, because of their children having to go to the high school, to the, you know, Robbins. So that was a concern for them. The other concern was just nothing is up there for them. So they have nothing besides the school. And all their kids have grown up with the Seven Lakes community, and now they're not even going to go to the same high school, same middle school with them. They're going to be totally separate with everybody else, but that come back to Eagle Springs and hang out in Seven Lakes and not know that community. So where do they, it's almost like we're isolating them. And, sorry, another issue I have too is I feel Seven Lakes, if we just leave West End with Seven Lakes, it almost looks like we're doing a gated community school. And I don't agree with that. So those are my concerns.
Does Eagle Springs really have a community? They're talking about West End as a community.
Yeah, I mean, that's
Where they shop and do all that
where
stuff.
they shop and stuff, yeah.
I too read over some things and parents' calling, contacting me about their concerns, especially Eagle Springs. And I think about with parents literally driving by West End as they're going to work and not being able to drop their children off, but on that side, a lot of these people are hourly wage people and can't take the time off to drive a half an hour up to Robbins or Northmore or Elise to participate in where some of them work in West End or down toward in the resort area, and they're basically about 15 or 20 minutes from that route. And I also think of it as a former teacher. If a child is sick in an elementary school and having to wait anywhere from a half an hour to an hour for a parent to get there, where they could possibly get there in 30 to 40 minutes opposed, that plays a part for me also. On the flip side, we've got no place to put any trailers or any mobile units, whatever you want to call them, in West End. I'm not sure, how it's like the balloon getting ready to pop. So I'm trying to weigh both sides and look at everything. The good news, like you said, Ed, is I'm wondering how many at the West End that were Eagle Springs students were at part of the bilingual program there that could participate or have their brothers or sisters now participate in a bilingual program up in Robbins, which is what a lot of them wanted. So it's a dilemma.
We have to make decisions on our bus routes. We cannot accommodate every single parent that drives their students to school. And that's almost either students either drive or the parents drive for almost 50% of our kids. And that's a lot. If they only realize the buses are available, so we have to base on bus. We can't base on every individual. But if we had more kids riding the bus times will be shorter, and it would be good all around. So that's where I'm coming from too. It's impossible to make our plans for which way parents drive to work and dropping their kids off. Community thing, I can understand the community thing, but the community is not there. They have to drive to get to the community where everything's going on. It's not like if they lived in West End, they're already there.
It's fairly close.
I have to agree, though, that the concept of all the folks who live along 211, unless they're in a family farming business, which a lot of them are, they're also driving in to go to work at First Health or at Pinehurst Resorts or wherever it might be. They're headed toward West End. They're not headed toward Robbins. And I think we have to give a little consideration to parent response as well, and parent support of the football team when it plays in the afternoon. Of course, it's West End Elementary, so I know there's not a football team. But they do West Pine.
But Elise Middle does, football, soccer.
Even if it's, fall festival in the evening that starts at 5 o'clock and mom's coming straight from First Health and goes straight to the school because that's the way they go. And the possibility of getting from First Health to Robbins is, much more intensive and much longer for those families. So I don't think we can overlook the fact that, as you say, that's where they think of as their community is going back toward West End, not necessarily at Eagle Springs, although they have a fire department, a little post office, and they have a chicken stew dinner, I think, every year. So, but I acknowledge the fact that West End is just incredibly overcrowded and with no room to develop anything farther. So I feel like we're between a rock and a hard place.
And if you look at, our projections, it's clear that we're at 115% in 22-23. That's current. And of course, the superintendent's recommendation is 97%, 22-23. And as Stacy said, whenever you look at the layout of West End, Possibly a couple of trailers may be able to be placed there. But other than that, we're right back at the commissioners for dollars for retaining walls and different things that we've already discussed that we have to do. So if you look at some allowable transfers, I don't know. In this one, it is tough to look at utilization, which is one of our guiding principles, to the extent possible. And just try to make sure as we're deciding that we do try to utilize before we get to the 5, 6, 7 years of coming back, saying, okay, we're maxed out, what do we do?
One of the things I looked at was transportation in terms of time, because I personally live 15 minutes from my elementary school. And if you're at the corner there of 705 and 211, it is 15 minutes from that corner, and I just picked the corner. It's 15 minutes from that corner to Robbins Elementary. It's another couple of minutes to Ely's, and then it's 21 minutes to Northmore. If you went in the other direction, it is closer for sure to get to West End Elementary, but once you start going to West Pine Middle, you're very close. You're within a few minutes. It's a little bit shorter to get to West Pine Middle, so only about 2 or 3 minutes. And actually, to get to Pinecrest, it's the same amount of time to get from that corner of 705 and 211 to get to Pinecrest as it is to get all the way up to Northmore. I would say it's a pretty good drive. To go up 705, I think it's a beautiful drive. So I think when you talk about drive times, for a family, if they're not riding the bus, which I agree, we can't do it for families. I don't see that as a big issue. I think where people live and where people work, if we can't control all of that, where they choose to live versus where they work. I mean, we have people that work out in Fort Bragg, we have people that work in Sanford, we have people that work in Cary.
Right.
And we can't, we have people work in Asheboro. So I think it's hard to accommodate all of that with a redistricting plan. Again, maybe what you said there, the transfer policy in place to handle that, but it is, that's where I come down. I have a little bit of challenge looking at where we are with West End and just, I don't know what the other options are. I mean, did you look at other options, like how to alleviate?
Oh, absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
I mean, what were the other options? Or were there?
There aren't any. I mean,
Well,
it's-
okay.
Yeah, I mean, you look, I mean, you've got West Pine Elementary and Robbins Elementary and Aberdeen Elementary. Those are, and unless you play with the Jello, where you move West End children to one and then move them to someplace else, it's no different than any place else on the map. What is unique about West End is the way the property is situated and where the school is located on the property, and the fact that 211 is widening up to the rail fence, and you just aren't in a position to, overutilization is more critical at West End than it is at many other schools, simply because whereas other schools, maybe for a few years, you can get by with a few modular units, West End doesn't give you that same flexibility without a major capital investment. And so West End was not listed on the 2014 Master Facilities Plan. Neither was Carthage, neither was Camden. But I would suggest that in the future, those sites be looked at very carefully and that we not tarry. There's going to be some needs at West End. Now, that doesn't address the immediate concerns of the residents along 211 in Eagle Springs, but it is a problem that cannot be ignored by policymakers. That has to be looked at down the road. In the meantime, you're not in a position to accept 126% overutilization there. You've got to come up with some solution. So if you were to move Eagle Springs into West End, you'd have to look at those communities on either side of 211 and figure out a way to start carving them up and getting some of them, if not to Robbins, getting some of them to West Pine Elementary.
And Mike, what was your estimated numbers for the 47 students, the elementary students? How would that add to the recommendation by the superintendent at 97%? What would that additional amount be?
About 9 points.
Okay, so that would take us well over
Yes, ma'am.
automatically, and that's in
You have to
22,
add it.
20.
And that's not including,
Yeah, you have to include the technical adjustment.
Technical.
Yeah, okay, okay.
That, and that
Okay,
takes
so
you to
that takes
103.
us over
Yeah.
to around 110.
yes, ma'am.
Okay, is that
Yes,
what you
ma'am.
said?
Yes.
So, Madam Chair, is this an item that we say we look at possibly an addendum and then board members vote on it?
Well, it sounds like we might need to vote at some point.
Yeah.
An amendment for this. I would agree that there's interest in this area to vote on one. Whether or not it passes, I don't know.
Yeah, yeah.
But that would be my sense of the temperament.
Yeah.
Everybody has some feeling about this area.
I would just like to make one other comment. I drive up 705 a lot, and I don't know if you all have or not, but there's hardly any trip. I mean, after I leave an event at Northmore, I've driven the whole thing from 22, 24, whatever that one is, where the light is, down to 211.
24, 27.
If it's after 8 o'clock at night, 2, maybe 3 cars during that whole stretch going the other way.
You just have to look out for the deer, that's the most traffic.
Which is the
And
same,
the dogs.
it's just about every other
There's a
road.
dog.
Yeah.
Anywhere you go.
Yeah.
Well, I want to add, and I guess Stacy mentioned this already, you know, we are so locked in with the Seven Lakes area because there's a way in and a way out, and I know that through your recommendations, y'all looked at the of any possibility of splitting a Seven Lakes community, but because there's
Okay.
one way in and one way out,
Yeah.
even going out that back gate on one side and taking part of it, but then we come back to avoiding using community as a thought, because that's definitely a community
Yeah.
sitting there together. There just doesn't seem to be much way to work with it.
Well, I concur on this as one we need for action. Do some more thinking on making a decision. Does that make it tough? That makes it tough on you all, though.
Well, we have to, I think the point would be that we would make a decision. We either vote for an amendment or we don't vote for an amendment.
Right.
Depending on how that,
Right.
depending on how that passes or not.
But we'll do that today.
Yeah, we'll do that
Yeah.
today. We
A
have to
mo-
do
a
that
move of
today.
this magnitude,
Yeah.
the staff needs the direct, the board.
Yeah.
If the board does or doesn't want us to make this kind of a significant move, we need to know one way or another,
Right.
so that we can be ready for you next week. We
Right.
need to know what kind of a map to bring. So, if we're going to carve out Eagle Springs, and the board is willing to accept the overutilization with some hope of some remedy down the road, that's the board's prerogative. Today, the staff isn't trying to influence the board. The staff is just trying to know what the board wants us to bring to the work session next Monday. And so whether or not this community should be in Robbins or West End, we do need to know today and what to bring.
Right. So that would be
We'll make that
what we vote on today and depending on the outcome.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, do we need to take a little stretch break before we do the last three?
That would be helpful.
Okay, why don't we take 3 minutes? back to order. When we left, we did agree on Eagle Springs to consider that back when it's time for an amendment. I'd like to move on to what I had entitled assignment changes in general. This is really to reflect on a lot of the emails that we've gotten covering a wide variety of areas across the county with comments that we've received specific to certain areas or certain school assignments that are different than what students are currently doing. So that's what that was about, and it's more of an open discussion. If there are any thoughts on, in general, the assignment changes that we're looking at or specific areas.
I guess, are there any that are in question? Do board members have any? Obviously, there have been individuals that have pointed out that they have concerns about some of the assignment areas, but as far as staff is concerned, we at this point, we've got the recommendation on the table, and we'd like to know if you want us to revisit any of those assumptions about assignment areas. Communities that would be assigned to one school or the other.
I had just one concern, but I mean, there's really nothing to do about it, because as you said before, Dr. Bob, that we need another middle school, so there's really nowhere to put children, because they're all going to be overcrowded. My only concern is, and I don't know any way not to avoid it or not, but if we move the children to Cranes Creek, I don't want to look 3 or 4 years down the line and have to move them back to Southern Pines. So I don't know, that's been kind of weighing on my mind a little bit, but I know there's really nowhere to fix that situation, because we need to utilize Cranes Creek, but we also need to move some kids out of Southern Middle.
Well, anyway, you look at it, Southern Middle is not going to get additional cafeteria space or an auxiliary gym
Right.
or a bigger media center or anything like that.
It's just when we build, if we build.
Which would accommodate larger children. I know I've heard from folks that when you're going to have to put modular classrooms at Cranes Creek, why don't you just put them at Southern Middle? But the point is, it's the core capacity,
Yeah.
the media center, the library, the gymnasium
Right.
at Cranes Creek can accommodate more,
Right.
where those facilities at Southern Middle cannot. So it doesn't matter how many trailers we put somewhere,
Right.
you don't have the facilities otherwise to service those
Right.
bigger numbers.
I agree.
And I think the same applies to West Pine, to where you can add classrooms, but the core capacity is locked in, as well as Pinehurst. I mean, we're building a new school, however, the land, you landlocked there. So we're not going to be able to add 5, 6, 7 years mobile units there. So the assignments, I think, that have been presented I believe, applies to our guiding principles of utilization and really the things that we were looking to gain out of this whole process.
I think it really buys us time. As you all know, how difficult it was to get the school buildings that we wanted for the elementary schools. I mean, that was a very difficult process. And we don't know how long the time is going to take for us to start considering another middle school.
Right.
So we have to look at the facilities
Right.
we have in our hands now and make the best use of them. And, looking at Cranes Creek, it's, you have this overcrowding at West Pine Middle, so you have to start moving. How do you move them?
Right.
You move
It's all
Southern
shifting,
Pines,
yeah.
Southern Middle children to Cranes Creek, and then shift West Pine Middle to Southern Middle, and that's, you just start this migration across, and right now, that's our best option to utilize the spaces most appropriately, not have overcrowded lunches, or not have overcrowded hallways, or
Not
what
just
have you.
start at breakfast and go to
Yeah.
mid-afternoon.
Like they do
And,
now.
And Cranes Creek was built for this expansion, and,
Yep.
I mean, it was built to be able to be
Yep,
expanded at some
right.
point in the future. That might be an easier conversation to actually build onto that. I'm not saying that it'll happen faster, but it might.
Right,
Versus
versus
building
in-
a whole new school, which we do have to look at, but given where we are with construction, we have to complete where we are now and then
Move on from
start
there.
that conversation.
You know, another thing to consider is there are optimal sizes for schools too. And of course, West Pine is way over what its core capacity could hold. But how big do you want a middle school to actually be, even when you have good core capacity? You know, there's been a lot of studies done that have said, I don't know, 1,000 students or whatever is the optimal number you would have. In an elementary school, it's actually lower than that. So we don't want to have schools so large that the students are not getting the best services that they can get.
I would like to bring up another point too, and that's student achievement. The overcrowding, and one thing I can do is look at what's happening in our schools that are really overcrowded, like Sand Hills Farm Life and West Pine Middle. They're having a rough time with student achievement, and I've got to believe that that's because there are just so many more kids. I expect just like Sand Hills Farm Life, I mean, when you get rid of 300 kids, it's got to help.
Mr. Dennis.
Modular has got to really help.
Mr. Dennison, specifically, you're speaking of academic growth.
Academic, yeah.
Yeah, not so much proficiency, but academic
Right,
growth.
academic,
Right.
academic. It just makes sense that, you know, it's like, you know, just your family too. If you're overcrowded with your family, how much attention can you give to every single one? But I think it's a significant factor, and I think we will see significant changes when we do changes. Personally.
Yeah, I know we all thought about it, so I just want the public to know that, you know, it's just, we think about, and we've studied, and I know I have, studied this map, we've driven the streets, we've looked at options, and, you know, and that was one that I was, you know, that was kind of weighing on, and I see what we need to do there. I wanted it just to be aware that, you know, we are looking at that.
The other opportunity that we see, or a lot of the questions we got had to do with shifts in the elementary school, and some of that was precipitated by having the space at McDee's Creek. And McDee's Creek is a very unusual school for us because now we have 2 schools in Southern Pines. So even the superintendent's draft, you'll see that, you know, we're pulling students from, you know, the outer edges of Southern Pines into McDee's Creek. This allows us to have room in Southern Pines so we can move children from Pinehurst Elementary to Southern Pines, and then we can make a move from West Pine Elementary to Pinehurst Elementary, and the schools then that are being left with a little bit of opportunity for growth are those that are sitting in places that will have potential for growth. You know, the other schools are very, you know, tight around the tennis districts are tight around because it's already built out for the most part. It's like what we know is going to be there. And so, you know, I understand it's hard to make shifts. You know, and a lot of the emails we've gotten are from families who would like to stay in the same place, and I understand that. Lens out a little bit farther out, you know, we have to look at the whole county. How do we make these moves so that we maximize utilization and transportation and you know, as much as we can? It's been a challenging process. It's been up to us to kind of think big picture, which is our job, I think, as well as listening to some of the individuals.
Well, I think a lot of folks have misunderstood the timetable and when these changes would actually be made. There are parents that are upset whose children have actually already gotten on out of the transfer, or not the transfer policy, but the transitional time because their children were older and they just didn't pay enough attention to when all this transition was going to happen. And I think we're going to see that more with the next year or two as we begin this. As new families come in, and as children start kindergarten, and this is the only school they've ever known, then we're going to find that parents are very, very grateful to have their children in these new school buildings.
Staff is not hearing that the board feels compelled to amend the assignment changes. Is that an accurate understanding?
I think so.
I would not put a star on that one.
Okay, it's left alone.
The other comment that we heard, and we touched on this, I think, a little bit already, is about the split feeders. So this is having to do with elementary schools going to more than one middle school. We currently have 2 elementary schools going to more than one middle school.
Indeed, a new middle school that's Going to have them go on both.
Correct. So
Cranes Creek.
currently, this year, we have Cameron Elementary and
McDeeds Creek.
McDeeds Creek sending to 2 different middle schools. In the proposed plan, Pinehurst Elementary, Southern Pines Elementary, Sandhills Farm Life would go to 2 middle schools, and then we would have Cranes Creek sent to 2 high schools. And so those that are in the Southern Pines area of Cranes Creek would come back to Pinecrest, and there's a large group of them. And then the same with Cranes Creek, like Union Pines would be a large group of them going back based on what they're doing. And that's new for us, and I think that's something we should acknowledge is new. And,
Isn't that somewhat a result of the fact that we only have limited high schools and
High schools.
very good.
Yeah.
It is.
Especially high
That's our
schools.
struggle.
have to be able to, move students around so that you effectively utilize the facilities we have. You're not gonna, we know down the road we've got to do something, but that takes money, it takes time. So, I don't see any way around.
What effect would a new middle school have on
Depending where we put it.
Mr. Dennison,
That's a huge
please tell me that's a rhetorical question.
Well,
Thank you.
I think
That's another
It's a very good question.
this points to the fact that we desperately need another middle school. We need it started on just as soon as these are built in 2 years.
There'll be a lot to talk about at that point.
Yes.
There'll be a lot to talk about at that point,
You know,
But I think we have an obligation to make some decisions now to make the utilization of the buildings that we have now better. And that from a taxpayer perspective is critical. There is only a finite number of resources and making sure that we handle them appropriately and fill them as best as we can with the growth that we know is coming. This is where we need to, that's the decision before us now. We can't continue to
And this is
back
very,
down the road.
this is very common up north too. I mean, we grew up with 3 middle schools. We all went different places, but we landed in 1 high school. It's just, it was never a issue up there. It was just kind of a no-brainer, just because it was big. We're a big state, or town, I should say. But
It's rare that clean feeder system.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
very rare.
Right, and unfortunately, if it's a jello effect, if we try to fix that, then we're back to sending children back in a different direction. So, I'm thankful that it's less than what that I had anticipated. I thought it would the numbers would be higher, splitting out the students in different directions than what it is.
I hope parents will realize that, okay, your child has that small circle of friends at their little elementary school, but when they go different ways into new middle schools, they're going to develop larger circles of friends, new acquaintances, but some of them are going to be the same ones they're playing soccer with already on rec league ball or playing AAU basketball with, because those teams are already cross-country, cross-county. They're not limited to just one school. And so they're going to know these kids already. They go to church with them already or whatever it might be, and that their circle of friends will just enlarge. And of course, we're already bringing them together for only 3 high schools
Right.
in the county.
Yeah.
They're already coming back
Right.
to join me.
And we heard from students that was a good thing. Once
You're
they
right.
got
It's
into
scary for the parents.
Yeah, but once they got connected at Pinecrest or Union Pines, it just brought them together. And we heard that directly from the students themselves, so.
Well, and looking at the bus routes too, even split, they're still within the average time for middle schools compared to some of the elementary situations and the high school situations. So that gives a balance.
I'm not crazy about having split feeders efforts, but I don't see any way we can provide without it.
Well, in today's environment, social media allows people to maintain relationships. That's probably the most effective way to have relationships.
Parent with middle schoolers, I will tell you, I'm not sure I like that so much. Yes.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm just saying that social media has allowed people to stay in touch and stay together, even when they're not physically in the same place.
So I'm not feeling a lot of energy about any proposed or hearing any proposed amendments regarding theaters. Is that?
I agree. I think we need to leave that one alone.
Transfers. This is in respect to feedback that we've heard and conversations about any changes that we might want to make to the
policy.
the current policy. And let me just read what we have already. The allowable transfers currently are proactive transfers. A parent who is aware that their child who will go to a specific school could ask to move earlier. So for instance, if we're not going to open the Southern Pines School until 2022, but if they wanted to go to Southern Pines Elementary or Southern Pines Primary next year, they could do that anyway to move in. Same with rising grade transfers. The thought that rising 5th, 8th, 11th, and 12th graders would be given the opportunity to stay in the building that they started in. I've heard some comments about some potential changes there regarding 10th graders, extending it down to 10th graders for the rising grade transfers. So essentially, you would finish in a school that you started in the high school area.
I would like to consider that, and the reason being is at the high school level, there's so many people engaged in sports. It's hard to start, even if you're starting in JV. It's hard to leave that and find an easy way to get into the varsity program at another school. That's not the only reason. That's one reason why if a person's already in the school, possibly go out.
You're specifically talking about high school.
I'm specifically talking about high school right now.
I agree with John, along with the fact that programs that are in the high schools where they currently are, they're starting out in 9th grade and 10th grade to be able to continue in those programs.
And,
Well, even AP classes or honors
AP
classes.
Or orchestra, as we heard from.
Yeah, Mike Jones.
I would like to see us, I would wholeheartedly support that idea, John. But the line there about the siblings of eligible students in this category are not considered allowable transfers. I think at this point, I'd like to have a little compassion for the parents of multiple children who are currently enrolled in a school. I'm talking about the parent who has a 4th grader and a 2nd grader in the same school and would know that the 4th grader was going to be allowed to stay on as a 5th grader. And I think we need to grant some leniency to that 2nd child who is already enrolled in the school. I'm not talking about the 2 and 3, the 2-year-old and the 3-year-old who are yet to come. They need to begin their schooling at the appropriate assigned school. But I think we need to give a little bit of compassion to the families that would face splits if they allow their child to finish out at a school where they have started. And I would want them to get that opportunity to finish.
Mrs. Carter, while you're on that, do you have a suggested, it appears to me as though to get where you would want to go, you could make a slight adjustment to that sentence there. It says siblings of eligible students in this category are not considered allowable transfers. Do you have suggested language for that? How you might adjust that? But they'd have to attend the same school.
It'd have to be currently enrolled siblings.
Siblings of eligible students currently enrolled in the same school. Currently enrolled in the same school.
Clarification, what about rising kindergarten?
If they're not currently enrolled.
Okay.
So I would say that would be like a rise, so it would be rising 1st through 4th grade.
Yeah.
rising seventh graders.
Yeah,
That are
rising seventh,
siblings,
yeah.
that are siblings.
Uh-huh. And if the older sibling is going to be fifth or eighth, because we'll leave high school out of it, it is fifth or eighth grade, and they have a sibling who is currently enrolled in kindergarten up, then that sibling could be considered an allowable transfer. So
Use the
your
same-
wording, where you said currently enrolled siblings of eligible students in this category would be considered allowable transfer.
Just drop the not there.
But they gotta add the currently enrolled.
Right.
Something to remember too, now in all these cases, the parents will be driving their children to school.
That's right. That's true.
True.
If we
It
were
still says that,
to make some of these changes, it would certainly cut down on the number.
Of requests,
Yeah, transfer.
yeah.
And I have no idea how many children I'm talking about this affecting.
Could find
And I
that
don't know
right.
how we would get that kind of number. It may be a very small number, especially because parents would have to supply transportation. And it might be that parents would opt to go ahead and make the transfer. If you've got a first grader, maybe you'd like to go ahead and get them on into the appropriate school
Yeah.
instead of staying on.
But the key thing, to your point, Libby, is the students who are in, not the ones who are coming in.
Not yet coming.
Yeah, and they would automatically know coming in that they've got to go to the area that they're assigned to.
So, using the same language that we have in the first bullet, you're saying rising fifth. So if they have a sibling, technically the sibling would be a rising first or fourth, if they were already enrolled. Is that how you?
Or seventh.
Or seventh. Is that how, I'm looking,
Yeah, that would.
I'm looking at Dr. Locklear here. My
Makes
language
sense.
here.
That's correct. They would be currently enrolled, have at least be a kindergartner, or have to be a sixth grader. So
Right, but
be
if you're
rising
using the
seventh,
same
rising
language,
first.
you want to say rising. And that would be something that you would handle in the regulations too, right?
It'd be a regulation to your transfer, your
Transfer
your
policy.
student attendance policy, of which the transfer policy is part of that, all right? Nina? Transfer policy is part of the student attendance policy, I think.
And all of this,
Student assignment policy, that's right.
knowing this does delay us a little bit more on that full implementation, which we know it's on here at the bottom, and it's gonna add a few more years before it's, actually where it's supposed to be. But I think it could be worth it.
One thing you would want to consider if you want wording to this effect would be, if you want to say until until the rising sibling moves to the next level. For example, you've got a rising first grader and a fifth grader moves on. Does the first grader, are they able to complete their whole school career?
It
in
would
that
have to,
school?
somehow we have to specify students currently enrolled in that, on that campus is what we
It's
had
that
talked about.
building,
Yeah,
yeah,
or
it's
in
that building, so it wouldn't go with them.
To the middle
To
To the
school.
middle school.
Correct, but would you want that sibling, the younger sibling, to be able to complete their time at that school or to move to their new assignment?
Yeah.
You think they should?
Yeah.
They'd be allowed to.
I think it's your,
We need to allow the change, so you're just delaying them. I would recommend finish
Finish out.
out. Then they need to go to the next level, they need to
At
go
the
to the
correct
appropriate
school.
school.
But if they have a younger sibling who's 2 or 3 years old.
They're going into the new school.
Parents would have to accept the fact that their children would go to different schools for that child who's not currently enrolled.
That's right.
Or apply for a transfer visit.
What this does is that a child that's in the same building as a sibling can remain in that same building with their sibling until the younger one.
I do get the sense that the board is willing to consider an amendment on this, so can we circle that one?
yes,
And
I'm
then,
on it.
then
I'll work on some wording.
presuming the board's approval of that, then I would have Mr. Locklear, since Dr. Powers oversees the transfer policy, I'd have Mr. Locklear work with the chair and the vice chair on the final language that we would bring back as part of our plan next week.
And there is some language in the transfer policy
Yes, ma'am.
regarding that, so it's maybe tweaking that one statement that's already there.
We would
Actually,
like
the-
more as just this would be a an amendment made to the redistricting recommendation. It would not be into the actual policy.
Yeah, because this would only be,
It would be very
this
short
would only
term.
apply for a couple of years.
Understand.
4 year, yeah, 4, yeah. Most of it
Right.
be the first 2 years, and then just a few cases in the
All
third
right,
and
that
fourth year.
makes sense.
Yeah.
And would we add 10 then? We'd add 10
Yes.
also
Got that.
to the rising 10. All right, so there's, so we put a star on that. So, I propose that we take a 5-minute break and I think about what the amendments might look like. So if we could
Madam
take
Chair,
a-
just one, there was just one last one that that was not on our list that I remember in one conversation.
Oh,
The implementation timeline, is the board comfortable with the implementation timeline, or does the board want to consider an amendment to the implementation timeline?
I would like to look at it. I wasn't
Yeah.
interested in an amendment, but I think it's.
66 and
These would be
67.
66 and 67 of the original superintendent's recommended plan. Staff still stands by that as its recommended plan. We don't have any adjustments to it. We wanted to do as many as we could for the fall of 2020, and then the ones that wait till the fall of 2021 really have to wait until we open the doors at Pinehurst and Southern Pines Elementary Schools.
So really, the implementation, it's aside from McDee's Creek and Cranes Creek. The implementation timeline for next year would be Area 1 and Area 2.
For the most part, it happens to be that way because none of those are dependent on the opening of Pinehurst Elementary and Southern Pines Elementary. We didn't look at it as this area and that area. We just wanted to implement as much of the plan in the fall of 2020 as we could, and the only thing that we pushed to the fall of 2021 were those moves that were really dependent on the opening of Pinehurst and Southern Pines Elementary Schools.
And the increased capacity of Cranes Creek.
Right.
Oh, yeah, and it's going to take us, yeah, it won't be till the fall of 2021 where we have full capacity at Cranes Creek, that's right.
And the delay in opening the Southern Pines School, does that have an impact on this at all?
It was already built into this,
So it was
this
already
plan.
built in to wait until the fall of
We were already,
21 and
we were
22.
already aware of that delay when we proposed this plan.
However, we would still allow proactive transfers
Yes, ma'am.
at Southern Pines or at Cranes Creek.
Yes, ma'am. Or
People
McDee's
want us
Creek,
to look at
wherever.
Well,
start their sixth grader there.
we would consider them, but, you know, a proactive transfer into Pinehurst Elementary is going to be dependent on the fact we have a temporary school that still.
As I said, Southern Pines, Cranes Creek.
Okay,
or
all right, you missed,
McDee's
okay,
Creek.
I missed the fact that you dropped that one, yeah, right.
So the
I'm
Cranes,
thinking of the new school.
Yeah, be dependent on capacity, you know,
so just so I have it, so so Southern Pines children won't go to Cranes Creek till 21, 22? Correct.
yes,
Okay.
yes,
Fall of
ma'am.
21.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, all those changes, we can't make those until the buildings are ready.
Okay.
So we tried to do as much as we could in the fall of 2020. What we put off to 2021 was what we felt we had to put off until the buildings were ready.
So since this is a staggered implementation, how does that affect the last topic we just talked about?
I think it impacts the transfers in the year that it was implemented, right?
Yes.
So,
The year it's
so the
implemented.
year that segment is implemented. So really, the high school one would be next year.
Next year?
Yeah. Would be
That's correct.
the year of implementation.
The year of implementation. Yes, ma'am.
It's possible that some of the elementary schools, it's not in the school this year.
Correct. So they could
Mhm.
start
Going-
kindergarten next year,
Yeah,
yes.
next year,
So
we'll
for the
say
one,
That's correct.
So we just need to make sure that we don't understand that.
yeah, and
That's correct.
and you haven't been, yeah,
Some sort
and we'll
of
have,
table
there'll be,
might be better.
my assumption is
It's a good
that
idea.
Dr. Powers will have a, it'll be part of his application process that comes out in February. Are there any questions about the implementation? Did you review it again?
Okay, appreciate that, Madam
Do you
Chair.
need me to put that on there? I'm good to go.
Well,
No, we're not.
Good.
I get, the staff gets the sense that the board has no desire to amend the plan. So, Madam Chairman, you need a couple of minutes to
yeah, let's
organize.
get, yeah, maybe 5 or 10 minutes. And,
But everybody
think
stay
about-
close by.
Yeah, stay close by, don't go far.
We're staying here.
All right, my proposal is that we reverse some of the orders of how we actually consider amendments. And I'm going to ask staff to help with the wording of the amendments if needed, to make sure that, you know, we have them so that it makes sense to you all, and I hope you all weigh in. But I recommend that we start with the package of technical amendments that was presented by staff at the beginning of our time together today. So we start with that. Then I suggest we move on to looking at Longleaf Pinehurst number 6 and Blake Village. And I heard before we broke earlier that we wanted to vote on those separately, or do we want to look at them as a package?
I'd like to vote on them separately, just so they get cataloged individually.
Vote on Blake Village first.
But then I would recommend that we do Blake Village first, so B1, and maybe just go backwards. You know,
Yeah, just go
B1,
backwards.
B2, B3 with Pinehurst, and then Longleaf.
And so, Madam Chair, just for clarification, are you suggesting that we take each individual item, and are we voting right now at this
We're
point in time, or are we,
You're
so that
voting-
you know what to present?
Yes,
correct.
ma'am.
Okay.
So these are amendments.
Okay.
We don't, I'd like to see if they're going to pass or not. We
Okay.
don't know yet until,
Okay.
you know, we've heard some things during the discussion.
Okay,
So this is our opportunity to make some decisions on these particular items only.
okay,
We're not voting on the whole plan.
Exactly.
We're voting on particular amendments that then they would come back.
to get to the plan.
On October 14th, they would bring us to our work session in the afternoon, a revised plan and maps for us to do a final look before our vote. So this is really just to consider these
Okay.
and whether or not we want to make them. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
Does everybody
It does.
understand that?
It
We're
does.
not voting on the whole plan.
Right.
That's not the point. What we're asking is to make potentially some changes to the superintendent.
Okay.
Okay. The third item, or I guess C, that I'm labeling C, is Eagle Springs. And then last, we'll look at transfers. Those are the items that we're going to look at potentially. All right, so for the technical amendments, I'm going to just suggest some wording, and I'd like staff and help us to make sure that the wording is correct. Could a motion be something like this? Is there a motion to accept the package of technical amendments as shared in item 2B on
Sounds
the
good.
agenda? 2B. Does that sound like the right amendment?
Yeah.
Okay. So, is there a motion?
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Oh.
Is there any discussion about the technical amendments?
I just think that, just a comment that the technical amendments as presented definitely clarified some efficiencies with some of our bus routings and picking up our students, and definitely provided additional clarity of the assignments that we had already been provided.
I do have a question, John. If there was something that maybe, I don't know, a month, 3 months from now that you found that just doesn't work, would you present it to the board, or would you just go ahead and fix that on your own?
Absolutely. Any adjustments to this assignment that the board approves will be brought back to the board anytime a future adjustment is being
Okay.
proposed.
Thank
Yeah,
you for
if we change bus routes within an assignment area, we'll just do that.
Right.
But if it changes a child's assignment from one school to the next, we come back to the board
Okay.
with that.
So there's a motion and a second on the table. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. All right, so technical amendments. Next, we talked about looking at Blake Village first. So, my recommendation would be something along the line of, is there a motion to amend the superintendent's plan by moving Blake Village from Pinehurst Elementary to Aberdeen Elementary assignment district?
Second.
And staff would be comfortable with that.
That wording is good, okay. Is there any discussion? There's a motion and a second on the table.
Who second?
I did.
Discussion, comments? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Okay, the next item, what I'm labeling B2, is Pinehurst number 6. And that language would be very similar. Is there a motion to amend the superintendent's plan by moving Pinehurst number 6 from West Pine Elementary to Pinehurst Elementary's attendance district?
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion, questions about that? You have a question?
I do have a question.
Okay.
The actual move, as we're talking about it, is not just Pinehurst 6, it's also including portions of 15501 above. Yes.
It would be the segment that previously had been in West Pine Elementary that we moved.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, just
So,
to clarify, it's
Yeah,
the whole thing.
the board isn't as familiar with the actual
Understood.
outline of it,
Understood.
but I understand what they mean by that. And
Understood.
it would be that portion that was moved out of West Pine Elementary into Pinehurst for the purpose of balancing Blake Village.
Understood.
Could you blow that up just so that we can all see that? It's that little sliver then.
Of blue.
Yes, ma'am, above, yeah.
So the superintendent.
The east side of 15501.
That's correct.
So all of that would come back to
Yes, ma'am.
Pinehurst Elementary?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
In the map that you receive next week.
Is that good?
Yes.
So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 7-0. B3 is similar. It is Longleaf Drive West, and that little piece that comes above that, which I think is Juniper Lane. Is there a motion to amend the superintendent's plan by including Longleaf Drive West in Pinehurst Elementary's? Did I do?
We're including that little
From West Pine.
Yeah, that little cul-de-sac, Juniper Lane, included all the way up. I'm sorry, let me rephrase. Is there a motion to amend the superintendent's plan by moving Longleaf Drive West from West Pine Elementary's attendance district to Pinehurst Elementary's attendance district?
So moved.
Second.
A motion and a second. Are you following along, Ms. Potter? Any conversation?
And I would just like to just comment and reemphasize that, that our plan for taking care of Blake Village allows the shift and the jello effect by moving Blake Village students to Aberdeen. It allows us to maintain that utilization percentage, so.
Thank you for pointing that out. I think that's, and that was an important part of our discussion this
Exactly,
morning
yeah.
about that. So
Exactly.
all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. All right, Eagle Springs. Here, I think we need to be real careful about the numbers you gave us, right? So what we're talking about is you gave us numbers that included 47 students, correct? And do we want to limit this amendment then to bringing students back to West End from those roads, not all the way up to how it is currently, but it's close? And I don't know
I
if John,
would
looks like
suggest
John's
that
going to go
it's,
back.
it names roads.
Okay.
At this far in the discussion, we were talking about any residences that front either side of 211.
And points south.
And, yes, and point south.
Is that included now in the recommendation?
That's what,
I
that's
have
the,
not, I have not put a motion
There is
out.
no staff recommendation.
Currently, this is the superintendent's recommendation, so we could affirm the superintendent's
Right.
recommendation
I think the question that should be on the table is whether or not to change the superintendent's recommendation. So what the staff would need from, if I could word it in terms of what the staff would need from the board, would be, do you or do you not? Right now, the superintendent's recommended plan stands. Right? We have not made any technical adjustment outside of Holly Springs School Road. And so we would need the board to direct us to change that. So that being the case, our understanding, as we've talked about anticipating reading, making our own read of the comments, when Mr. Miller says there's 47 students, there's an area that we have in mind. So it may be beneficial to the board that we show the roads from which those 47 students came. So John, if you would please outline what portion of Robbins would go back to West End if it were amended so it would represent those 47 students that Mr. Miller referenced.
The line would go across the north part pretty much right here.
But can we name roads today? I mean, because we're going to need some. Obviously, it's 211 and points south, so it's how far north, and does it come east of 705?
I wouldn't go that far north either.
But in terms of your buses have to run a certain way.
I mean, I would just stay on 211, not go all the way up near Serene and.
But hang on, just a minute, John. Why did?
705. This is Skill Road coming out here in 211.
Okay.
And so the line comes from over in this area here, crossing 705 right here where, what is that? Oak comes in right there, and then comes across here north of Skill Road and captures everything south of that line.
That is current.
That is the number that Mike came up with for the 47, you said?
Correct.
All right, and
Further up.
it's further up. It's actually further up, yeah. Now, John, explain why you proposed that. When we talked about accommodating the board's interest on this, why does that line have to be so far north?
It had to do with turning, circulation, we talked about the technical adjustments to the plan that we proposed. It's the same philosophy and theory of approach here, that the routing can come down and turn here, the routing can come here and turn across. It's nice and clean, pick up as you need to, it's very efficient, no crossover. Same thing coming down here, and then there's a turnaround spot on the north up here that we can come back to the south or to the north as needed from that point. So take that line that was across there, that represents those students.
And go on to explain why Skill Road can't stay in West End under this plan. Why does it have to, explain why Skill Road can't stay in Robbins under this plan. Why can't it stay in Robbins?
It's the same thing because what you have to traverse to come across here to pick up and come up here, you're crossing back into efficiencies of circulation zones there as you're picking up the students.
But a bus could come out eastward on Skill Road and go back up 705, could
This
it?
area here that you have to do loop pickups and everything there, you come
Right.
down to get up, so you're doing a circular pattern or something up there to get across, or somewhere else you end up doing a circular pattern.
Okay,
to get
and
back.
that's where I wanted you to go with that. You already have a circular pattern. That bus that comes down has to turn and go back north right there. It can't keep coming all the way down unless you come up with an artificial, inefficient route where you don't have enough children on it. And then how about off to the west there? I don't know the name of that road that circles back. I've been on it, but I can't remember the name
That's
of
an
it.
obvious value to pick up there to come there, because if it was to go to Robbins and stuff, to come.
It'd have to come all the way down to 211. That's correct. So when we looked at that in our staff, in our planning committee meeting, we said that if there was going to be a move for 211, then those roads that circulate just above it would have to be included with that.
Where's the one that start on the east side?
It's in this fastness here so that this community was not
Okay.
included. Okay. So it just came from a point across here, across all that.
This, and that is the one that's 9 points, adds 9 points to West End Elementary, bringing their, that would bring their capacity, their utilization to 109, 110% in the first year, and then 113 in the next 24, 25, and then 120 or so.
And Robbins would drop to essentially where it is under current.
So this is something different than what we
No, this is exactly what you discussed. But what you discussed, Mr. Miller had given you a number, but you didn't really know what roads. And so we've shown you what roads go with the 46. You know, I mean, 47. If Skill Road were to go to Robbins and we just run inefficient bus routes, you wouldn't have that many more. So the 47 would decline a little bit, but not substantially, yeah. So the number still stands. It'd be appropriate either way. So we would just need, if the board were to act, that's the staff's understanding of what the board was acting on. If the board wants to act differently from that and just say 211 and no points north of that, then we would need you to be specific in your motion with that.
And that includes elementary, middle, and.
Yeah, the elementary numbers are the most significant. We can go back through the middle and the high school, but the ones that really have the impact on West End and Robbins are the elementary numbers.
Looking at the density map on page 78 and your plan, there's maybe 1 or 2 that are way up there. It's not anything. They're pretty much all on.
I think the benefit you get from the routing efficiencies is well worth the few extra children that would move. If 211 stays and points south stay in West End, then what happens north of 211 really is immaterial. But it is a big, you know, as you all have outlined, it's a significant decision. We need to know where you stand with it for us to do our work between now and next week.
So if we use those lines as, those streets as parameters.
As presented by staff.
As presented by staff. Let's see if I get this motion. Is there a motion to move the identified area of Eagle Springs as presented by staff back to West End Elementary and accept the overcrowding at West End?
So moved.
Second.
I think from my point of view, I have great pause with the amount of overcrowding that we're doing to West End Elementary and kicking that can down the road.
I would acknowledge the motion in a second, then ask for discussion.
Oh. I acknowledge the motion in the second.
Motion by Carter,
Second by
Caldwell.
Now the chair will
Any
start the discussion.
So the motion is to send Eagle Springs to West End.
To
Well,
amend
and
the
identify.
superintendent's plan to move Eagle Springs as presented by the staff from Robbins to West End.
And I will say that Eagle Springs, I'm not sure where their town limits end. I mean, part of it may go even further north, but it's that part that you've identified, correct? So I don't want to just say that that's all Eagle Springs.
Is there an incorporated town of Eagle Springs?
Not incorporated. but-
I don't believe there is, yeah. Yes.
What other comments or questions do folks have about the motion?
I have great concerns about the overcrowding created by it's gonna cause us to come back to revisit. And I'm not sure there's a better solution than what we proposed in the superintendent's proposal. I'm not saying that that's a good plan, but I think it's when you start getting into dividing developments, we get into the same issues that we just discussed about Longleaf Drive,
In number 6.
Pinehurst number 6, and Blake Village. So, you know, what's good for them is still be good for out in the West End area. I don't like that we're in this position. wish it had been different, but it is what it is. And if we make this amendment, we're going to be right back trying to determine what to do a year from now or next year, pretty soon.
I concur with John. I don't think this move would be what's best for us.
Any other questions or comments?
No, I agree. I just feel like that the recommendation that we have by the superintendent is the best one with regard to utilization. And sending the students back to West End, I just think right out of the gate, we're looking at overcrowding in a couple of years. Plus, I remember, and I know we had talked about students being redistricted at some point, but I remember when Eagle Springs students were going to Robbins. I don't know at what
They
year
did
that
that for
changed.
segregation. They did
But,
that
I mean, it's
segregation in the
still,
60s.
at one point they did, and then I don't know at what point it went back. I'm with John and Ed. I feel like the current plan is the best one.
So just for clarity with this motion, because the motion is to amend the plan. So if you vote yes, you're voting to amend the plan
That's correct.
and move the staff or move the students back to West End. If you vote no, you're voting to keep the current superintendent's plan. Just want to make sure everybody understands.
Right.
I have one more comment, and that kind of piggyback off of what reassignments were done in the past may have been done for whatever reason.
Yeah.
This reassignment is being done for utilization and efficiency. And no other reason that I'm aware of.
We also do have some more guiding principles other than those two that, you have to consider at some point. You have to consider them as well. I mean, yes, of course, I understand it's going to overpopulate West End, but it's just holding strong. There's just that community aspect of it, and knowing that a lady at Food Lion can't necessarily go see her kid in a play during the day on her lunch break because it's going to take that long to get up there and back. Where at West End, she could just swing on over, watch her kid in a play or whatever, and then go back. That's just, it's heavy on my heart. Just can't. I'm the emotional girl. What can I tell you?
I will say that this is the area that I think has challenged all of us since the very beginning. I mean, this is one that we've been talking about for 8 months. And so, I think that it is, we knew that we would have an instance, and you told us this, that we would have instances where we would have competing interests within our guiding principles. And this is not where it's going.
And in addition, if we were to open it back up into the Eagle Springs area, it does mean that West End is not such a closed Seven Lakes school, which is something we are facing if we leave the map as it is.
Yep.
So we would be expanding the boundaries, expanding the population that would come into it outside of the gates. So I think that's something to consider.
There is some outside the gate now. It's not much. The area, I understand that, but it's not totally within the gated community.
Right.
I don't know how many students we're talking about. Just looking at the map, and being familiar with the area.
Madam Chair, call the question.
There's a motion, there's a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Dr. Brown, Ms. Carter, and Ms. Caldwell. All those opposed?
No.
I guess it's 4-3, the superintendent abstains. And I want to thank you all for this conversation. It was not easy. I think this is one that I appreciate all the conversation that we've had about it and our ability to come to resolution. And I know that it's a tough one. Staff, you have what you need?
Yes, ma'am.
On that one, we have one final
Transfer
amendment to
policy.
consider, which is,
I'd just like to make one comment. Since this doesn't happen very often with us, I just want to emphasize that no matter how we felt before, once the board makes a decision, we all support the decision.
Oh, absolutely.
still have heartburn.
I can agree with
Still have heartburn, but
Yeah.
yes, I agree, thank you. Yeah, and I don't think that's gonna go away.
No.
Transfers, so, Ms. Carter, I thought you were,
Working on it. It's a very wordy process. I want to make this very clear to families as they, approach the possibility of an allowable transfer. We currently have in here that it says, rising 5th, 8th, 11th, and 12th grade students could be allowed to remain at their current school through the transfer process. Siblings of eligible students in this category are not considered allowable transfers. All right, we've already broadened that to say rising 5th, 8th, 10th, 11th, and 12th grade students.
well, we have to
Am I
make that.
correct? But that's the first grade.
That's the
Correct,
first,
yeah. Okay, so I am suggesting that we remove the second sentence about siblings and replace it with maybe somebody can come up with better wording, but siblings of eligible students in this category, if already enrolled at the same school during the implementation year, will be considered allowable transfers and may complete their culminating years at this school. And putting in parentheses, rising 1st through 4th grade, rising 7th grade.
I would just replace if with only.
Enrolled at
I'm
school
looking at
during
Anita.
the implementation year.
Yes.
That's still
Is that-
questionable about kindergartners, I would think. They're enrolled,
They'd
It's
have to
actually
be
enrolled
Kindergartners are part
the
of
year
this.
before.
But if
It's
they were
almost
like
the
4 year
year
olds.
before.
Don't you think? Because then, and that's why if you use it as rising 1st through 4th and rising 7th, to me, then it's parallel construction to
10th through 12.
the rising 5th, 8th, and 11th. So it's siblings that are rising 1st through 4th, which would mean that they had been there
In
in
kindergarten.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I said, put in parentheses, rising 1st, rising 7th.
You wanna hear it
I
again?
changed it since you looked
Let's hear, well,
So now
read it
you-
out loud
Said it
again.
makes sense.
I want to make sure that it makes sense to staff.
Maybe better for you to read it, Ms. Carter. Little side notes, I don't want to
Keeping
misread.
in mind that rising 5th, 8th, 10th, 11th, and 12th grade students could be allowed to remain at their current school through the transfer process. Siblings of eligible students in this category who are already enrolled at the same school during the implementation year will be considered allowable transfers and may complete their culminating years at this school. In parentheses, rising 1st through 4th grade, rising 7th grade.
How about,
It was almost like.
Transportation.
Well, you
Well,
said
then-
rising 1st through 4th and 7th graders in implementation year. Then that,
Be
that,
specific as we
you're
can
right,
be.
that means they
the-
already
In the
were
implementation
there
year.
Yeah.
as a
Yeah.
kindergartner
They
or as
already
a 6th
going.
grader.
Right, they're not coming into
Right.
kindergarten.
Right.
In the implementation year or thereafter.
Or thereafter. I think you've got a comment about completing their time. I think you.
Yeah.
Should we include the transportation?
What
And
I,
that'll still be on there.
It's still on there.
Yeah. Both situations require parents to provide their own.
we are going to include a table with the PowerPoint that we bring
That
back
would be
next week that
great.
shows who exactly qualifies in
Yeah.
each year.
That would be
Okay.
good.
And we'll make that very clear.
Clear.
There's
Yeah.
no question about it that it's there. Some people do well with a sentence, some people need a table.
This is a long
And so
roundabout.
we'll have that for the different learning styles here, that we'll do that. I think staff knows what the board wants to achieve. You're not approving this, this isn't final today. You're just telling us what to bring back to you. So as far as wordsmithing goes, and we got a bunch of principals coming in here in a little bit, and the board's got to get a bite to eat, and so we need to move on. I think we've got the idea of what you want, and plus the chair and vice chair are going to approve anything we bring back next week anyhow. So the statement that you bring. So as far as a word this way or that way, you're not making that final decision today. You're just giving us some direction on what to put in the PowerPoint.
So there's, the amendment, though, is about two changes. One, adding 10th grade to the rising list, and then what you just read in terms of with the intent that it's the siblings of these rising students who were enrolled in the year prior to implementation would also be allowed to stay throughout the rest of their tenure at that building.
Throughout the rest of their tenure at the building,
At
or
that building.
just till the next grade?
Through their tenure.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
different, what you talked about
See,
earlier.
as I said, through their culminating years at this school.
At that
Oh,
school.
Yeah.
Yeah.
wow.
And we know it would delay the implementation,
Okay.
we know that. But it would enable a family to start a child a child who has already started at that school would be allowed to finish at that
That's
school.
correct.
So why does that, I'm just playing devil's advocate, why does that sibling get to go all the way through when my second grader doesn't?
They do, they will.
No, they don't.
If I didn't
No.
have, if I didn't have a
No.
rising grade sibling,
You have to have an hours.
We are,
It's a family-friendly policy. It's if you're going to have one kid at that school, then you allow the sibling.
I'm at an advantage if I have multiple children in the school over somebody who doesn't.
right.
You don't have to drive them to the school.
But I
Two different
mean,
elementary
maybe I'm
schools.
misunderstanding. So when the fifth grader moves on, the second grader gets to stay for third grade, fourth grade, fifth grade, sixth grade?
But if they have a second, or if they have a 2 or 3-year-old
They don't.
sibling, they will not.
Okay.
The parent's going to have to make a choice.
They can elect to go ahead and move the one that's in school to the school they're supposed to be in and allow the new rising student.
Or they could apply for a transfer, too.
Or they can
Which is
apply
what they'll do.
If we have room.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, I think we can do this by consensus instead of
Right,
having.
well,
I
let's
think the
just proceed with
staff,
the
the staff
motions.
would appreciate the
Yeah.
board acting on
Yeah,
amending
let's-
it.
yeah.
Just for the
okay.
record, we've done that with everything else. I think, Madam Chair, you have the allowable transfers regulation that's been, the superintendent's allowable transfers regulation. So in this case, the board will would consider a motion to revise the allowable transfers regulation as presented in the superintendent's multi-year student assignment plan as follows. And then,
so moved.
yeah.
I'll second it.
Well, she probably needs to read it one more
Yeah,
time.
one more- Okay, so the sentence being replaced is siblings of eligible students in this category are not considered allowable transfers. It would be replaced with siblings of or something similar. Siblings of eligible students in this category who are already enrolled at the same school during the implementation year will be considered allowable transfers and may complete their culminating years at this school, i.e. rising first through fourth grade, rising seventh grade during the implementation year.
And I would add 10th graders.
Yeah, that would
Above,
go.
yeah. So there's a motion on the table.
Remember, you're not approving this. This isn't your final approval. This is
Yeah.
what you're telling the staff to bring back next week. Your final action will be when you've got it all in front of you, Mr. Dennison.
Okay, second, anybody say?
Any questions or discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. All right, I propose we take a recess for lunch.
Madam Chair, can we limit that to 1:15? Can everybody finish lunch can we pretend it's school lunch?
Can we do,
Yeah.
we can do that, but let's do one more thing. There's actually one more thing on the agenda for board action right now.
please. Yes, ma'am.
There's one more item on board action, which is our voting delegates for the North Carolina School Boards Association meeting in November. Additionally, I would like to ask that Mr. Weaver, Dr. Brown, Ms. Thompson, and Ms. Caldwell be the voting delegates.
I would love to.
Thank you for your, and I think I have myself slated as an alternate if necessary.
Explain what that means.
I'll tell you all about it.
Oh, it's so much fun. John, it's so much fun. You're here to hang out with us.
Mr. Dennison is actually on the board of directors for the School Board Association. He will actually be up on the dais at that time. So I make a motion that you all, those that I stated.
Ask for a motion.
I ask for
So
a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, there we go.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
So can I, before we say aye, I just want to make sure that I'm not attending the whole event.
It's
Yeah.
Monday. It's
Okay,
Monday.
okay, then I'm good.
Yeah, it's Monday. It's
Okay.
Monday.
Okay.
Are we good?
Yeah.
Ayes again?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. We need to turn that in before next week, so, which is why Ms. Potter asked me to put that on the agenda. Now we're going to take a.
Maybe 20 after?
20 after.
20 after?
That's
You're
fine.
right, 30 minutes, okay.
Thank you.
You all know today's Bridget's birthday?
Yeah, it's okay, Ms. Caldwell. Don't tell us where Ms. Carter is.
All right, I call the meeting back to order again. I know we've had a long morning, and we still have many items on our agenda, and I love seeing all the smiling faces in front of me. Wonderful, so thank you for being here. Dr. Grimsey, do you want to lead off the next item on our agenda?
Madam Chair, I'll simply turn it over to Dr. Locklear so we can just kind of keep the ball rolling here. We got some really good information to share and to consider in the next couple hours.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Board, thank you, Dr. Grimsey. Put that on. We're pleased to be bringing to you and begin discussing with you our progress updates to the board's strategic plan. This is something that you worked very hard on in the 17-18 school year. That we worked very hard through a community-driven process. It was a collaborative effort from stakeholders, both internal with our teachers, our students, our parents, but also through the community, through community input, to put together a very strategic plan that drove the district's work in critical areas for the next 3 years. Our former strategic plan wasn't as strategic. It was almost 50 pages long. And it's hard to work a strategic plan that's 50 pages long. And so we really set out trying to make a plan that was very strategic. And where you ended up as a board is one which is basically 8.5 by 11 pages. One that you can put your hands on, is easily understandable, as a plan that we can work. And so that's what we've been doing over the last year. The board adopted that plan in June 2018. And it included a revised mission, vision, and core beliefs for the 2018 to 2021 school years. We look forward to bringing you an update and progress of where we are with the strategic plan. Of course, today, talking about the first domain of the strategic plan. The plan has 5 domains of academic achievement. Next month, Dr. Powers, Ms. Stedman, and myself will bring an update on progress of student safety, health, and welfare. In December, Dr. Appenfels and Catherine Murphy will bring updates in employee culture and capacity, and parent and community engagement. And then in January, as we start to kick off our budget discussions for the next budget year, it's a very appropriate time to bring an update to the board of organizational capacity and efficiency at your January 6th work session. And so that's our timeline, how we plan to bring these updates and this information to you over the next few months. The revised mission that the board approved in June 2018 is Moore County Schools creates a supportive, engaging, and safe learning environment that builds knowledge, skills, and abilities needed for future success. And you see that I've bolded a couple words in a different color there, and I'll come back to that. Our vision, Moore County Schools will ensure that educational experiences inspire students to reach their full potential and lead productive lives in an ever-changing world. And those three bolded words, as you know, became our tagline of Engage, Inspire, Succeed. That was pulled from our vision and our mission. The core beliefs that the board endorsed in 2018 is that we, as a district, believe successful schools are essential for thriving communities, and that every student can learn and succeed regardless of socioeconomic status, race, and ethnicity. All staff are empowered to meet the diverse learning needs of our students. Resources are provided so students and staff of all backgrounds and abilities can be successful, and that students should come to school and feel safe, secure, and cared for, and that we are a partnership with students, with parents, and the community, and we are accountable for the education of our students. And that's part of why we're bringing this update to you today of our progress as we move forward in our evaluation of our progress in the strategic plan. So again, those three words have really been something that we've seen a lot: engage, inspire, succeed as our tagline for Moore County Schools, and they're driven directly from our mission and our vision. As noted earlier, the strategic plan was developed in really 5, if you will, common sense, logical domains of a school district's work. Those being academic achievement, student health, student safety, health and welfare, employee culture and capacity, parent and community engagement, and organizational capacity and efficiency. So today, we're going to talk about the first domain of academic achievement. In that domain of the strategic plan, there were 3 objectives that were agreed upon and endorsed by the board. Objective 1, the district will utilize research-based and standards-based teaching and learning strategies that engage students and improve achievement. The second objective, the district will implement strategies to increase the achievement levels of all subgroups. And then the third objective of Domain 1, the district will support and refine effective and impactful school improvement systems and processes. So I'm going to ask Dr. Johnson if she would dive into some of the areas where we've made significant progress as we've worked this plan over the last year plus. Dr. Johnson?
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Locklear. So we have, I get the fortune of sharing the good news of where we have made some significant progress and where we have really made strides. And one of those areas is our STEM education. We often think of STEM as science, technology, engineering, and math, but we'd also like to think of it as strategies that engage minds. You heard Dr. Locklear say a lot about engagement, and that's what we're looking for in our classrooms, and we have seen tremendous growth in this area. So some of the areas where we've seen that growth have been through our engineering strand. You may remember that was developed in kindergarten through 5th grade several years ago, where we asked, how can we develop engineering lessons that fit with our standards in our pacing guide? So that was developed several years ago, and then a couple years back we went and added on 6th through 8. So we now have kindergarten through 8th grade lessons in our pacing, so that all students are experiencing those engineering tasks and getting their hands on our robotics. That's important because our robotics have taken off. Our robotics are a huge draw to a lot of our students, but we found that they were often held after school, our robotics clubs, and so that going back to that engineering strand, it was important that all kids be able to experience that in their daily lessons and in their schoolwork during the school day. And so that's what our engineering strand does for us. But we don't want to ignore the growth we've seen in robotics, whether it be after school or during the day. We have a huge number of clubs. Every school participates in some way or another, kindergarten through high school. So we have become really a model across the state of how have we gone on this journey in a really short time to make robotics such an important part of our educational system. Part of that journey involves our digital learning grants. We have 2 very large grants. Moore County was the only county to receive both of those digital learning grants. The first of those grants allows other districts to come to our district to see how we do STEM education. And that's a big deal. It's a big deal that we get to invite other districts to see our work in progress. So those visits are going on. I believe there's 6 or 8 of them in the fall and 6 or 7 of them in the spring, where we get to showcase our students and our principals and our teachers and the great work that we're doing. And we get to partner with other districts to learn from them. While they're visiting our site, we get to pick and pull ideas from them as well. The second grant of the digital learning grants allows us to think through STEM education in 6th through 12th grade. How do you incorporate STEM into a high school social studies classroom? That can sometimes be a challenge, but through that secondary grant, we've been able to pull 24 teachers per year and really work with them, whether it be after school, during the day, sometimes on Saturdays they come in to build lessons that are aligned to their standards and have those strategies that engage minds. So both of those have been really exciting opportunities. And of course, you know, our CTE has made significant progress. I wanted to share this statistic because it stood out to me that in 2015 we had 534 students that had credentials related to their CTE work. And this past year, we had 3,923. So just in 4 years, that number exponentially has grown, which shows you the growth that we're making and the progress we're making in CTE. And that's outside of our drone academy, some of the more innovative things that we're doing. So some really great stuff happening in all those areas. Sure.
Career technical education classes. And those workforce credentials or tests or assessments that those students take and actually get credentials that they can then use as they move forward.
Yep.
So the number was the number of credentials.
The number of credentials.
Number of
Given that numerous students have multiple credentials, Mr. Weaver.
Correct. So the second area of significant progress that I want to share with you is our instructional frameworks. In the fall of 2017, we brought a team of 30 teachers together to build what do we want to see in every elementary literacy classroom. What does research say should be happening in elementary classrooms? And together that team created our kindergarten through 5th grade instructional framework. So that framework outlines for teachers on a daily basis, these are the research-based strategies that should be happening in your room. It has a lot of flexibility. It can be done in different formats. But the strategies are there for teachers to build upon. That has been led by our teachers. Our teachers developed it, they trained their own staff on it, and they have been the leaders on that, and that proved successful. So we moved forward last year in the fall of 2018 with our kindergarten through 5th grade math framework, and then also a 6th through 12 instructional framework. So essentially, any teacher in our district now has a framework of what does core instruction in your classroom, what are some research-based strategies that you could use in your classroom that we know are tried and true. The research stands behind them. And that serves as a basis for our core instruction. So we've made significant progress in that area, and we're very excited about that work. One thing you might see as you move through buildings, there are now framework posters that we have put out into every classroom. So the kindergarten through 5th grade literacy and the kindergarten through 5th grade math all have their own graphic. I wish I'd brought one. They all have their own graphic. And those are up in our classrooms, and then the same with the 6th through 12 instruction. So it's just a constant reminder to our teachers about that core instruction and what we're looking for. The next area of some other areas of significant progress include our framework for professional learning communities, or PLCs. PLCs have been around a long, long time. That's not necessarily a new phrase or a new term, but we came back to it a couple years ago and said, but what really does an effective PLC look like? What do they do? What does it sound like when you're sitting in a PLC meeting? And so we have made significant progress in that area. August 12th and 13th of this past summer, every school sent 4 or 5 team members together to learn from an outside professional, and really that sparked an extra boost to what we were already doing. That just having an outside voice sometimes helps kind of push you in the right direction. And so all of our teams left that training with an action plan, which allowed for us to have 24 different plans, which is great because they're all in 24 different places. But we've really gotten some traction in our PLCs. Which is important because that's helping all students learn to high levels. So we're excited about that. Our school improvement systems and processes, you're going to see a piece of that this afternoon. A big part of what we added 2 years ago to the school improvement system was our comprehensive needs assessment, or a CNA. So the comprehensive needs assessment is really where we ask school improvement teams to drill down into their student achievement data and drill down into their behavior discipline referrals and all the many pieces of data they have at their fingertips, and develop a plan. What does your data say that your school needs in order to improve? So that CNA is really driving the work of the school improvement teams, and that's been a huge improvement that we've put in place. We've also put in place some process checks where myself or Kate or Heather Stewart are going out and meeting with school improvement teams twice a year and walking through their plan with them. And asking some guiding questions and having really great discussions about the work that they're doing and what they might need from us in order to further that work. So it's gone really well. Another area that we're excited about.
A quick question on that.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that when you're using the comprehensive needs assessment, you're using the screening device that we approved a couple of years ago? STARS.
STAR. So STAR is part of our multi-tiered system of support as a universal screener. Yeah, we're using that data as part of the comprehensive needs assessment.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Another area is the Global Educator Digital Badge. This is an area that we're still in the very beginning phases of, but we wanted to make you aware of. We have about 15 to 20 teachers that are working on their digital badge. So essentially it's working through professional development to have a digital badge that they could add to their tagline to be global educators. To think globally when they plan lesson plans, to think about culturally responsive instruction. In order to get that Global Educator Digital Badge, you have to have 100 hours of professional development logged within a 2-year period. And we have teachers that are getting very, very close. So we're excited about that work, and we're excited about expanding that work. We started small on purpose to see, what would this look like if we did it, and now that we've got it going, we're looking to expand that. So we've made progress in that area. Our professional learning conference, our More Learning Conference, we sometimes take for granted what an awesome opportunity that is. It's 3 days of free professional development for all of our staff. That's an awesome undertaking, and the results from this year were incredibly positive. The teachers were happy with what they received. They like having choice. There are 20 to 25 sessions in the morning and in the afternoon for 3 days. They like having that choice, and they also are able to earn the continuing education credits they need in order to renew their license. So just an awesome opportunity for our teachers that really has evolved over the years, but we've really fine-tuned it, and so it's great. I'm really proud of that one. And then continual review, refinement, and acquisition of resources. When we think about our textbook budget and our digital content, that's an ongoing conversation. We're never going to end with that. We're never going to say, oh, okay, we're done. We've got everything, everybody has what they need. And part of that is due to financial constraints. But also part of that is due to just times are changing, and we have to keep up with new resources and new materials in order to meet new standards. So that's an ongoing process, but we're refining that process to make sure that our piloting processes are clear, to make sure that the resources we're putting in our teachers' hands are the very best, that they are cost effective, and that they meet our students' needs. So that's, we've made strides in that area, and we're continuing to work in that area.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. I'm out. Part of when you're looking at your progress in a strategic plan, or as you'll see from our schools today in their school improvement plan, it's important that you evaluate your progress. Outcomes matter. And so it's important that we're reporting out on the key outcomes of our district, the celebrations, as well as areas that we need to continue to grow and dive deeper on. So Dr. Metcalf and Ms. Fall is going to share a little bit about our key outcomes from a district perspective.
Absolutely, and as you know, we look at multiple data points throughout the course of the year. We're always looking for trends. We use that information to evaluate ourselves, evaluate programs, evaluate the resources that we're putting into place, evaluate our effectiveness as well. We want to share some of the key outcomes that we want to bring forward. First, we can start with school performance, and as you know, school performance is based 80% on proficiency, 20% on growth, the impact the school has on the students throughout the course of a single year. We have 2 schools that moved from a B to a C, 1 school that moved from a C to a D, and 1 school, Northmore High School, that moved from a C to a B. One way that we look at trends, that Dr. Grimacy looks at trends, is he creates a GPA, and so that would, giving an A school, we'd get a 4.0, a B school, we'd get a 3.0, and so forth. That way we're able to compute it from year to year and look for trends. 2016-17, our GPA was 2.35. In 2017-18, 2.3, and this year it dropped to 2.2 school performance grades. Another is the school growth status. We had some schools drop in this particular area too. We had 4 schools that dropped from exceeded growth to met growth. We had 2 schools that dropped from exceeded growth to did not meet growth. 2 schools that dropped from met to did not meet growth, and 2 schools that moved up from did not meet to met growth, Bass Lakeview and Southern Middle School. Again, we do a trend index on this to look at a 3-year tracking of that. With the trend index that Dr. Grimacy does, we give 2 points for exceed, 1 point for met, and a negative 1 point for did not meet. 16, 17, higher numbers are good in this trend index. It was 17, 18, it went up to 20, and it has dropped significantly to 18, 19 to 10. Also, because of the school growth and the ABC scores, we have 4 schools that are not low-performing schools. Those 4 schools that are low-performing schools are Southern Middle School, Robbins Elementary School, Aberdeen Elementary, and Elise Middle School. Any school that is a D and did not meet growth would be designated as a low-performing school. Or met growth, yes.
Just a quick question, and so Mr. Weaver can know as well, but when you're looking at school growth, what is that entail? Is it just testing? Is it?
So school growth would look at a cohort of students, would put them in a cohort based on where they started the year, based on their previous testing data, and then test at the end of the year to see whether they made a year's worth of progress. If they've made the year's worth of progress that you would expect, they would met growth. If they do better than that cohort that they're put into, they would be exceeding growth, and if they didn't do as well, they would be at did not meet growth. Throughout the course of the year, it measures the impact the school is having on that particular student or the average of all the students at the school.
Mike, I'd like to make a couple comments on
Certainly.
the school grade and school growth. The legislature did pass to continue the 15-point scale this year, which was a major accomplishment. Another major accomplishment was that they did not make a decision on the growth. They left that up to DPI. So DPI is to make a recommendation to them by February the 15th, the percentage achievement versus growth. I've been pushing for 50-50 and contact all the state school board members, and I know the chair and the vice chair there. Mariah is doing the same thing. But I would recommend that any of you that know anyone from DPI that work with them that may have any say-so in this, talk to them about growth versus, their decisions will be the percentages of those two, and their other decision will be, should there be a separate grade for growth and a separate grade for achievement, which I think is a bad idea. But anyway, if you know anybody up there, just in your conversations with them, just push for at least the 50-50, and I think we'll get it, but it's everybody that knows about it will help.
Thank you.
So this table is going to show our end of grade, which is EOGs, and end of course assessments. The GLP stands for grade level proficient, and that is the percentage of students who get a level 3, 4, or 5. The career and college ready, or CCR, is the percent of students achieving at a level 4 or 5, which is the top of that scale. As you can see from the chart, Moore County's GLP has fluctuated slightly over the last couple of years, hovering in that low 60 area. The CCR number has fluctuated more, with a significant dip between 2017 and 18, and the 2018 and 19 school year. When you compare Moore County to the state, and how the state performed overall on the grade level performance, Moore County outperforms the state average by a moderate margin. And the difference between Moore County and the state has actually increased over the past 4 years, from a difference of 1.6 percentage points to 4.3 points. So we are widening that gap. When you start looking at the grade level performance based on individual subject areas, you have the math first. When you look at the math GLP, Moore County is down comparative to last year in grades 3, 4, and in math 1. However, all other grades show an increase in performance over last year. If you look at math 5, you will see a 6.1 percentage point increase. That is 10% increase over last year. And in math 7, that's a 13% increase over the previous year. When you look at 4-year trends, Moore County's achievement compared to 2015-16 to 2018-19, we've gone up in grades 3, 4, 5, 7, and 8. So we are showing improvement on that long trend. This is the first year that we have an NC Math 3 exam, so we're going to start our baseline evaluation from this year. And overall, there's the new math curriculum and new math tests So we know that we still have work to do, and that's one of the focuses of those PLCs that Dr. Johnson talked about. Next up is our English performance. ELA performance this past year did not see the same trends as math. Instead, there is a decrease in every grade level from between 0.4 percentage points in grade 3 to 7.6 percentage points in grade 7. However, when you compare Moore County standings to 4 years ago, we are still up in almost all areas. So the 4-year trend still shows improvement. Our PLCs are digging into this data, reflecting on the scores and the priority, and talking about why those scores reflect the way they do.
And just as a reminder, those scores are from the end of grade tests.
Yes, ma'am. All end of grade and end of course assessments. And then science assessments, there's an end of grade science assessments in grade 5 and 8, and then high schoolers have that biology end of course exam. If you look at 5th grade, you're going to see a significant increase, over 10 percentage points comparative to 17-18. This year breaks a 3-year trend of decreasing scores. In 8th grade, Moore County saw a slight dip in performance, a decrease of 1.3 percentage points from last year, but that is still 5.2 percentage points increased over that 4 years ago. And biology shows an increase of 0.7 percentage points over last year and 8.7 percentage points when comparing to 4 years ago.
Okay. We're going to close out by talking about some of what we might call our terminal key outcomes. These are the outcomes at the end of a student's career with Moore County Schools, whether they're prepared for work, whether they're prepared for college, whether they're prepared for the next step that they go to. Bridget talked a little bit, stole my thunder, talking about the CTE credentials.
Good stuff.
Absolutely, great stuff. 134% increase from 2015-16 to 2018-19 in the number of credentials earned by our students. Credentials for things like pharmacy tech and vet assisting, certified nursing assistant, drone piloting. Unbelievable opportunities for students to learn and be prepared for work as they exit for college.
Dr. Metcalf, just a
Yes.
quick question about that. Do you know why it has increased so much? Are we offering more? Is it the collaboration with the college?
Great question, Ms. Wallen-Miller. I talked to our CTE folks about that very thing this week because it is so dramatic when you see it on a paper like this and a graph like this. They feel it's really about focus. We're offering greater number of programs, a lot more opportunities for them to earn these certifications. And they focused, advertised it, got kids engaged in it, more students participating.
And I also wonder if there's public perception that's changing about getting CTE certifications and how that can help you whether or not you go on to college or further education.
And this is across the board. I mean, all 3 high schools are actively participating, because we always get questions about Northmore, but they are very
Actually,
much
I would
active.
include Pinckney in that as
Oh,
well.
good.
We have students there who have the opportunity to participate. They're doing a build this year, getting some construction certifications as well.
Dr. Metcalf will remember Dr. Locklear was just arriving at this time, but if you go back to 15, 16, 16, 17, there was a very concerted effort to prepare our students for the arrival of what would be called an advanced career center, which would have opened this fall, by the way. Had we stayed on schedule, it would now be open. And when we came to that very difficult conclusion that we were not going to proceed with the building, there was a lot of energy that then said, how can we translate what we've discussed here into benefits for students with or without the building? What are we thinking? And there was a lot of real practical thinking about, what students needed for the workforce. It wasn't just about taking CTE classes and getting what we called a completer. It was about, what do I have that really shows that I'm workforce ready? And so through our collaboration with Sand Hills Community College, through our own internal conversations, some benefits that Tim Locklear brought with his leadership, and about that same time, Amanda Dixon arrived. And so I would just ask that you just kind of think about how that narrative now has translated over these last few years. I still regret that we do not have an advanced career center, but I do feel very strongly that we've proceeded in the spirit of the advanced career center to really move forward in making sure our students are career ready, and I think these numbers show that.
Next is College and Career Promise, another terminal outcome that's showing great promise. You'll see that from 2015-16, 636 students took at least one college course. In 18-19, that's improved to 989 students. Little drop from last year, We attribute that to the wider options that we're providing through CTE programs that we're offering on our own campuses. May have had a little bit of an effect there, but very small numbers there changed. Total courses taken, they're taking more courses, and they're earning college credit. Have to have a D or higher. 88% of our students who take those courses come out of there with a college credit. In fact, the college will tell you that our students are more successful than those who come later in life, if you will. So great success with our College and Career Promise program. Graduation rate, again, on the rise, 91%, well above the state averages. This is a 4-year cohort graduation rate that we measure. So this is students, so they track that cohort between their freshman year, 9th grade, and 12th. So 91% of our students are graduating in the traditional 4-year period of time. In addition, the dropout rate, substantial drop in our dropout rate between last year and the year before, about a 30-student difference down to 1.3%, and substantially below the state average in terms of that dropout rate, which is excellent. Remember that the dropout rate, some of those students can count multiple times. They can drop out, they can drop in, they can drop out, they can drop in, and sometimes a student who's counted as a dropout in a particular year ultimately ends up graduating and is given a diploma. So I don't want to give the indication that 50 students are not earning the diploma. They may, in time. It may take them longer than 4 years to do that. And Kenna Wilson and our Pinckney team are doing an outstanding job of bringing those students back into the fold and giving them opportunities to graduate. So I want to give her a shout out whenever I can. And last, if they're graduating and they want to go to college, we're giving them some money. Our community ponies up over $26.5 million in terms of scholarships to our seniors last year. Let me say that again, $26.4 million in scholarships for our graduating seniors to go on to post-secondary options. So it's awesome.
How does that relate to individuals? I mean, an individual can receive several college scholarships from various schools.
Sure.
So how do the numbers look as far as number of students receiving scholarships?
Do we measure the number of students receiving scholarships, Kate?
Not formally. We do not currently measure that in terms of the number of students who receive the college. We do record the number of students that go to a college, 2 or 4 year college, but we do not currently track how much of that money is assigned to individual students.
And that's not included in the report, but it's another self-reported number, and what we have reported that
Yes.
previously. What is that number, Kate? Percentage?
It's over 80%.
Yeah,
It's well over
It's over
80%.
80%. I don't know the number off the top of my
84.
head.
So, Mr. Weaver, over 80% of our graduates have received at least one college acceptance letter. Now, to go the next level of metric tracking would be a lot more complicated than what Kate has time to do. So we haven't been able to translate that into how many scholarships per child. It's difficult. Having been a high school principal in the 90s, we never would have dreamed of having this data at the level we have now. Computers have helped. But I would suggest to you that there was a couple of years ago, we had 91% self-reported a college acceptance letter. Incredible numbers to be in the 80s for that. I would have given my left arm for that as a high school principal in the 90s to have anything like that.
Well, that scholarship amount, even if it's just one student, is a tremendous amount of money.
It doesn't hurt when we have one child who gets 2 military academy appointments.
That all's counted in the
Those don't
number.
hurt the numbers.
He's right. It's an incredible number, but it is all counted in the number. If one kid gets 3 different scholarships, that all goes into the overall number. So it's certainly a celebration, no doubt.
So the terminating outcomes, I think, are outstanding, which sometimes make us question some of those outcomes earlier on in a student's career, some of those reading scores, math scores, and what have you. There's a lot of great things going on in Moore County Schools. There's also some work to be done, some areas where we need to provide a little bit more focus and maybe dive a little deeper.
Yes, great segue, Dr. Metcalf. Outcomes do matter, and as Dr. Metcalf said, our outcomes are mixed. We're doing some incredible work in Moore County Schools and getting some incredible outcomes, but we also have some areas where we need to get better. And it's not about adding more things, it's about going deeper in the work that our strategic plan is driving us towards. And that's going deeper in implementing those instructional frameworks that Dr. Johnson talked about, our teachers came up with, working with our principals to build their capacity and their teacher leaders' capacity about how to lead that work in their schools, how to monitor that work, and give good feedback to our teachers about how to utilize those feedback. Our strategic plan talks about building cultural competency in our teachers. Dr. Johnson mentioned some of the work we've done now with the global badging, but how do we go further with that? How do we go deeper with that? How do we provide professional learning for our teachers and so they can build their capacity around that? Our work with professional learning communities, which is nothing more than teams working together towards a common goal. And so the frameworks that our schools use to keep diving deeper into that, looking at data, looking at learning, and how do we help all our kids learn, which ties right in, connects right into multi-tier systems of support, which is a state name for basically making sure as many kids as possible master learning outcomes. And if not, what interventions do we put in place to support them? That's school improvement, which is where we'll continue to dive deeper in. And then blended professional learning. There's a strategic plan that talks about providing professional learning for our teachers in various ways, making sure it's what they need. And Dr. Johnson and her team are working towards not only providing that through the Incredible More Learning Conference, but providing it through blended opportunities, which might be in front of their computer, through webinars and through other things. And they're learning themselves how to effectively do that so they can then provide it to our teachers. So there's work to be done. As I like to say, we plan to work, we're going to work to plan. And it's time to keep diving deeper, to keep monitoring our outcomes and keep growing. So certainly open to any questions that you may have.
Within the budgets for the blended outcomes, how is money allocated for teachers to attend conferences?
Mostly, now, if it's a Title I school, sometimes principals will have that allocated ahead of time as part of their Title I budgeting. If it is not a Title I school, and regardless of the title, their school improvement plan often drives that through the comprehensive needs assessment. So once they say this is an area of need, then often they say, we're going to allocate money for this to send you off to other areas.
Okay, again, as you have people coming in to seeing our robotics in areas such as that, I'd like our teachers to have the opportunities to hear what other teachers are doing and realizing how good they have it on so many levels.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Bridget, compliment you on something, and I think Lisa Scott does this as well, but you would give your teachers, some time to work together as a team, and I thought that builds a lot of, teamwork, camaraderie. Do you know if other principals are doing that as well? Is that something that goes across the board?
Absolutely, and I would say that's part of building a strong professional learning community is that they have that time to collaborate.
And during the school days,
During the school day, and so that's one of the keystones of having a strong PLC is that it's during the day.
Right.
Because we all know that after school you've got kids to run here and appointments and whatnot. So yes, all of our schools have worked towards that.
Great.
And then as far as additional time, some of our schools have been able to even do additional time, so providing half-day subs so they can do long-range
Which I think is great,
planning.
yeah.
Yeah, some of our schools have been able to finagle that, but that goes back to that school improvement team and that comprehensive needs assessment of this is what we need, how are we going to make it happen?
I think it's important for us as a district to provide those frameworks. That's why we talk about framework. Here's a framework. When we talk about professional learning communities in Moore County schools, this is the framework that it looks like.
Right.
This is what our expectations are as a district, the loose and the tight. What is non-negotiable, what is negotiable based on the needs of the school. And so that's what we've worked towards providing for our schools and providing professional development around that.
Well, it sounds like we've also allowed for professional development within the system too. So I think going away to conferences is helpful or seeing other communities, but it's also good to see internally what different teachers are doing and what's working. And I think that's a very important part of our professional development program. So, with the More Learning Conference, I think you see that a lot as well. That happens in August, and I think that's a great opportunity for our teachers.
Absolutely. We see a lot of teachers teaching teachers at that conference, which is really powerful.
I like to just target a compliment to those principals that have worked with their school improvement teams to identify schools that have similar demographics, that have demonstrated success. They have the outcomes. West Pine Middle School is one. Dr. Massengill and a group of his teachers are going to Mecklenburg County to spend a day at a school that's much like West Pine Middle School that has achieved those outcomes. And they want to go spend a day with them and learn about what they're doing. Recently, the publicity that Mr. Weaver mentioned earlier about Robbins, the bilingual program and the GLAD program, both of those resulted from similar efforts by Dr. Kim Bullard when she was principal at Robbins. Robbins school improvement team members went to other schools, studied what they were doing, learned, and then they adapted their conferences after that. Our teachers just don't go to conferences willy-nilly.
Yeah.
It's targeted involvement in conferences that relate to what our teachers and principals have identified, what their needs are at their specific schools, and then what my needs are as a specific teacher. And I've seen that happening in all of our schools, and to this team and to everybody else, they really have my hat off to them because they do a very good job with that.
Any other questions or comments?
Board members?
I have a comment to take off on what Bob was saying. I think too many times we try to reinvent the wheel or figure out what we're going to do to make it work, when somewhere in the United States, there has to be a school that's exactly like one we're having the problem with, that we can find out about, and not ones that are just doing things, ones that have demonstrated success over the years by what they're doing. Save a lot of time, but it's difficult to find them.
Madam Chair, with your permission?
Yes, please, next
I'll
item.
let Dr. Locklear set us up for the next fight phase here, because we got to do some moving around.
We get to do some moving around. We get to hear from our principals and some leaders from their schools, report out on their school improvement plans. So we've got a quick lead-in presentation to give you a lead-in to that work. But as the board may recall, and Mr. Weaver, each year our schools bring their school improvement plans in front of the board for your approval. The state law requires that's done, that the board approves each school improvement plan. That's on a 2-year cycle. This is the 4th year that I've been part of this and worked under Dr. Grimmis's leadership to split those up. So you're seeing half of our schools 1 year, and the next year you're seeing half of the schools. So today we'll see 11 schools. Laura, can you pull up that presentation for me real quick?
But you, Mr. Weaver, will not see 11 schools.
Right, yeah.
You'll see a portion of them.
3 or 4. You'll see 3 or 4 schools. Yeah. Thank you, Laura. So we just went through talking about the academic, our strategic plan and where school improvement work ties into that. We just noted that in Objective 3, and I'm going to go very quickly through this under academic achievement. I do want to just take a quick second to talk about the central services support and school improvement work. We've talked about the professional learning that Dr. Johnson and others across our team have been working to support our schools and support our principals. We specifically have provided professional learning around effective school improvement and effective school improvement systems and processes. What are the structures, the tools that we can use to help us plan good school improvement plans and then actually work them? And so we've tried to provide professional learning over the last 2 years, targeting that and going deeper and deeper as we move forward. We have members of our academic student support services team that go into our schools to support. That's not just curriculum instruction specialists, but that's Dr. Powers and Ms. Dedman and their team. That's our CTE teams. That's our PAR team. All of our team goes into the schools to provide professional development or support or whatever is needed of the principal and those teams. When we have schools that are struggling, Dr. Metcalf noted we have 4 schools that are noted as low-performance schools this year. And any school that's a low-performance school or a school that has not met growth for 2 or more years, we develop a tiered support plan with that school, collaboratively with that school principal. Dr. Johnson meets with them and provides a much more focused, intensive support plan for those schools. How can we utilize the resources that we have as a district to go in and support their school improvement plan and their school improvement work? And so Dr. Johnson works hand in hand with them collaboratively to develop that. I'm going to let Dr. Johnson quickly talk a little bit about just overall our school improvement work and then what you can expect to see today.
Absolutely. So the school improvement teams are coming together with a clear focus. I think that's something that you'll see today, and that comes, like I said earlier, from that comprehensive needs assessment. I'm not going to spend more time on that, but it really is the driver behind each of these plans. This year we are utilizing NC Star. It's an online facilitation tool. It's something that the state has come out with and wants all of our schools to have their school improvement plan inside of NC Star and to document their meetings and their agendas and the activity around their plan within this portal. So that's something new for our principals. And so we're working with them on that. We have training in a couple weeks on what does that look like and making sure that it doesn't change the work. We're putting it inside this online portal, but the work that we need to do is still the work we've been doing for a long time, but we're focused about it. So we have these twice-a-year process checks, which I talked about earlier, where we come in and have those guided discussions with teams about the work they're doing and what supports they might need from us. And I hope that you'll see today a laser-like focus on these big rocks that we've been moving of instructional frameworks, professional learning communities, and student safety, health, and welfare. All of these areas are big boulders that we're pushing down the mountain, and I hope that you'll see those occur over and over again throughout everybody's plans. So what you can expect is you will, I think already have one-page summaries of the school improvement plans. Those are for you to view and to learn more about the school, but those are also publicity tools that we can share with our families. We can say, this is what our school is working on, and with our community. You're going to see variations among the schools today. There are 24 schools, you're only going to see 11 of them, but you're going to see 11 different plans because each school has a different need, and each school has a different focus, even though it's all kind of streamlined into those big rocks that I talked about a minute ago. So we have a presentation schedule. Some of you will stay here in the boardroom and hear from 4 schools. Some of you will go into the conference room and hear from a different 4 schools, and some will go into Dr. Locklear's office to hear from 3 schools. And so unless there are any questions, Madam Chair, with your permission, we'll drive right into the work and listen to our principals. Great. Okay.
Dr. Locklear, they're all 15 minutes long.
15 minutes long. We have a quick 5-minute break.
Okay.
We were originally scheduled to begin at 1:45, so we can probably.
So you'd like everyone to
pace
start
off.
at 2:15?
Looks right. Yes, sir. Sounds good to me.
And Mr. Locklear, thank you very much, you and Dr. Johnson, for giving us the preliminary information. I'd asked about this earlier, that I felt the community needed to hear the details that we had, and you did a good job with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Brown.
Thank you.
So everybody go to your designated
I didn't
location
think- I
by
didn't think you did
2:15.
that.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And we'll dive right in.
Okay,
So I stay here with
I will.
Pam and Jonathan, right?
Can we pull up the one-pagers?
Central Office Boardroom. Ms. Wallen Miller, Ms. Madam Chair, with your permission?
Yeah, let's keep going, and I want to thank school board members and staff for the school improvement team presentations. They were very enlightening and important to see, so thank you.
And Madam Chairman, it's a long day, but I'd like, if you look at your section 6 and 7, you have an agenda that looks very similar to a typical work session, and it's 3:30. So normally we would be starting at 4, and we would have an agenda like this. So if we just keep on schedule, we'll be in good shape. Dr. Locklear, is there
I think
more?
that's more for me, Madam Chair.
I've got update on budget report next. Do you have
Well,
more?
we do need to finish our school improvement team presentation. by
Please
asking
do.
If there's any general questions, and that we would appreciate the board's consideration of a motion from the superintendent to approve these school improvement plans for the next 2 years at your regular business meeting.
At the next meeting, because that was pending action and discussion, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so Madam Chairman and board members, if you'll notice, this will be a pending action item to request your endorsement, well, I guess there's a statutory term. They have to approve it.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
They have to approve the school improvement plans. And then we come back in November with the low-performing schools.
Correct.
And we have to do another layer there for those schools.
And by December, approve that. That's correct.
Any questions for Dr. Locklear and Dr. Johnson?
I just have a comment. I was very appreciative of how well-informed that all the SIT team members and principals were on their priorities and how they were planning to implement it, and given history so that we could have some background information, and then currently what's going on, and then what they plan to move forward to with some positive growth using data and information there. It's very, very positive. Thank you very much, and thank them for their hard work.
Anything else? No? Thank you very much.
Thank you, board members. Thank you, Doctors Locklear and Johnson. And Mr. Cox, if you'll come forward.
Would that be under consent or board action?
Well, we don't know yet.
We'll do that at the end.
Yeah, we'll do that at the end, just like we always do. Mr. Cox.
All right, thank you, Dr. Grimacy. I know we want to go fast. It's been a long day, so I'm going to try to talk fast if we're ready. Have any questions?
Go.
Started.
I'm done.
That was fast.
So I do just want to go through a few things on a budget update to let you know where we are. And just a reminder where the county approved their budget, where the state budget is, and then what's next. So where we are, as you know, in June, the General Assembly passed the budget. In June, the county commissioners gave us our budget, approved a budget. Shortly after that, the state approved their budget. Then the next day, the governor vetoed it. So not until September did the House override the veto. Just so you know where we are, the Senate needs 1 Democrat to cross party lines or 2 Democrats to be absent for them to have enough votes to override the veto. So there's been no movement in the Senate at this point. So we've been a quarter of the way through the year with no state budget. Summarizing the Moore County approved budget, they gave us $31,850,000, which is an $850,000 increase over last year. It funds 2 additional teaching positions. Well, we have the state mandated salary and benefit increases, but we don't know truly what they're going to be. We're going on anticipations for that. Increased charter flow-through monies, the money that we have to send directly to the charter schools from the county appropriation, which is going to be which we're anticipating to be a little more than $2 million this year for that. And then maintain the receptionist allotment formula in the schools. They also gave us McDee's Creek startup monies of $739,133 for the operations of that new building. What's included in the vetoed state budget, which we hope does come to fruition at some point, they eliminated safety grants, mental health grants. However, I'll touch on those in a later slide. It does provide an average of 2 to 3% salary increase for teachers and instructional support. Non-certified staff are proposed to have a 1% salary increase. The benefit rates were increased from 18.86 to 19.86 and percent for retirement for employer contribution, and hospitalization rate increased to 6,306 from 6,104. And then one of the things that a lot of people liked in the budget was $150 allocated directly to classroom teachers for instructional supplies. Again, these are things that are in the vetoed budget that we don't know if will come to fruition or not, but just kind of giving you an idea of some things that were in there. And
But we do
obviously
know
just-
the increased benefit rate did occur.
Well, I'm going to get,
Okay.
it did not occur. This one did not occur.
Oh, this
but
one did not.
did.
But there's another one.
One did, yeah.
Not to steal
Yeah.
your thunder.
So the state right now is operating under continuation budget, just like we are, because the state is under continuation budget. The state just started rolling out information to us on allotments because a final budget has not been passed. So they are giving us some estimated numbers for continuation. The numbers they are giving us does include ADM increases, so they projected us to increase by about 100 students. So the numbers that they are giving us to use does allow us to factor in that increase. So they've increased different areas of the allotments that are based on the ADM numbers. So that does include that. Right now, there are no salaries increases since July for any public school employees. They have not given us any increases for increased benefit rates, again, however, which I'll talk to in a minute. And one thing that a lot of people don't know, after 90 days, there can be no retroactive adjustments to the retirement system. So if somebody's salary changes and you contributed based on that prior amount, you can't go back and change that amount for retirement system purposes. So the longer we go, any adjustments can't be retroactive to the retirement system.
Before we leave this page, I had one question about the ADM increases.
Okay.
Did that include student-teacher ratios implementation too?
So all that, yeah, so we got the additional teachers for the program enhancements.
Okay.
Which is offsets the classroom ratios.
And that's in the state continuation budget?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, they are giving us those additional teachers. All right, so the General Assembly has been rolling out many budget bills, what they can that aren't controversial, that the governor may sign, and a couple of those did increase the retirement rate to 19.70, not the 19.86 that's in the appropriation bill, but we haven't got any funding for that at this point, and I'll talk about that on a later slide. They did increase the hospitalization rate to 6306, which is in the appropriation bill. And I said I would talk about the safety equipment and mental health that they eliminated in the budget. They've appropriated $20 million to go to additional instructional support, which the mental health positions are covered in, so we will be able to continue those, although it was looking like we had to eliminate those at one point.
And how is that $20 million being distributed across 115 LEAs?
So what it is, it's in the position allotment, so they're taking that and breaking it out based on your average daily membership and divvying it out to each school district based on that. So the net for Moore County schools is 2 additional instructional support positions.
So, okay, if I translate that, that means out of the 20 million, Moore County got $120,000.
About 160,
Out of
when
20
you include
million.
benefits, about 160,000. It's roughly 80,000 for an instructional support position.
Was that something based on the tier system as well as they distributed?
No, it was strictly ADM.
And it's specifically for support for mental health.
Yes, ma'am.
It has to be earmarked for that.
Yes, ma'am. I can get you the specific language of what it says it's earmarked for, but the point was to cover the elimination of the safety grants and mental health positions that they eliminated in the appropriations bill.
For the most part, psychologists, social workers, and counselors.
Right, yes. Yeah.
So it was just money that was cut from somewhere else. They have now put it into a grant program.
Well, what they did last year, that was one-time funding through a grant process through the state superintendent's office. Because we're in the continuation budget, that didn't go forward. So, and it didn't make it into the appropriations bill, and so they were looking at ways to bring that back, and it's through this grant process. So now there are a bunch of uncertainties that go along with this as we are in the continuation budget. So will the veto be overridden, and if so, when? How long will we go without knowing what our budget, state budget truly is going to be? And that's the exact next thing, what will our state budget be? What raises will teachers see? What raises will instructional support see, if anything? We're hoping that at least it will stay what's in the appropriations bill, but being that it's still idle, we don't know what negotiations could happen between the General Assembly and the governor to finally get something processed if they see that they can't override the veto.
So teachers right now are being paid at the same rate that they were paid at last year?
Correct. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yeah. So then, the mini budget bills that I mentioned, that the budget bill where they had, well, I say it's the mini budget bill. It's where they approved the 19.7% retirement to 6306 hospitalization rate. In that, they approved salary increases for state employees in that same budget bill, or that mini budget bill. So the question is, what happens if the Senate does override, is able to override the governor's veto? And what DPI has advised us of, there's stipulations in there that everything will revert back to the appropriations bill. So that 19.70 will become 19.86 at that point. And then you will get the salary raises that are in that appropriations bill. We don't think there'll be any mini budget bills or many bills for teacher salaries at this point. We don't think there'll be any movement on that. We'll just have to wait to see if it's overridden.
And the salary raises would be the 2 to 3%, like you previously mentioned, and the
ma'am.
1% for non, okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. So additional uncertainties, what are conversion rates? What I mean by that is, so we do conversions. One of the examples is our visiting international faculty or international faculty exchange. We have to do a conversion from our position allotment to dollars because we can't use those positions to pay them because we pay them, but we have to pay fees to another organization that brings them here. And so we're able to use those position allotments, convert them to dollars to pay for that, to bring them here. And also pay the salaries for them as well. But we don't know what the true conversion rate is and how many positions we're going to have to convert to make up that dollar amount that is needed. So that's just one example. We don't know what the true conversion rate is. And then in addition to that, the next one, how it impact the state charter reductions, that's also per pupil dollar driven, and we don't know what that per pupil amount is. So that's an impact. And then the next one's what's going to have to flow over to local, if anything, and are there local programs that may have to be cut based on that state budget? We just don't know where we're going to come out right now, which is difficult, a quarter of the way through the year already. And there's still a lot of unknowns that we just can't answer.
And it's October 7th.
Yes, yes. And to DPI's credit, they have finally said we can't wait anymore. We're going to start rolling out what we can, which they did last week. And we're having to do the best we can with that. So then, just as I mentioned, the charter school impact, the $2 million. Last year, we spent almost $1.9 million passed through from the county commissioners to charters. This year, we have about 100, based on the first month's billing, there are about 130 students more in the charters than last year, which is going to equate to about a $300,000-ish increase. I'm estimating that increase that we're going to have to take off the top from the county commissioners is about $2.25 million. Don't know that exactly, but that's just a rough estimate right now.
Do you recall what the number of students that we had budgeted for? I see that the dollar amount here of $2,070,000. If you don't have it right here, that's fine.
I don't know how many we budgeted for.
But you're saying at 130 is what we're paying for.
We're paying an additional 130 over last year. So right now, last year's first month was 838 students. The first month this year was 936. And I'll bring more information back to you on the charter impact in a more detailed presentation later. But I just wanted you to know what the impact of the charter's anticipated impact would be. Yes,
Essentially,
preliminary,
we're
yeah.
about gosh, my math today, under 200,000. 180,000 more than what we had budgeted.
Well, so it's, per pupil last year was almost 2,200, almost $2,250. So it's closer to $300,000 impact.
Yeah, I'm looking more at the budget line item of 2,070,000 versus what.
Well, and actually, what the budget was, and I'm still going through the local, trying to get it in place, because I've been waiting on the state, so I haven't finalized that yet. The original proposed was $2,050,000. I've shifted some stuff around and preliminary planning to add a little additional, but I still don't think it's going to be enough. I'm still looking for ways to boost that up to get through that $2.2 million before I bring original budget to the board.
Now, I'm just trying to remember when we last saw that, in June or in May.
Well,
so-
it projected $249,000 in the budget presentation to the commissioners, and I don't know how many ADM that
We
was based on.
underestimated.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's just a charter impact. Now, I want to also mention the importance of fund balance. The estimated fund balance at June 30th is $2 million. In the budget resolution last year, there's a statement in there that fund balance will be between $2 million and $3 million. I want to talk a couple things that the fund balance is needed to cover. As we've talked about prior federal programs, it's a different federal fiscal year and federal time when we get the federal money. So we have to use this fund balance to cover those costs until the federal fiscal year and federal budgets are approved and we start getting federal monies. This year, because we don't have a state budget, as I mentioned, we don't have benefit rate increase money right now, but we're having to pay those increased rates. So our fund balance is we're using the fund balance that we have to cover those costs until we get that money in. So additional state cost right now that we don't have the allocations for at this point, just because of the delay in the budget.
Would we get retroactive payment?
Yes, we will get the money.
Okay.
We will get the money, so we're not having to reduce the fund balance. We're just using that as a float right now until we get that money.
That's why we call it a cash fund balance.
Just going to say, that's why we have this fund balance.
Yes.
Just
That's
this
precisely
issue.
the reason.
Okay.
And so with that $2 million, there is no room for emergencies. Should a HVAC unit go down at a school? Should a boiler go down at a school? If we don't have the capital monies from the county, there is no fund balance to use for that. So what I recommend is a fund balance of approximately $4 to $5 million, which is 2 months local expenditures, which would be double what we have right now. We essentially have one. And where you come to that from is local government, not local government. Yes, it is local government commission. The LGC recommends to the counties to carry 8%, which they say is about 2 months operating for them. And although there's no official recommendation from the LGC for school districts, a lot of school districts want to apply that same principle and try to carry a 2-month cash fund balance for those emergencies and float operations. So we recommend that fund balance of $4 to $5 million, which have a lot of work to get to, but that's a goal that I would like for us to have.
Or a goal that we'll bring back.
Yes, yes.
A goal
Okay.
that we once had and let go of, but Andrew's got some thoughts about maybe revisiting that.
Yeah.
You're not the first.
Haven't the commissioners told us if we really have an emergency that Andrew was talking about, that they'll gladly give us the money for it?
We'd have to
I think the
ask,
word,
for sure.
Mr. Dennison, was they'd have our backs.
We'd have to ask.
All right, and then the last slide, I just want to talk about some budgeting challenges. This is for this year and going forward for next year. We've talked about our Medicaid fund balance, where we have 5 positions that have been what we call bridge funded, which are, I say 5, it's 5 nurses, a counselor, and a psychologist. That Medicaid fund balance will be exhausted, not quite exhausted at 6/30/2020. We'll have a little bit, but it will not be enough to carry us through the next year. So it's essentially exhausted June 30th this year, where either if we carry those positions, we'll have to cut programs, or maintain the same level of programs and cut positions. Again, it's
Really cutting programs, we'll be cutting staff.
just putting options out there, yes.
But I want our people to know what the implications are.
Right.
The truth is that we have 5 nursing positions, we have at least 1 or maybe 2 psychologist position, and at least 1 or 2 counseling positions that are dependent on this money. And it was hoped that that would be a temporary bridge, not a permanent solution. And so, but the reality is that money will run out, and it'd be helpful if we can all plan ahead.
Yes, agreed. Some other challenges, capital projects. We continue to defer capital projects. The longer we defer, the more expensive they get. And then county funding formula. I just put this out there, is there truly one? The commissioners, have their resolution to give us 40% of sales tax revenue and property tax revenue. Since they have passed that resolution, there's only been one time that we have gotten that 40% since they approved that. So that's a challenge. Charter school increases. Again, this year we're going to have over $2 million of charter flow-through monies. So the county did give us $31.8 million, but over $2 million of those dollars are not dollars that we can use for Moore County Schools operations. Not to mention that half of the students that we're paying for have never attended Moore County Schools, and we've never had to cover the expenses for them to begin with.
And you just said my point that we didn't get a separate line item as we had requested for the charter school funding. So it comes right out of our overall local budget.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. And then we'll talk about later, what the board priorities are, but I'm sure that'll be a challenge to the budget going forward. I'd be happy to take any questions you have related to a budget update, since we don't have one in place at this time.
Madam Chair, if I could, purpose of this presentation was that given the delay in the state budget, it was important for the board, with everything else going on, we had to make sure you didn't lose sight of what was happening with your budget. We are now a quarter of the way into the fiscal year. We still do not know what our state funding is. That's number one. And number two, from a pragmatic standpoint, Mr. Cox will be providing an abbreviated version of this presentation at the Commissioners' work session on Wednesday. We felt as though everything he would say on Wednesday, he should say to the school board first. And so we wanted to make sure you had a preview of the bigger picture, and then we'll provide a more abbreviated version on Wednesday. Madam Chair.
Are there any questions or comments?
We have just had a wonderful day, Andrew. And now we hear where we are with our budget, which is a little bit of a downer, but we understand that that obviously the state is holding and haven't really finalized, so we appreciate the update.
Finance always brings great news.
Well, this time of year, we normally do approve the operating budget, and so this is unusual for us not to be looking at that. Normally, we're looking at something very different than what this report is, and we thank you for your attention to all of these matters and keeping us informed.
I think we need to continue to be concerned about our capital needs, however, and the fact that we've got many other school buildings that are not brand new. And if we're going to go back to our commissioners to say, look, we've got needs now, let's meet them. That doesn't pertain to the state budget in any way, but it certainly does pertain to our campuses.
Yes, ma'am.
And what they can do to help them.
And why we need the county to take over a charter school fund, not us taking it over. Because
True.
exactly what just happened is now we're using our money again to pay for
Charter school students.
charter school students.
We have been for years.
Yeah.
We always have been. They've never had a stream for charter school.
I don't get that.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Cox?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
This time I'll invite Dr. Locklear back. He has not worked hard enough yet. We're going to work him some more. But this is an annual report for October, our report on the 20-day membership.
All right.
Dr. Locklear with Ms. Faw, thank you all very much for coming back.
Thank you, Dr. Grimsey. Like you note, Madam Chair, board members, each fall, Ms. Faw and I have come and given you our Day 20 membership report, which outlines the number of students that we had in membership in our schools on Day 20 as compared to our projections, and as compared to the state's projections of where we would be after our first month of school. This is important because we use these numbers as we project into the next school year, as we look at our needs for staffing into the next school year. And so it's important that we have a very efficient and effective system and process to do this. So I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Fall, who's our guru of our systems and processes, and let her give us a very brief presentation over where we are.
Okay, thank you. Based on our self-reported day 20 numbers, Moore County Schools membership in grades kindergarten through 12th is up 48 students based on comparative to day 20 of last year. Our membership on day 20 was 12,835 students. We began planning for this year almost as soon as our day 20 numbers were finished last year. We utilized day 20 historical data to project student membership and to work through our allotments. The hardest thing to project is kindergarten, just because we don't have anything to base it off of. So what we do is we use a 3-year kindergarten membership for the projection purposes. So we take whatever their 3-year average is. This is where we see the largest difference between what we projected and what we actually got, and we knew that that would be one of those weaknesses. This year, we added the complexities of a new school, McDeed's, which changes the membership at 3 schools drastically, both McDeed, Sandhills, and Vass. We reviewed each student address individually to determine where those students would go to school. And our projections for the 2019-20 school year was 12,701. That's where we estimate it would be. This is 134 students less than we actually ended up with. As I explained earlier, for the 3 schools impacted by the new school, McDeed, Sandhills Farm, and Vass, we reviewed each student address individually to determine what school they would attend. We then assumed that all students would promote to the next grade, and that provided us with our projected numbers for that school. Since this process is virtually impossible for projecting kindergarten, when you're talking about a population that never pulled from that area before, we went ahead and projected our kindergarten numbers to be equal to whatever the first grade class was. So we assumed the kindergarten class would be the same as the existing kindergarten class would have been had McDeed's existed. Class size law states that by the end of the 2nd month of school, no individual kindergarten, 1st, 2nd, or 3rd grade class can exceed 22 students, and that the district average for each grade level cannot exceed 1 to 19. So in order to meet that requirement, we allotted teachers in K-3 classrooms at a ratio of 1 to 21, so 1 teacher for every 21 students, which allows us to stay under that 19 as a district average. Additionally, we allot teachers the other grade levels at the rates seen on the board. So 4th and 5th grade, 1 to 26.5, 6th through 8 is 1 to 25, and 9 through 12 in a 1 to 29 capacity. Here you see our unofficial numbers on day 20 comparative to the same time last year and to our projections. So the green is comparative to where we were on day 20 last year. The salmon color is where we projected ourselves to be. As you can see, we have 48 more students than we did on day 20 last year and 134 more students than we projected. When you do that as a breakdown by school, here's the school level view for day 20 membership comparative to last year and the projected numbers. So again, the green is to last year and the salmon color is to this year. The red highlights are the 3 schools impacted by the opening of McDeed's Creek, so that you can see where we fell based on how we projected those students. Here is the kindergarten through 8th, the middle, and the high school. This also includes CLC at Pinckney. So again, you can see those numbers. The green line on the bottom is CLC. So when you look at the area populations, you can tell that Area 1, the Union Pines feeder district, is increased by 68 students comparative to last year at day 20. And this is a change of 1.55%. Conversely, Area 2, Northmore's region, saw a decrease of 1.12%. And Area 3, which is Pinecrest, saw a very slight dip at 0.39%. CLC at Pinckney, which is not included in any of the area calculations, saw the largest gains of 39.68%. But it's important to note that since the school is so small, that the 25 more students caused them to grow by more than a third. A large portion of this increase can be attributed to their Growing Twilight program, which takes place after traditional school hours. But they also are seeing an increase in their program due to all of the various offerings they have for alternative graduation. Overall, based on our self-reporting, Moore County Schools has a 0.38% increase in membership. We underprojected. Sorry. We underprojected by 135 students due to some increase in several schools, specifically those impacted by the opening of the new school and Pinecrest High School. That's the areas where we most underprojected. Overall, we are 47 students less than NCDPI projected. More available for any questions.
So just so I can keep the projections in mind, we underproject in general because we use these numbers to hire teachers and do planning, right? Is that what these are for?
We do. We use numbers based on, like, we'll use this year's numbers and roll them forward with a 3-year kinder average in general, with student assignment plan and moving students around complicates that a little bit. But we'll roll that forward to project our student population for next year and therefore our needs for staffing. Yes, ma'am.
And so the state has projected us 47 students more.
They projected us about 12,880 students. We came in at 12,835 at our day 20 membership. So they projected us a little higher than where we actually came. And for us to stay within their planning allotment of resources, we have to be within 100 to 2% of that number, which we are. We're within that percentage.
What kind of formula does the state use to figure their estimated enrollment?
Good
Do we
question.
know?
I don't know all the answers. I know they use our previous 20-day average daily membership, and they project that. But they have statisticians and folks on staff that work with some of that as well.
And were the McDeeds Creek kindergarten projections fairly accurate?
They were close. We actually underprojected all 3 of those kindergartens, but just by a little. We were pretty close. We were closer than I thought we would be on McDeeds Creek. The other schools were very close.
Mrs. Carter, if you look at the total numbers at McDeeds Creek, Bass Lakeview, and Sand Hills Farm Life this year, and compare that to the total numbers at Sand Hills Farm Life and Bass Lakeview last year, there's a net gain of 15 students overall, K through 5.
That's a good way to look at it. So are we getting any new teachers?
Don't anticipate getting any new teachers from the state. No, ma'am.
Actually, the
Because
good
it's
news
just
is
40,
we're not losing.
and we're not losing any.
Not
I guess
losing.
that was the other question. So
It's
within
always-
47 is
Yes, ma'am. We're
Is
always looking to
not bad.
get within that range where the state doesn't pull back resources as a result of not meeting your projection.
Well, it was nice to see the increase.
Mhm.
I mean, as small as it is, I mean, yeah, given all the options in this county.
This time last year, we actually lost, did we lose?
No,
Was it last year or the year before? We lost a couple.
the year
The year
before.
Year before, we lost a
Yeah,
couple.
last year we had a lot increase too. It was bigger.
And did you say that the objective was to be within at least 2%?
I believe it's, is Andrew still in the room? It's 2% or 1%?
You have to be within 100 or 100 ADM or 2%, depending on the size of your district, so the state does not reduce your funding based on from their projection.
Okay, thank you.
In that current fiscal year, but if it stays down, then you'll lose it the next year.
Yes.
Or gain it if your numbers are going up.
And with the increase of the students, is there any way that we can tell, are those students moving in, or are they already here and coming from charter, or?
We've started the process with one of our, with the Market Shares Committee. We've started the process of looking at that. That is not something that we had previously tracked. It is something that we are currently tracking. So we've put in a place as students enroll. If we are able to locate their previous school, we'll mark it as either private, charter, or public so that we can start to analyze that data. This is the first year that we will have that in place all year, though.
That would be great, to be able to see if we're gaining some of, some of the students that are already here.
We do some overall market share analysis of how many students are each and the different options in Moore County and what percentage attend Moore County schools. And so that's certainly something we're paying attention to and can bring further reports back to the board.
And it,
December, right, Kate?
it'd definitely be interesting to see what we gain back from the charter schools in the course of the year. Yeah.
All right, any other questions, comments? All right, thank you very much. I
Thank you
know
both.
that's a lot of work on your part.
With your permission, Madam
Yes,
Chair,
please, next item.
I'll call Mr. Barath back to the table.
Good afternoon. So, again, along with every month, we're going to give you updates on the construction of projects and how they're progressing. And so it's time this month to talk about the projects again. And again, McDeeds Creek Elementary, it's opened. We are nearing the completion of that. Now, it's been completed, but the contract has not been closed out. And this is with the general contractor. As you're aware, we go through, there's a punch list of items that are deficient or incomplete that they need to finish. And so we've done that with the architect, and matter of fact, today they've been out there back checking on the completion of those items out there. So I'll have a better report following today's activities out there. They're scheduled to have that complete by October 18th. The transition of the controls, we did not have the ability remotely here from Central Office Maintenance Department to control the automation system of the mechanical system at the school. They were to install that back the week of December 20th. However, that is just going to be installed here this week. So they were late in getting that system set up and ready here on our campus to be in our system. So
It's September, John.
what'd I say?
You said December.
I'm sorry. I'm thinking Christmas already. September 20th, and so they're running behind about 2 weeks on that, and they'll have the system in place here this coming week. The dead plants out there, they were anticipating trying to get those done the month of October. However, it's been so hot lately. They have been advised by the landscaper to wait until mid-November to do that. Otherwise, there's a higher risk of them dying. So hopefully, we continue the cooler weathers and we can get to that mid-November time for that. And the final road safety improvements on Camp Easter Road, that whole area across there, looking to complete those by January of 2020. The budget.
That's at those intersections.
At the intersections outside the roundabout. The roundabout's complete.
Be clear about that.
That's correct. The budget hasn't really changed much since we last spoke, just added some clarity here that with J.M. Thompson, the general contractor, with the remaining items of work they had to do out there, we have been withholding $1.5 million of their contract pending their resolution of completing everything out there. Our furniture, fixtures, equipment, and technology, again, we're just about done with that. Now that we've occupied the building, everyone's getting the opportunity to work within it. They're finding any small loose item things that, we forgot to order this, and taking care of those small items. So the rest of it remains in budget complete to date. Any questions on McDeeds Creek?
So, John, what about items that we need in winter months, such as maybe heating? If we're completing our list and something happens with that, do we have an opportunity to go back to contractors and they make good on? Okay.
The few items that protect us on that one, the law in North Carolina requires a 1-year warranty on all labor, materials, and items on school construction projects.
Okay.
Built into our project, we have extended warranty requirements for equipment. They may be 5-year, 10-year, et cetera, on certain equipment items and things as well.
Okay, thank you.
When does that warranty start?
It starts at the date we have established as substantial completion, and we have not issued the final substantial completion at this time. We're hoping to, following the back check of the punch list.
Okay.
I know, I think it was a month ago or so, we talked about lowering the speed limit on Camp Easter Road and seeing if we can get that done, and where are we with that?
I'll answer that. We don't have official word yet. We've got an unofficial word. I've requested a formal letter from DOT, and we'll be reporting that as soon as we get that letter.
Okay.
I don't want to report publicly an unofficial notification just yet, but I'd like to get formal notification.
Sounds good. Thank you. All right.
Any others?
Next one.
Aberdeen Elementary. So again, this is just the image to remind everyone what the end product's going to look like, because it's not quite there yet today. But you can see kind of what shape's starting to take a look like that out there. You can see the roofing is dried in, what we call. They have their base layer underneath that. The metal roofing panels themselves are being delivered and get ready to install. This is, again, the approach as you're looking at the front entry of the school. So that element in the middle to the right of the high volume, that's your entry. You can see sort of the roadway coming around to the left and the parking lot in front of that in that area. turn this way. As we come around, you can see the main entry again on the left side. You can see the media center coming out, and then the gymnasium, the large volume there next to it. Coming around further, you can see how the cafeteria shape on the far right is there. You can see that whole front area in front of the gym and the cafeteria being graded out for the bus parking area. Now we're coming around the cafeteria, and you can see the gym on the left, and then the cafeteria and the utility delivery entry area. Then you start seeing the classroom wings coming out the back, and where the play field in the foreground is going to be out there. Again, the spacing of the wings for the grades, classroom grade levels between there. And coming back around towards the entry again, you can see the parking area taking place in the foreground there, getting that final graded out. Again, that's the front entry. It's covered with scaffolding right now to see as they're finishing and installing the brick up there around the opening. You can see the drop-off canopy structure work starting to go up. Down the main hallway of the building, once you enter inside, you can see the glulam beams supporting the roof, and you can see the daylighting windows up high that are letting daylight fall into this corridor down the spine of the building. In the gymnasium, you can see the wood glulam structures up above with the HVAC running through it, the duct there. And to the left, that is the stage platform area. You've seen the finish over at McDeeds Creek at what they'll kind of look like. And then the cafeteria, same kind of structure, exposed wood glulam beams with the ductwork up in there. You're looking towards the serving line area in the wall there. And behind that, the kitchen equipment for the, the hood for the equipment, everything's installed, and they're getting everything in place there. In the mechanical room, the pumps are in, the geothermal loop systems are linked and complete. They're not running or operational yet, too early yet, but they got everything hooked up in time here. They want to rush to try to get ready to dry in and seal in for winter so they can start pumping heat through the building and finish the interiors. Typical classroom setup, you can see the wood structures above. You see the little conduit sticking out of the floor. That's where the partition between the two classrooms goes, and then the door connecting the bathrooms would be on the right and near the exterior wall there. The original contract completion date was January 24th. We talked about this last month on this, and that the schedule has slipped. It has slipped to March 6th. This is a little further than last time by just a couple weeks. We have been working with the contractor aggressively on submitting their recovery schedule to show how they're going to recover as many days as possible. 75% of the construction timeline has passed, but obviously they're not at that timeline point. They have been reviewing their staffing out there and are beginning to make appropriate adjustments and changes to staffing for the project out there, and we anticipate that that will help demonstrate an increase in the schedule. At this time, we don't have their report back on how they're going to achieve any improvement to that date. But once we get it, we'll be discussing it with Dr. Grimsey. Again, the off-site sewer installation is done, so the building is ready to tie into it once they have everything ready on the inside. The contractor is at 51% paid. Again, if the schedule's at 75%, they're well behind that. And to date, the project has not used any contingencies or inflation funds that remained after the award of the contract. Any questions on Aberdeen?
Good news.
You got one more slide.
This is changing to the opening costs. We've talked about this before with the board that in preparation to open the school, just like in McDeeds Creek, there are some front costs of elements and things that need to be paid for. If we assume the occupancy on March 9th, that means we are going to assume the operation in that facility for 4 months. And in that time period, there's going to be a need to fund staffing school for the transition of that operation while we are in the school. Custodial and grounds maintenance of the facility, we assume all responsibilities at that time. The utilities, waste collection, connectivity to the school, all these elements and items are part of us occupying the school once a project is complete and we take occupancy. We are working with Dr. Locklear and Andrew Cox. We have gone through and identified the cost to perform these actions for that duration, and it's $132,000. And that will operate that school through July 31st of 2020. Typo, apologize. And then the rest of the cost for that building will be in the next fiscal year at that point.
That 132,000 is not covered in our budget. That was a request that we had that was not funded by the commissioners in June. But to their credit, they've invited us to refresh their memories on that during their work session this Wednesday. Any questions on Aberdeen? Proceed, Madam Chair.
I had one question, I'm sorry. With Mr. Poole, will he start in March? And then what will happen with the
We'll
other-
defer that to Dr. Locklear. What we do know, starting in March, we're going to need custodians, custodial supplies. We'll have to start paying utilities in March. And that's a real cost that we need to find a source of funding for.
It could be as late as May 1
Oh, okay.
that we're looking to transition Mr. Poole over to just focus on opening up Aberdeen and still having a lot of connectivity with his Aberdeen elementary and primary communities. And certainly when that happens, you bring in an interim staff member to interim principal to come in and help.
Okay.
And the data manager and the bookkeeper would start perhaps June 1, is that?
Perhaps you'd have a bookkeeper who would start around that same time frame, and then you would look at the possibility of bringing on a data manager during the month of June, because of the complexities of opening up a new school. Our data manager 11-month employees, not 12-month employees. So having that data manager there in the month of July would be very helpful.
Kindergarten registration will continue like at Aberdeen Primary right now until we officially.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
And so we're just, in terms of the clerical assistance for Mr. Poole during that period of time, we'd be looking at potentially an interim receptionist that would allow one bookkeeper and one data manager to manage the two schools. So having a receptionist to cover that allows them, because right now the reason why you have full-time data manager and bookkeeper in these positions is because at some point they've got to stop doing what they're doing and serve as the receptionist to ensure safety and security for our facilities. So that's included in the 132 in the event that that's, and we can break that down as necessary. But anyhow, is that,
Yep,
that's a fair question.
clears it
Anybody
up.
else
Thank you.
on Aberdeen? Okay, as you know, we got a lot of projects. Southern Pines.
Again, Southern Pines Elementary, rendering of the image of the building there. And again, kind of hard to see at this time. It takes a lot of imagination. So you can see the site here, and what you're looking at the site in the foreground is where the upper level of the school is going to be, where the entry, the pickup, drop-off, and the parking is. And then you can see some of the activity past that, and that's down where the two-story building area of the building is going to be, and that's where the gym, the cafeteria, two-story grade wing, bus entry and parking, as well as a play field is going to be. So this kind of gives you an aerial perspective of orientation of that site and what you're seeing, because it's literally just starting to come out of the ground.
Help me out.
Back up a minute. There you go.
Which area is closest to Morganton Road?
The foreground.
The foreground.
The bottom of the image. The foreground.
That's going to be the entrance?
Yes.
Carlisle is. Carlisle Street continues all the way down to Bruce Wood.
Okay.
So Carlisle will extend. It currently dead ends off to the right of this image, down near the bottom of the picture, and that'll extend all the way down to Bruce Wood in front of the Legends apartment complex down there.
Thank you.
John, Mr. Weaver, if you would, after the meeting, check with John and I. We do once every 3 weeks, we take a tour of the Aberdeen and Southern Pines facilities. And if you'd like to join us, it might be a good way to expose you to that so you can begin to get a picture in your mind of that. And if not, we'll pick another time.
So looking aerial straight down, this is again in the lower portion. This is where the two-story wing is going to be, and you can see how the footing foundations are starting to take place. in the lower part of the image. The gym is to the lower left, the box over there, and the gray areas are the classrooms starting to have their stone base put in. Towards the top of the screen, there's a large mound of topsoil. That's going to be where the student play field and playground area is going to be. And in the upper left, that is our stormwater retention area. So when you're looking at the plan, that's your orientation. So getting a little perspective, looking from the other direction up at towards Morganton that way, give you an idea of the progress of the site. Again, from the back, looking straight up the site towards Morganton, you can see the cell towers in the background for reference. Now, when we're up, looking down the site in this case, so we're starting from, you can see Carlisle cutting across the front where those trees are, where it's going to connect through.
Exciting to see it, the footing starting to go in.
Yeah.
Oh, the wall's going to go up quickly. That's
Yeah.
that's the best part.
I know this is the hardest part, so.
This is looking where the stormwater retention basin is. That's on the left, and there's a retaining wall. The total elevation change from the stormwater retention area to the top of the retaining wall is approximately 22 feet. So a lot of drop. If you remember when we first developed the site, it's 80 feet existing topography from one end to the other of fall. So somewhere we had to make up a grade change, and there it is.
And this is where we wish we had a better crystal ball. We
Yes.
wish we would have estimated higher. We didn't estimate high enough, and this is you can now see the complexity of the recreation of this site and the adaptation and the severity of it. And we wish we'd gotten it better, but frankly, in looking back on it compared to some other estimates that have occurred locally, I think we did pretty well, percentage-wise. Okay?
Yes, sir. And so here you're looking, you can see how it's kind of temporary graded with slope down to that retention basin, but we're going to fill that gap in because the retaining wall will come up and match the soil. Right now it's looking like this, and we'll bring all that grade all the way up so we can use it and maximize the site. Same thing with the play field side. You can see where that mound of topsoil with some grass on it is in the middle of the picture. And so that'll be filled in all the way to the top of that retaining wall to maximize the area. Here you can see they're getting ready to pour a concrete slab for the lower level in the sequence of operation. The two-story, for obvious reasons, a two-story structure is a critical path. The other upper story is just single story, so not on the same critical path schedule. So they started with their foundations and their walls and slabs on the lower level where it's two-story. So this is a picture looking down into the gym area. Again, looking down over where the classroom area is. Large retaining wall. This is the transition from the upper level to the lower. There has to be a point of grade change in there. That'll be the back wall of the gymnasium, the storage room area. Doesn't matter what hour of the day, when the work needs to be done, they're getting it done. So they're pouring the concrete in the night. Obviously, for other reasons, it helps the concrete in its placement and workability and curing, but doing everything they need to maintain schedule. So some more pictures of it, and you can see getting ready for the next prep, and you can see the walls starting to come up and take shape down there. So you can see some of the utilities stubbed up and ready for the block wall to come around them. Mason's already starting to lay block in areas. And then the upper portion, the single story portion, you can see the utilities for this case are plumbing for the toilet rooms are in place, the footings are in place, and they're starting to get the rest of the footings poured so they can begin laying the block walls coming up. And of course, all the other trades with utilities are also doing all their part to make sure everything's in place where it needs to be, not have to later rip things out to make sure we could put them in later. The contracted construction date is September 17th of 2020. This, again, as we've discussed previously, is a school opening for January 1st of 2021. The contractor is on schedule. They have made up, actually, some time on this project. and meeting all their milestones, and 20% of the timeline has passed. Again, the site grading package, that is complete. It was a very challenging site to get to that point. The general contractor is Monteith on this. They're at 10% paid. They just submitted another pay app, so that'll come up to about 18%. But by the time I did this presentation, they hadn't submitted their pay app. We have not used any contingency or inflation, again, just like at Aberdeen at this time from the award of contract. The delayed opening will have an impact on the operational savings from the $743,000 previously allocated to McDeeds Creek. As the board will recall, the county did give us that funding for the first year startup of McDeeds Creek, with the anticipation that with Aberdeen schools and Southern Pine schools consolidating and opening in August of 2020, that would offset that cost. So at this time, with the delayed opening, we will see an impact to that was previously
We'll be able to
allocated.
offset the cost from Aberdeen's consolidation, but we will not be able to consolidate the cost from Southern Pines consolidation.
That's correct.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. We'll be able to consolidate the cost from the Aberdeen consolidation, but we will not be able to consolidate the cost from the Southern Pines consolidation until the fiscal year 21-22. So there will be a savings, it just will not occur as early as we had projected.
Any questions on Southern Pines Elementary?
Thanks for the pictures.
You're welcome.
Nice
We're
to
not
see.
done. Northmore. So we were all out there Friday for the groundbreaking. Apologize I didn't get time to get any photos from that in there, but it was a beautiful day for that. This is what the inside of the locker room looks like. It had been gutted out. They got the slab poured in there, the walls laid out, starting to get their utilities in.
If board members go back and look at last month, you can see a real difference in this picture from what the same, John took the same picture
Yep.
John and Roger, whoever's taking the pictures, it was the same picture, but it looks a lot different.
So they're getting all their utilities in place in the room there. They're starting to put the walls up in there. So we're not going to see that big expanse space after this photo from earlier. We'll see a broken up space with the walls for the locker rooms that are being put in. Again, the infrastructure, not just the plumbing, HVAC, and electrical, is all going in place. Plumbing walls are starting to sleeve over the chaseways that are installed. And on the exterior, they have the temporary interruption of power pathways to all the rooftop units over the existing gym in place. And if you look to the right of the photo there, you see a little pit on the corner of the building where they had to dig around it. They had completed their underpinning of that because of our addition having that sub-level below that wellness room in the building there, that we had to underpin the existing structure to maintain its integrity. So they've got that complete around there. You can see some of the utility lines shooting through there. Close spaces, working between buildings to get the utility lines, storm lines, water lines, everything in place around them. This is what it looked like before we showed up for our groundbreaking ceremony.
You can see how we had to modify the site for the groundbreaking.
They worked quickly to get it ready for us. And this is looking back. The groundbreaking was to the upper right in this photo. So you can see from where you were looking back towards this shot of the grade work and the trenching going in place out there. Again, an aerial imagery of the site. So you can get an idea of the layout. The gym is the white roof building in the top to the right. And then the groundbreaking was against the building with the black roof where you see the white pickup truck there, so you get an idea where on the site you were. Hard to see from this perspective, that slope that comes across there that you got to appreciate when you were there for the groundbreaking. Makes it look like a flat site. However, we definitely know that it is not. We have also run into some soil conditions out there that we did not expect to find. In the top portion there, where the addition comes down from the hallways down to the area where we're going to transition to classrooms and into the auxiliary gym area, we have about 840 cubic yards of organic soils. This was discovered about 4 feet down from the top of grade.
Also, down in the right side, you can see in general shape outline of where we found 1,200 cubic yards of trees and stumps that were buried. Both of these are incidents that had been occurred well before any of us all been involved in the construction out there. And what they did when they cleared and they built, they just buried right there. Instead of hauling away our stuff with any of their debris, they just put it down, pushed it over, and considered it done. It's something that does happen, and it has happened numerous times around the state and country and places. And this is, again, an example of why we want to maintain that we have contingencies, because these are truly things that you do not expect to find at every job site. So there's a sample of some trees and stumps that they found down there. The top part of that picture is where they're excavating all that organics out. So they get ready to put in good solid fill. There's another picture of it.
What is organic soil?
Oh, like topsoil, mulched out areas and things like that. They're not suitable to support loads. They're loose and you can't compact them.
If you
You got
build
good
on
red
it-
clay up there.
The clay's good.
Yeah, that's what I know it is.
Yeah, but the tree stumps and the tree
I understand the
limbs
tree
and-
stumps. I just wasn't familiar with the term organic soil.
Yes, I'm sorry, I took advantage of you on that one. So organic soil is just that. It's your topsoils. It's elements and items that break down rather quickly and things, but they do not support loads. So
Quick
they
way to get
become
sinkholes underneath your new structure.
Great.
Yep.
You don't want walls to drop and shift and doors to get pinched where you can't open them.
It
all
may
those
yet
things
happen,
we
but
go
it's
with.
not gonna happen because we're not willing to try to keep it from happening.
That's right. So on the Northmore, the contract completion date is August 9th of 2020. Contractor is on schedule. It's meeting all the critical paths, timelines, even with this additional excavation that has to happen and bringing in fill material. They're about 12% of the timeline is passed on the project out there.
Can you go back for a second?
Sorry.
That's very close to the opening of school.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Okay, as long as the contractors are aware and, but the intent is for all of the pieces to be completed. Both at the gym, the science center, all of it will be done on August 9th.
Correct.
Yes, ma'am. Let us add that the modular units don't leave Northmore until this is done. So we have a plan in the event that this doesn't, and it's not gonna cost us anything. We'll start the school year the way we end the school year. This actually is an improvement on some of our earlier projections. This is a project that we were looking at a November completion, and this is an August completion. And from our work with Monteith thus far, at Southern Pines and Northmore, we have a high degree of confidence that John Monteith and his crew are capable of delivering on this. We've been very impressed. You could see at night, they got the lights on and they're pouring concrete. And no excuses. He's able to find the labor. You know, we're hearing from others, they can't find the labor, but Monteith can find the labor. And so we're very pleased. But that said, we have a plan B.
Okay.
And the modulars don't move until everything's done.
Wonderful. Thanks for noticing that that was an earlier timeline, because I had in my mind it was a year and a half construction.
Yes, ma'am? Yeah.
So as far as the budget goes, with the unsuitable soils that we encountered, there were just over 2,000 cubic yards. And the cost of that's just over $119,000. In the project, we contained an allowance for unsuitable because we knew there'd be some risk of something out there. And we had an allowance of about $120,000 for that removal.
That's
Now,
gotta
that
get
leaves-
close.
That's cutting it close. We do hope we're done because that only leaves $642 for any other unsuitable soils that we find out there. So we do hope that with the work they've done to date and getting their utilities and trenching those, that they have discovered anywhere we would have encountered some unsuitable soils. So we will keep the board informed as we get to that point of, okay, all foundations are in, we're in a better place. We also ran into a situation with the electrical inspector who noted that with the building code, they're required to have one service point per building for power.
What that means is that the transformer, currently, there are 3 separate entries of power for the auditorium, for the gym, and for the addition, and they are all one building now. And so the inspector had said that is a violation of the building code and required that we consolidate it all into one point of entry. And that's also a life safety feature, that anyone responding to any incidents out there has one point of location to go to disconnect power. With that change to this, we are getting our final pricing assembled on that. Preliminary pricing puts it about $125,000 to consolidate into one transformer and refeed the distribution locations from there. We do have a program allowance of $200,000 in the project for these certain type of elements. So that's covered within the contract, just like the unsuitable soils, but that does bring that program allowance remaining down to $75,000. Again, these are the allowances we anticipate we put into the bid of the project. These are not going outside the award of the contract for construction and using the project contingency at this point. That remains whole. We have not allocated any funds for that at this time. So Monteith, again, is about 10% paid on the project, and we have not used any of the inflation or contingency identified at this time remaining from the award of contract. Does that make sense?
Great example of the value of contingencies and program allowances. There are legitimate reasons why you have them. Any questions, board members?
Thank you.
The next thing, Dr. Grimacy and I, and you all be at the Board of Commissioners work session coming up Wednesday. One of the things they've asked is that we inform them on the process of disposal of properties, just to remind them of the process. So I want to take this opportunity again with this board. We've talked about it in the past, but to bring it current and remind everyone on the requirements for disposal of school properties. Working with the board attorney, Neil Ramey, the general statutes, the Board of Education must first allow the Board of Commissioners to make an offer for the acquisition of any real property that the board is disposing of. And so that means that schools, land, things like that, you must first step go to the commissioners and give them the ability to make an offer for the property. So with that in mind, to begin thinking about the timeline of when Aberdeen's going to be complete, take occupancy of it, vacate the existing schools, and the same thing for Southern Pines. What would an approximate timeline look like for this? So what we would say is that in January, February, coming up here in 2020, the Board of Education will engage with the Board of Commissioners about such a dialogue of an offer. And then in March, April 2020, the Board of Education will then decide on the disposal method if the commissioners decline to make an offer.
And that needs to be done formally. There's a procedure, so we just can't have a work session and say,
no,
let's do it this way. We have to go through steps to validate that process.
We will go through making that formal presentation at one of their business meetings and such, and then allow them to give the response, and then the board can make their decisions following that.
If the commissioners have a desire to make an offer, does that have to be a fair market value offer?
It does.
They can't just say we want it for $1.
No.
Well, and I think we have to remember that any of the funds that come from the sale, we need to put back into our buildings and use them for our buildings. And we have a lot of needs. We have a long list of needs. So ensuring that is going to be important for us.
And then the timeline for Southern Pines is noted up here. Follows a very similar strategy that July, August of 2020, the board will engage with the commissioners, and then September through October 2020 as we take occupancy of the new school and make preparations for the transition at the break to move into the new school. That's when the board would then discuss their disposal method should the commissioners decline to make an offer. Are there any questions regarding the process at this point?
And we'll add that on Wednesday, we will be reporting on this, but we also will be reporting, the commissioners, the county manager has invited us. Excuse me, I'm sorry. We had turned it off for a reason, now we've got to turn it back on. The county manager also has asked us to refresh the commissioner's memory on the need for renewal of our IT infrastructure, which we'll be presenting. Mr. Eklund and Dr. Locklear will be presenting that on Wednesday to review what that cost is, what the implications are if we don't proceed with an upgrade of our infrastructure and renewal of our infrastructure. And then also, they've asked us to come back with the supplemental request for $1.9 million in capital needs that we have, that first year of that 20-year capital improvement project. Not looking to spend $1.9 million, but looking at what those most urgent needs are on that list. They'd like to revisit that and give that some thought. So this presentation, the bulk of this presentation, plus that other element will be part of the discussion on Wednesday.
What's the timeline for the Pinehurst demolishing?
Right now, I'm waiting for the contractor to get me all their insurance statements and their builder's risk liabilities, performance and payment bonds, at which point, when we get that, we can then issue the notice to proceed, which then starts the calendar ticking.
Thank you.
And then they will have a pre-meeting with the village on the process for demolition and which roadways they're using, and then we'll be able to notify the board and everyone when they're going to start bringing it down.
And we would anticipate having clarity on that by this time next month.
Absolutely.
How did that auction go with Pinehurst?
We have sold some of the items. However, it was not at the date of the published auction. They have been through the online GovDeals site. So some of those items that we had listed have sold.
Okay.
And so when we get our final reporting, we'll be able to present that to the board.
Great.
I just want to thank you for this update. This is now the second month that we've had this, and it's just exciting to see the progress and understand where we are budgetarily. So hearing, which funds we have not used, the contingency funds and all of that it's helpful for us to keep on track with how we are not only in the construction but on the budget side of it. So I just want to thank you for. I know it's a long presentation, but it's very helpful to see the progress.
The footprint of the Pinehurst Elementary School, is it going to basically be the same footprint of the existing school?
No, it is not.
Are we going to have extensive tree clearing
Within the confines of the site, yes.
of the site? I assume it's been checked for red-cockaded woodpeckers.
We've had a lot of experience with that.
I mentioned the Advanced Career Center earlier. That Advanced Career Center moved a couple of times because of that bird. We know that bird.
Well, thank you, Mr. Barath. I'm going to propose that we take our last and final break. We do have a number of items. I don't think they're super long, but I think we should have one more
Our staff
stretch
is well
break.
aware of the routine nature of those items, Madam Chair, and we'll be presenting it very routinely.
So 5 minutes? All right, thank you. All right, we're in the home stretch.
Sure you got enough ink pens there. I mean, you can go ahead and keep it.
It's yours, thank you. We're back into the final stretch here.
Turn my mic on.
I think how long have we been going, 7 hours now?
Yes, ma'am. With your permission, Madam Chair, I'll take the next item. This is a request to amend the Moore County Board of Education meeting calendar for April 13th and 20th. Currently, your approved calendar shows a work because of the spring break. The work session for April currently is showing April 13th with the board meeting on April 20th. That pushes it very close to the May meetings. And so in collaboration with the chair and vice chair, superintendent is recommending that the board consider actually advancing the work session to the last Monday of March, which is an extra Monday there right at the end of the month, and then deferring the meeting itself to April 13th. So then you've got adequate time after the March meetings to have the work session, then take that spring break week off and come back on that Monday right after spring break for your regular board meeting. We've done this before.
Will staff be back on the 13th? That's
Yes,
Easter
ma'am.
Monday.
Yeah, we're
okay.
back. That's after spring break.
Okay.
So
I didn't know whether that was Monday.
if we've got the work session in a full week before spring break, then I think we'll all be very ready to come back on that Monday.
Okay.
And that is, by the way, the preference of the staff universally. And so that's a pending action item. Happy to answer any questions. Okay?
Any questions? No?
At this. Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, I'll now invite Dr. Powers to come forward to review this month's out-of-state field trips.
Yes, sir. We have 5 out-of-state field trips for your consideration this month. Pinecrest High School Speech and Debate to their annual competition at George Mason University. Union Pines High School, their orchestra students traveling to New York for the Big Apple Music Festival. Northmore High School's FBLA students traveling to the National Convention in Salt Lake City, Utah. That's this summer to compete there. New Century Middle School students, their orchestra, band, and chorus students to Williamsburg, Virginia for music festival. And finally, Southern Middle School's 8th grade to travel to Washington, D.C. For an 8th grade trip in April. Any questions I can answer related to?
This isn't really a question, just a comment, I suppose. I know that our forms and whatnot require folks to get started filling out paperwork technically before they even start fundraising. So it's wonderful to see all these teachers planning ahead. But it would be nice with one like the Northmore High School trip, which is not until next July, if we could get an update maybe before the end of the school year. Are they still going or not?
Sure. And with some trips like that the teachers too do kind of anticipate a little bit based on students that they have coming back, that they know will be going back to competition based on past performance, as to whether they'll need to do that or not.
Numbers
But
change
absolutely,
and,
we can
yeah.
always, and we could provide that in a board update just to say, hey, yeah, absolutely.
Well, last year, our students that qualified for nationals, we were recognizing them before the end of the school year. We had presentations where they were coming up and recognizing
Right.
them.
So, and sometimes too, and I do kind of like it like this, like you, Ms. Carter. I like the fact that they're doing it in advance rather than we're trying to pull it all together a
At
few
the
weeks
last minute.
before.
I know that. Or
Yeah.
put it in after the fact.
Right.
Any other questions, board members, on the out-of-state field trips?
No, thank you.
Madam Chairman, Dr. Powers is up next. May he continue?
Yes.
Item
please.
C, a proposal to designate the new Northmore High School Science Wing as the Charles Richard Lambert Science Wing. Dr. Powers.
Yes, sir. We had a request from community member Mr. Sammy Gilmore to consider this designation of the new science wing at Northmore in memory of our late friend, Mr. Charles Lambert. I do want to take just a moment to read this. I think it's important that I say these things about Charles. Charles was a native of Northern Moore County, and he held a special place in his heart for the area in which he grew up and where he continued to live as an adult. He graduated in 1965 as a member of the last graduating class of Elise High School prior to Northmore High School opening in the fall of 1966. After earning a teaching degree, majoring in biology, and later a Master's of School Administration degree, Mr. Lambert began his teaching career at West End School teaching science before serving as principal on multiple levels for Moore County Schools. He retired with 31 years of service in 2000. Still feeling the desire to serve students and families, Mr. Lambert was elected to the Moore County Schools Board of Education in 2002, a position that he held until his passing in 2018. And Mr. Lambert did serve as the board chair in 2004-2005. His personal accolades also include the Governor's Outstanding Volunteer Award, the West End School Teacher of the Year Award, the Moore County Schools Principal of the Year Award, and service as a Sandhills Community College trustee for 9 years. Mr. Lambert is described as a champion for students in northern Moore County by Sammy Gilmore in his proposal letter, and Dr. Grimacy himself said in the April 21st, 2018 edition of the pilot, Charles Lambert was a devoted servant of our students and an uncompromising advocate for public schools. He was a fierce guardian on behalf of his beloved Northern Moore schools. So, based on that, we feel like it's appropriate to solicit further community feedback. We plan to do that through opening an online portal where community members can express their thoughts around this proposal. We'll also have a community forum that we'll plan to hold at Northmore High School on Tuesday, October 22nd at 6 p.m. In the Media Center. And then parents can also feel free to submit letters expressing their feelings to Ms. Purvis, the principal at Northmore, or to the Office for Student Support Services. And then we would plan to bring that feedback back to you on November 4th.
This makes me very happy to see this. I was thinking about Charles on Friday during our groundbreaking, and I regret that I didn't say anything about him, or even Bruce. I think Bruce would have been very happy to have been at that groundbreaking as well.
He would have.
So I'm thankful that this has been brought forth by the community for our consideration.
Any questions for Dr. Powers? Well, Dr. Powers is just owning the agenda here. Dr. Powers, item D has your name on it.
Two down, two to go.
Proceed, yes, sir.
Okay, so, endorsement of our 2019-2020 student surveys. As you may recall, last month, I asked the board to endorse soliciting feedback from the community related to the administration of our annual, what have become our now annual district-wide student surveys for select students in select grade levels. Those include our social emotional learning survey for grades 3 through 12, school climate and culture survey for grades 7, 9, and 11, and our Moore County Schools youth risk behavior survey for students in grades 8, 10, and 12. We did create a link on our Moore County Schools webpage to provide an overview of the surveys and allow parents the opportunity to review the questions, learn more about the surveys and their purpose, and then also to provide us with their feedback. We made parents aware of that through a school messenger communicate phone call, and then the actual portal was open from September 10th through the 18th. As of Wednesday, September 18th, we had feedback from 30 individuals. 10 of those responses provided suggestions on survey questions or how to improve the survey. 6 responses indicated that they would opt their child out of taking the surveys. 8 responses were generally negative, and 6 responses were neither positive nor negative. No feedback was reported by principals at their schools, and no feedback was received in the Office of Student Support Services. So based on this response, we're seeking board endorsement to move forward with student survey administration as we have previously presented on the timeframes for the 1920 school year.
Let's have one question.
Sure.
What's our process for opting out?
Of these 3 surveys, actually the only survey that parents could opt out of, they're all voluntary, but the only one that they could opt out of would be the YRBS survey because it does contain some questions. There are 8, I believe it's 8 general criteria where if you're asking things about.
How do they opt out?
They opt out, I'm sorry. They opt out through in writing to the school principal. So if a parent does not want their child to take the YRBS survey, they can put that request in writing to the school principal, and that child will never, won't be a part of when their class takes it. They won't even sit down to take the
There's
survey.
no form, email, letter, or note through the child.
Anything in writing.
Yeah,
No,
very,
just
very.
Just say, I don't want my kid.
You just need the parent's signature, or an email from the parent.
Yeah, an email.
requesting help.
Okay,
That's it.
thanks.
I was pleased to see in a lot of school improvement plans that they're using some of these surveys to look at the culture and the social and emotional well-being of their students. So I'm very pleased that we've approved this, but that they're utilizing the data and the information for instructional purposes as well as purposes for well-being of our students.
All right. I was interested in the question on the smokeless tobacco after having been to a couple of seminars, and I like that language, and we need to put similar language in our policy too, so that they understand everything.
I noticed in reading some of the direct comments off the online input that there was some concern about the younger grades being able to interpret some of the questions. How do you plan to, or do you plan to address that concern?
We do, and actually, and each school has the option if they would like. And Panorama, the survey platform themselves, does provide resources for us for our elementary age students, especially, you think about third grade, fourth, fifth grade, but especially third grade. And that information is shared with principals who share with the teachers. And it's absolutely fine for the teachers at that age to even walk the students through the survey, one question at a time, read the survey questions. They can, even before they take the survey, there's some information related to terms, an explanation of terms to the kids. But even to take it a step further, the teachers could even walk the kids through it and take it together, one question at a time. So we have thought of that.
Okay, that's important, I think.
Agreed. Yeah, because it's important that the kids know what they're answering if we want it to be accurate information. Yeah.
Any other questions or comments? All right, thank you.
And Dr. Powers is still with us. Item E, endorsement of a memorandum of agreement with Moore County for additional funding for behavioral health practitioners.
And we are so pleased to once again have Sandhills Center for Mental Health be able to offer funding to the county and to the county for allowing that funding to come back to our schools and for that funding to be able to be used to support additional mental health practitioners, and specifically 2 of our BIT team members are funded through these funds. This is just requesting for the board to endorse and for Chair Wallen-Miller to sign the MOA that would allow us to continue to receive that funding this year. The funding is about $27,000 more than we received last year. The total funding will be $220,480. And that will also support, in addition this year, 2 half-time positions, 1 social worker and 1 psychologist, to help, again, just continue to support our continued mental health needs in our schools. So we're thankful for that. This is not guaranteed funding each year, so we are trying to think about looking ahead, how can we support these positions, if that funding were to go away next year or the next or after that, but we're happy to have it right now.
And these are additional positions or sustaining the existing positions?
These are sustaining the 2 full-time BIT team members are sustaining the current positions. The 2 half-time positions are new positions.
That's fantastic. And I know last year we got a report on the BIT team statistics in terms of their interactions at the school, and I was I'm not sure what the right word is at this late hour, but the number of students that were assisted by these individuals was quite astonishing. And I'm happy that we have it.
Yeah, and I can share with you right now, we're not even, a little over a month into the school year, and two of our 3 mental health practitioners on the BIT team, their caseloads are full at this point.
And they're meant to be short-term. They're
They are.
short-term
It's not, so
to
you're
carry
moving kids
until
on
you.
and off, exactly, but I think it does
It
say
didn't
something.
take long.
That didn't take long for that need to
Yeah.
get utilized quickly. So I think our schools, what's the reaction from the schools themselves to have this additional support?
Very, very pleased to have the support. You know, before we had this option, you know, I can't tell you how many times principals, I would have conversations or we'd talk about, and that they just, you know, just didn't know how to help and how to support, and having these, you know, having mental health professionals to be there, to be able to come to their schools, to answer their questions, to meet with parents, to provide therapy to students, to connect them with outside resources has been fabulous.
Wonderful. Well, what a great partnership. So we're grateful to the county for that.
Yes, we are.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
All
Madam
right.
Chair, with your
Yes.
permission, I'll invite Dr. Metcalf.
Doesn't look like Miss Bullard.
Yeah. Yes, he's standing in for Dr. Bullard.
Yes, standing in for Dr. Bullard, we are requesting approval for a contract for speech and language services with Diamond Speech and Rehabilitation. Contract provides services to our students who need speech and language therapy services. Cost of the services will be billed at $64 an hour. There'll also be the cost of mileage reimbursement at $15 an hour rate. Cost will be paid for these services will be paid from the IDA grant funding and will not exceed $85,000 for the year. I'm here to answer any questions or try to in Kib's absence.
I know that the $15 an hour rate was comparable from last year, but I couldn't find the information as to whether the exceeding 85,000 was similar to last year or not.
Last year, we only needed to purchase this contract for 1 month. So it
Okay.
was just 32,000.
Okay.
Unfortunately, we're going to have to, at this point, go for the full year.
How many do you know how many students we're serving?
That is a great question, and unfortunately, I do not have
Okay.
that answer, but I know where to get it.
Thank you.
Happy to forward it to you.
Any other questions or comments? All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Metcalf. Last item, is that right? Our last item is to
Yes, ma'am.
consider the draft of the school
Staff-
board agenda. I needed to check.
Yes, the staff will appreciate the board's guidance on assignment of items to your agenda for next week.
In terms of items that are board action, I know 3A should be board action, would be my recommendation.
Oh, yes.
Which is the final multi-year student assignment plan. Are there any other items we would like to put on board action? Or do the rest go on consent? Yeah, I think they're all consent. So 5A, and then, so actually, we've already done action on 3A. It's actually a
Well,
new action.
Yeah,
right?
there'll be new action. What I would like to propose is that when you look at your agenda, it says report, if you look on the proposed agenda for next week, it says item 2A, and it lists it as reports, information, and discussion. I'd like to change that to pending action. Okay? Sonia, you pick up on that?
Tell me again now?
All right, section 2 on next week's agenda.
On the work session.
No, we're
No,
on the
ma'am.
regular
Well,
agenda.
yeah, it is in the work session prior to the meeting, right, yeah. Sonia, section 2, it says reports, information, and discussion. Scratch that out and call it pending action. And we'll come up with the title, but the item underneath that will be the presentation of the final proposed multi-year student assignment plan. I could put school boards multi-year, but it's not school boards yet, because it's not until you vote on it. But essentially, it has now left the superintendent's hands, and it is now being modified by the board. So it's just the proposed multi-year student assignment plan. But it would be labeled, the executive summary for that would be labeled an executive, a pending action item,
Right.
typical of what you see in work sessions. And then this same 3A that we discussed today, the amendments, would be a board action item later in the evening, after you start.
No, because we've already amended what we did today.
No, it
we
won't be
didn't-
called that, it'll be final action.
They're gonna make some changes that we're gonna.
Oh, okay, so we'll make the final
Yeah,
action.
you're not going to vote on the plan in the afternoon session.
Right, it will be in the
Yeah,
evening
you're
session.
going to measure the fidelity of the staff's response to your amendments. Okay, that's where we'll have a more detailed hour and a half the presentation won't be an hour and a half, but hour and a half devoted to presentation and discussion, where you all determine, if you like, what you've amended. And then you can consider amendments to the amendments, at that point later on in the evening. But you would identify what those potential additional amendments might be in the afternoon. Pending action in work session, and we'll come up with a title for that, and then separate board action that evening after you've discussed it in the afternoon.
Okay, and everything else goes to consent, I think is what we've heard.
That's what we heard you tell us, yes.
Yeah.
And you stated we're starting here?
We are starting here at 3,
Okay.
and then we'll move to Carthage at 5,
Yeah, a hard stop at 4:30.
at 4:30, yep.
And we should be in good shape. I want to compliment you on the session this morning. From the staff's standpoint, it just gives real good clarity to us, the amendment process that you followed this morning. I kind of got Mike and John and Mike Miller and Laura in the corner back there, and we just all kind of looked at each other, and everybody felt very, very confident and certain they understood what our directives were.
Yeah, good. Well, we appreciate all the work that went into it. All right, are there any board comments? Oh, wait, hold on.
Just
Yes,
for
Ms. Potter.
clarification, 5A is board action?
Consent, consent.
School improvement plans.
It would go under consent.
Yeah, 3A, Sonia, I'll walk you through it, but 3A is going to be a pending action item on number 2, and then later on, it'll be a board action item in the evening.
Got it.
And Dr. Locklear and I and Mr. Barath will talk about who engineers the executive summaries on that, and we'll set it up.
Are there any board comments? Not today.
Anybody have anything left?
That's okay. I just want to thank the staff. It was a long day. You had a lot to share with us. We had a lot to share with you, and I felt our conversations were productive. I'm proud of our board, I will say that. I think you all did some really good homework, a lot of good work. So thank you. All right, you're up, Ed.
Move the meeting to adjourn.
Any discussion?
No.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.